country. From about 400 cases a week in September, Liberia has made the slow recovery to eliminating the scourge. At the peak of the outbreak, the Ebola scourge threatened to shut down the country's economy and social life, with bodies littering the streets of Monrovia and other towns. After a public health campaign was launched, however, the epidemic seems to have been curtailed, with the last confirmed Ebola death being reported on March 27th. The Ebola outbreak has claimed over 11,000 lives in the region and remains active in Guinea and Sierra Leone.
An 8-year-old boy has been smuggled into Spain from Morocco, where inside a suitcase, Spanish police say. The boy, Abu, was found inside the case carried by a 19-year-old woman into Ceuta, a Spanish enclave next to Morocco. On Thursday, reports say police found the boy in a terrible state when they opened the case. The boy from the Ivory Coast is now in the care of authorities in Ceuta. It is believed that the 19-year-old Moroccan woman is not related to the boy, but was paid by his father to courier him into Spain, tagged in the tight suitcase. The boy's father lives in the Canary Islands and had hoped to be reunited with his son, Spanish media sources say.
Former Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak has been sentenced to 3 years in jail on corruption charges after a retrial in Cairo, but he could still walk free due to some legal technicalities. The Cairo Court of Appeals upheld a 3-year sentence against Mubarak on corruption charges, but accounting for the time that he's already served, he will be allowed to go home. His sons were given 4 years though each in the same case, which sentenced on the embezzlement of $14 million earmarked for renovation of presidential palaces. The original conviction was overturned on 13th January over legal procedures. This was the last court case hanging over Mubarak, who was toppled in the 2011 uprising. And these are your news tidbits. On to the show for today, Kwesi.
Yes, indeed. We continue scanning the African continent for updates, and on the show today, we go back to Burundi to bring you updates on the situation with the elections in that country and the several fallouts resulting from President Nkurunziza's bid to extend his tenure in office. Pascal Akimana, President of Organizing for Action in Burundi, will tell us what the latest is in that country.
Also on the Africa update, 2 African-American nationals were missing in Ghana after a stringent police search. Their bodies were found buried in a shallow grave. Police have since made some arrests, and the U.S. Embassy in the country has condemned the dastardly act. We have invited the lawyer for the families of these victims, who will tell us more about this really, really sad story.
Indeed, a very sad story. Anyways, we would then move on to serve your main course, which is transition in Nigeria. It's only a matter of weeks before President-elect Muhammad Buhari is sworn into office. Till then, however, Nigerians continue the discourse on their expectations of the incoming government. We are facilitating this discourse by narrowing down the topics. This week, we are speaking with Barrister Mohammed Fawehinmi, a human rights lawyer, on the subject of human rights. What else? We will also invite legal luminary Itse Sagay to contribute his insights on the constitutional intricacies connecting to the process of transition and the change of government in Nigeria.
We also have an interview with Senator Adi Abubakar Siriki, a member of President-elect Buhari's transitional team. Senator Sirika will bring us up to speed with preparations being made towards the D-Day.
31 years ago, a journalist and columnist, Tunde Thompson, was arrested and jailed for what was deemed a breach of the then government's decree. The head of state at that time was General Muhammadu Buhari. Today, Mr. Thompson is an avid supporter of the man under whose watch he was jailed for expressing his opinion. What is the catch? Let's hear it from the horse's own mouth as we engage Mr. Tunde Thompson in a conversation to explore the details behind his story.
Exclusive. SaharaTV brings you an exclusive interview with Senator-elect Buruji Kashamu. Mr. Kashamu may be basking in the excitement of having won an election, but he is also engaged in a battle to clear his name of drug-related charges. He is reportedly a wanted man in the U.S., but he claims a UK court has exonerated him from the charges. Let's make a date as we bring you SaharaTV's exclusive with the man Buruji Kashamu, Senator-elect of Ogun State.
On a lighter note, we also have the man Dari Fasasi. Am I pronouncing that name right?
Dari.
Okay. Dari Fasasi on the show today. Dari Fasasi is a the producer-director of the movie Head Gone, a hilarious star-studded movie. Mr. Fasasi is in New York to promote his latest movie and has accepted to stop by to discuss this rip-cracking piece of motion picture art. The movie has a cast of notables, including Two-Face Idibia, Basketmouth, Zach Orji, and in fact, Dari himself plays a role in that movie.
Oh, wow. We've seen the trailer. It's really, really funny. You guys want to make sure...
Even the trailer is rip-cracking.
You want to make sure you watch that movie. And we also have the audience chime-in segments. That's the viewer's special ticket to contribute to the discussion. Phone in or join us via Skype, our Skype panel, as we talk about the issues that concern us most. We have a treat for you today. The CEO of Sahara Reporters Media Group himself, Omoyele Showore, will join Rudolph Okonkwo on the Skype segment, so you don't want to miss that. And he will be discussing the money laundering story concerning former President Olusegun Obasanjo's foundation, as well as answering some of your questions.
And speaking of questions, we indeed have 2 questions of the day for you today. Our first question of the day: President-elect Buhari has asked his security detail to follow road rules while escorting him around the country. Do you think this will encourage other public officials to avoid abusing road rules?
That's an interesting question. And the second question of the day is, some parts of Nigeria are experiencing fuel shortages. How is the fuel shortage affecting you, and how much are you paying per liter of fuel?
We also have your shows, the Dr. Damages Show, Keeping It Real with Adiola, and the Knee and Ike Show.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't miss those. And make sure you follow us on Twitter at SaharaTV1 with the hashtag SaharaTV. We're also on Facebook at SaharaTV. We'll be right back with today's show. In the meantime, let's watch this video of Anne Welsh talking about her role in the issue of money laundering regarding President Olusegun Obasanjo's foundation. We'll be right back. Yeah.
I had always wanted to attend the university and make something of myself. Thank you, thank you. I became someone that gained admission to the nation's top university by revising for my WAEC and JAM on the M Academy. And today, I have become a better me. On this M Academy platform, there is learning for everyone, primary or secondary school, just looking to learn coding or Microsoft Office application.
Do you want to become a better you? Visit www.mylearningacademy.com.
Hey, beautiful SaharaTV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching SaharaTV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching SaharaTV. Everything Africa.
And SaharaTV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank SaharaReporter.tv for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on SaharaTV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. SaharaTV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ishmael Bear. I'm from Sierra Leone and an author, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. Peace.
We are Mother Africa. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Stanley.
My name is Aluji.
You're watching SaharaTV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
I don't have my computer, but I would have showed you some of the how we work at the foundation, how we work on ground. I don't know if she can tell if she has internet. She would have showed you.
What I need to know is from you.
Uh-huh.
Honesty. I'm gonna send you all the money. I don't care what account you give me. Okay? How are you gonna do it?
How I'm going to deal with it is that I'll take 50%, like we work with that, 50% first to the foundation in the UK, yeah? And then we'll then go to that Liberia, and we'll go to Sierra Leone. Would you want me to work, because normally, since our foundation is very presidential, we work at the highest level. President Salif Johnson, for example, has she has a various organization. Like, for example, I just met with the ambassador here. And you can listen to my interview when I was talking to the ambassador. And one of the things the ambassador said to me is that, look, they're too many orphans. So it depends. If your community said we want to focus on the orphans, that's
I don't mind what it
and we write a report and we take pictures.
As long as it's covering.
No, we keep accurate records, and we show you where the money has been spent, because that particular one has been spent accurately.
So the 2 million to go yonder. We'll go to that.
Then we keep and we put a budget that will in terms of, would it be like hospital equipment, buying hospital equipment? We just you guys love it.
Look, that's your side. Right?
Yeah.
Understand? I haven't got the time to do.
You just want
you spent on this, you spent on this. That's for you and the charity commission. I don't give a shit. Sorry, I'm going to speak frankly.
No problem.
We're not done. I don't give a shit.
We're not kids. Speak frankly.
I want to do what I said I was going to do. Is money's going to go towards Ebola.
Yeah.
Now the other 2.9 for now, which I know. I mean, I spoke to the bank manager yesterday. I'm going to speak to him again. It's going to be substantially more than that. There's a lot of things yet to clear. Okay?
Wow, you guys do well. You're doing very well.
Let's call it for now 2.9. Yeah?
Yes. Okay. What should we do with that?
Frankly?
Let's be frank. What should we do with that?
Uncle.
I want it.
What? Stop. We want it, yes. We're going to get our share. How much you want to give you money?
Well,
yes,
she has an amazing smile.
Yes. I do some money.
How much do you think I should do?
It's up to you.
What do you think is fair?
It's up to you.
I don't know.
It's up to you.
You tell me.
Let's talk percentage-wise.
You have an amazing smile. Out of the 2.9, how much do you think we should be given to you?
Please, let's be honest.
I haven't thought, this it's out of the blue. I don't know.
Because of the things that you do, and you're very effective, you should be quick on it.
I know. Sierra. I think it should be a good number. Like at least 30%, if you don't mind.
30%?
Yeah. 25. 30% at least. Think about the hard work I'm going to put into this.
And the cover up for you.
Yeah. Not the hard work.
30% isn't that much? Too much? Although you have an amazing smile, yes.
Come on, man. 30% of 40 for you. 40, that's more money for you. You spend now 2 weeks.
Do you know the amount of work for you? Or the amount of work I'm going to start putting in for you? You will be so grateful you meet, because one of the things I don't... Show me your
It's Anne, right?
Anne, yes. Anne Welsh is my name.
Anne Welsh?
Yeah.
We have a school, it's Anne, right?
Anne, yes. Anne Welsh is my name.
Anne Welsh?
Yeah.
We have a school in Freetown called Annie Walsh.
No way. No. Yes, I'm all over.
Come on, what deal this thing?
So did you go and you Googled me and saw my...
I've Googled you. I've Twittered you. I've Facebooked you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay? I know everything you've done since you started with the Obasanjo Foundation and before.
Wow.
30% is not, I think it's too much.
No, yeah. You know why? Me not the for dinner.
How do we go about doing it?
I'm going to explain to us how we're going to transfer the funds. Account number, we'll just get it. I'll finish with this.
Basically, what you want, though, is for her to take control of the organization.
Basically, what I want from her,
organizing it.
What I want from her is I'm going to give her 4.9 million, let's say, for now. Yeah? Correct?
Yes.
2 million I want to go to charity.
Yes.
And I want a nice letter from the foundation saying thank you for the Lebanese community. With 30% of, let's say, 2.9 million you put in the account. 900,000, that's your cut. To start. I swear.
But I'm telling him, he would be, I said to him, you would be, you don't know how you, I don't know how he found me, but yes.
Pocket change.
I say roll it, shake it, African mama roll it. Oh yeah, wind to the left and wind to the right. Dance like you be zombie. Hi, bonjour, je m'appelle Museba. My name is Museba. Keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumentin, aka Mr. Naughty, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa, and keep it locked.
Hey, she's Skiba, baddest. Luke, she's here, and you guys are watching Sahara TV, Everything
everything Africa.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
I go by the name of Jesse Jazz, repping Chocolate City. That's what it is, right? Shout out to SaharaTV. I'm the biggest fan of SaharaTV. We need to talk, yeah.
My name is Femi Anikula Kokuti, and you are watching Sahara TV. Don't stop watching. Stop.
This is Ivani Dahosa, founder, executive director of Pathfinders Justice Initiative, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Dimeji Anwale. You're watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial. Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Bosu Tijana, the CEO of Corporation of Lagos, Nigeria. Keep watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Kibon Nfi. I'm a fashion designer. You're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi everyone, it's Nkechinyere Urum Eke Jumbo, or I Tweet Niger, and you are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Yeah!
My name is Joy Ikedema Jacob, the director for Miss Nigeria USA pageant. You're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
You need to check your account balance, transfer money, pay for your bills, and a million other things. So, you leave your job, walk to the station, get on a bus, a minibus, a taxi, or even jump on an Okada just to get in front of the bank. But when you get there, it's already past 4 p.m. and your bank is closed. What a pain. There must be an easier way. And now there is with U Mobile. It's a secure application for your phone that lets you do your banking from anywhere at any time. First, download the U Mobile app or SMS DU Mobile to 20220 to get a link. Then, register with your UBA debit or prepaid card and voila! Start accessing your account in a flash of a second. Using your own PIN code, you can now check your balance, transfer money to beneficiaries in other banks, pay all your bills, or even top up your family members' phones all in one place. U Mobile lets you carry your bank with you 24/7, whether you're working at the office or having a great time at home. Download U Mobile today. It's all gain with no pain. U Mobile, your bank on your mobile.
Hi viewers, welcome back. My name is Adeola Fayehin. At least 13 people have been killed in an ongoing protest in Burundi, a protest that started weeks ago when the president Nkurunziza declared his intent to run for third term representing his party. And last week we spoke with Pascal Akimana about what has been happening on ground, and today we'd like to hear updates from him about what has happened. A lot has happened since we spoke with him last week. Pascal Akimana is the president engaging for Action in Burundi. That's an NGO based here in the US focusing on Burundi. He's also an activist. Pascal, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you for having me once again.
Yeah. Since we spoke with you last week, a lot has happened. Do you mind updating us about what's going on ground right now in Burundi?
Sure. The demonstrators on ground are still putting pressure on the government and on the president himself to come to the realization that actually the people have spoken, and they keep reminding him that actually the word democracy means is the rule for the people, by the people, of the people. If people are reminding him that he shouldn't violate the constitution, then he needs to listen. However, the president yesterday addressed the nation saying that, look, he is going to abide to what the constitutional court have decided, which is his actually the court members who really sit on that, who were able to give that ruling. They were nominated by him. They were really trusted by the population, by the civil society organization members and the opposition. So then actually the vice president of that court, constitutional court, was already had fled to neighboring Rwanda, saying that he had been put on, he had been pressured to, with other judges, to declare that the president can can have legitimacy or can legally run for the third term. So once that the president came yesterday on live saying that he is seeking for the third term, but he will never come back for the fourth term, it angered many people. Actually, many people have been on the street, and today there were many people who were shot. Others were grenade shot at, thrown at the civilians who were peacefully demonstrating. But in the retaliation, the very people who were demonstrating on the street, they were angry. Actually, there's a report on ground that shows a civilian who being burnt alive. This civilian saying some different sides saying, look, he was a militia group who were conspiring with the police, and but sadly he was caught by the civilians, and then the civilians, they used really excessive force, anger, outrage, and once they caught him and they were able to beat him to death, and they set a fire on him. And on the other side, actually, they are accusing, actually, the police accusing the civilians being using that whatever they are saying that the march is not peaceful as they claimed. So, however, we see the army being called each time by the civilians, because the civilians feel that the army is neutral, is not taking sides. So the situation is dire. Those who have been arrested, the civil society organization members or the civilians themselves who were demonstrating and they were arrested, they are in custody. They are experiencing a lot of torture, and many organizations on ground, such as the APRODH, has already alarmed the international community to go and check what is happening in jail. Some people are being chopped off fingers. They are tortured, and they are being fed poisonous food. And then many people, over 600 people, are scattered in different jails. And actually yesterday there have been another delegation from East Africa members, the high-level delegation comprised by the ministers from Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, who were there in Burundi to address the situation, and inviting the president to come to the emergency presidential meeting that has to take place in Tanzania on the 13th. And they assure the opposition who have been invited to that meeting that nothing will happen to them. Immediately before the meeting ended, the police had come to arrest one of the politician members called Odifax, and Odifax, who was among the organizers, and he was screaming. And so the situation is chaotic. And as we say today, the African Union chairperson, Ms. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, has already said that, look, in Burundi, right now the situation is chaotic. We cannot, they cannot, as African Union, guarantee that there can be elections. Actually, she went further, saying that they cannot even send observers. They had warned the president, they had warned the leaders of Burundi to refrain themselves from seeking the third term, but they never listened. So
let's start with the issue of social media. We're hearing that social media has been banned.
Definitely, yes. Actually, before even the social media, they started closing the radio, some of the popular radio stations. As we speak, many people who are in up countries, different provinces, cannot access the radio stations. That is one of the tools for information in Burundi. That's the population, over 60% are illiterate. And the social media, when you talk about Facebook, Viber, even the telephone, that have been cut. And then people are not having ways of communication, and this also...
Wait, did you just say telephone, like cell phones? You can't call your loved ones in Burundi right now?
Yes, what the government has done has accused the demonstrators of using the telephone and then other social media means of communication to organize themselves or to actually spread the rumors.
I see.
So as a result, they close those tools that the population are dependent on to receive information and to hear what is happening as far as the news is concerned.
What about the judge that fled? We understand that a judge fled so that he won't have to pass the president's bid for re-election. What are people saying about this judge that fled?
The people already are saying that they knew that there was a lot of pressure put on the judiciary or the judge. The judge himself had already expressed the concerns that he cannot work with other judges. They couldn't independently work as the law asks them, because there were a lot of member of the government who were coming to put pressure on them to definitely make sure that they rule in favor of the president, that he has the right to go for the third term. So on the April 30th, that's where the pressure increased, and the judge was able to talk to some of the members, and some of the militia group with the intelligence service members. They came to the judge, who is the vice president of the constitutional court, and he said he couldn't really go there to put the nation in chaos by agreeing that the president has to.
So he's not supporting Mr. President's intention. That's why he fled.
He's not among himself and other 4 judges. So he decided. Did
you say other 4 judges? Because we heard that the remaining 6 judges have ruled that Mr. President can run in the coming election. So are you saying that maybe they were forced to?
No, the different narrative is the other 4 judges were forced, because they were told if they don't, they were going to be killed. Their families were going to be killed, to be physically eliminated. And if they dare to speak, they will be in trouble. So to save their lives, they had to agree and what the police
I see.
And
so of the 7 judges, it's actually 2 judges that willingly ruled for Mr. President to run for the election. 4 other judges were forced to do that. I see. So can you tell us anything about the ongoing examination for primary school students? Today, someone from Burundi wrote me saying that some of the exams have been disrupted because of the ongoing protests.
Yes, actually the union that the education, the union that follows the education side have already advised the government that these demonstrations that are going on, it's a lot of violence that is going on, is not conducive for the national examination tests to take place. Actually, many roads are closed, that the roads are going up countries, but for the government to show the international community that there's a peace and there's stability, they had to force that exam. And sadly, the many students were disrupted during the exam. They fled with the exam in their hands. In Bujumbura, it was chaotic, and some other provinces, they never had a chance to do the exam.
Wow.
So, and then the students were saying that they needed protection, but they never received protection from the militia and the demonstrators who were angry that they couldn't, bring the students on the classrooms, while they knew that it's chaotic, there's no peace, there's violence, the gunshots all over in Bujumbura.
I'm glad you brought up Bujumbura, because someone else also wrote me from Bujumbura saying it's become like hell right now, because there's no transportation, people couldn't find buses to go back home from work, shops have been closed. Can you confirm any of this?
Definitely, and one of the anger from the ground actually towards the international community or even the African brothers and sisters, that they are so quiet about the situation to speak up in what is going on in Burundi. They said, what is their solidarity right now? People are being killed, they don't have food, they don't have water, and many regional leaders, even African leaders, international community, they cannot do something to prevent what is happening. They just talk rhetoric after rhetoric, and while people are dying. In Bujumbura, as you say, so people are not having all the necessary infrastructure that allow them to function. When you talk transportation, you talk about markets are not open, so they cannot go to work, they cannot go to the market to buy food, they cannot get water. As one of the agencies that regulates the electricity has been shutting electricity on different areas, neighborhoods where there are more demonstrators just to intimidate them. And then the sad thing is that at night, that's where the militia group and the mercenaries that they have been reporting that come to shoot people in their homes. All these things are not talked about.
Okay, so apart from the police killing protesters, who else is killing who? Someone else wrote me, by the way, and said this is actually a Hutu-Tutsi issue.
Not at all. There have been reports over a year ago that the ruling party has prepared some militia group called Imbonerakure. They were taken to Congo to receive military training in case the elections do not go in their way, their favor, or in case there's resistance. All these Imbonerakure group will resist. Now, those rebels or those militia groups came back to Burundi. They were armed. There have been reports from even the police themselves that some weapons have been stolen from the camp, and then they find many arms in these groups. Civilians know that. There have been reports from the local organizations. Those Imbonerakure group, those militia that were trained, and the head of them is the former head of intelligence called Adolphe Nshimirimana. He's the one, and with other people that are well known, with the president, of course, because all these are being done on the watch of the president. He's the one who has been organizing this youth, and sometimes they give them the uniform of the police, so that people can think that is the police that is bringing order in the area where they live in. But they know them. They know them when, as soon as they come, they can tell this is a militia group, this is the police.
All right.
The way they conduct themselves.
I'm running out of time, but I just wanted to know the fact that the AU is saying that the election should be postponed. Is that a solution in your opinion?
As many Burundians on ground are saying, there cannot be elections while people are fleeing the country, while there's gunshots all over, while people are dying, others are detained and tortured. Those who were supposed to elect are the ones who are being persecuted at the demonstrations. So she's right, Ms. Zuma, to say that there should not be elections. Elections are supposed to take place in the country where there's peace and security. Right now, there's no peace in Burundi. Right now, there's no security. Right now, the Burundian people are calling for international and international organization, international community, and African community to break the silence, to come to the rescue of Burundian people so that they are not massacred and killed.
And my last question for you is, I understand that the president's wife is a pastor. Is she still seen as an authority with the situation on ground right now? Has she said anything about everything that has been happening?
Nothing at all from the wife of the president, the first lady. She's been just instead going to church and praying, and the president himself was handing out food 2 days ago in the northern province, calming the people, while in the province of Kirundo, and assuring people that there will be elections. And there's a silence from even the people who are close to the president. However, the Catholic Church, the Muslim community, have come together to condemn what the president is doing to utilize his militia and then some of the police who are on his side. However, actually many people are calling on the army to take stand, to do something so that they can stop the massacres. The president himself, as he calls himself, and his wife, they call themselves children of God, or the preacher or messenger sent from God. They are doing nothing to calm the situation or to really neutralize the violence. Instead, he
would have his own militia group fighting for him to run for presidency again is a bit ironic. And my very last question, the fact that he said he would not run for fourth term. How was that received when he said, well, if you elect me for the third term, I won't run for the third term?
The people were outraged. Yesterday, you should have seen the reaction from the civil society organization members and the opposition and the civilians themselves. They say this man, he doesn't know which country or what world he's on, because they have already given him a chance for 10 years to reconstruct the country, as he had said. He failed. So what 5 more years he's looking for will bring difference in the country. So he's actually running out of ideas. That's why he's bringing an identity or an ethnic card in Burundi, because as you know, if you say this one is against you, this one is against you, people they will quickly remember that past, and they forget that he has failed to bring jobs. He has failed to punish the people who have done crimes. Impunity has gone up. He has failed to bring the peace and stability in the country, or even to assure the basic needs that people need in order to survive.
Thank you so much, Pascal.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you coming back on the show to give us updates about what has been happening.
Thank you so much for focusing on Burundi, and we really appreciate for really telling your viewers about what's going on in my country.
Thank you. We are hoping for peace in Burundi. All right, viewers, that has been Pascal Akimana, who is an activist as well as the president engaging for action in Burundi, giving us updates about what has been going on ground. Stay tuned, we have much more to come.
Hey, yo, man, what it do? It's your boy, Young Moose. You watching Sahara TV, everything Africa. Let's get it.
It's your girl, Coco Chocolate Rose, JoJo, from Your Excellencies with...
Princess, you already know, one half of Your Excellency.
And you are rocking with Sahara TV.
All about Africa.
Hey.
Hey, guys. I'm Augusta.
I'm Martha.
I'm Nikki. And we are Supreme Dancers. And this is Sahara TV. Stay tuned, guys.
Hey, this is Ibi. What do you do? I did Sahara TV. Are you watching? Everything Africa, right here.
I wanted to become a professional, so I studied project management on M Academy. Now I've become a better me with the M Academy. The beauty of the M Academy is that you can learn how to cook or become a fashion designer. In fact, if you need to learn about pregnancy and what to do about it, there's a course for you.
Do you want to become a better you? Visit www.mylearningacademy.com.
Doro Big Boy. Doro World Traveler.
That's me, babe.
How is your Miami vacation going?
Fine, babe. I'll be back next week, and I've bought you a lot of things.
A lot of things. Well, I hope the designer bag you promised is included, though. No excuse this time.
That $1,000 bag? Babe, that skipped my mind again. And unfortunately, I have left Miami. I am now in Malaysia. You remember my car didn't work here on my last trip.
Have you forgotten you traveled with your UBA card this time? UBA cards work from Moscow to Malaysia, from Malaysia to Miami. Bros, you can't escape this time.
Babe, are you there? I can't hear you again, oh. Your line is breaking. Hello? Hello? Wherever you travel in the world, don't go without your UBA cards.
UBA, Africa's global bank.
Welcome back to Sahara TV. We're still talking about a transition, and we're bringing you a rather interesting story. In 1984, a certain journalist was jailed by the then General Muhammad Buhari, who was the head of state of Nigeria. 31 years on, this gentleman is an avid supporter of General Muhammad Buhari. He is a journalist and a columnist. what does he think about the general's record as far as press freedom goes and other matters. We have on the line Mr. Tunde Thompson, the journalist who was jailed by General Muhammadu Buhari some 30 and plus years ago and is today his avid supporter. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, so sir, in 1984, you were jailed by the then General Buhari. What happened? Why were you jailed?
Well, I've got a book titled Power and the Press, in which all the story is told about Decree number 4 of 1984, which the military promulgated. But as far as I'm concerned, by February 1984, when I was arrested, February 11, 1984, in the premises of the Guardian newspapers, there was no decree number 4. I just had done my jobs, reporting. I was senior diplomatic correspondent then, reporting on developments in the diplomatic scene. There were embassies that were closed off because of financial difficulties. There were changes of diplomatic officers or ambassadors, and there were also retirements of diplomats in the foreign service. All of them were in my territory, I should say. They were within my jurisdiction, and I reported them. So I think there were some of the reports that the government did not like, and they arrested me first because they wanted, under decree number 2, that was the security decree, that is, which empowered them to detain people. I was arrested on that February 11 and taken to the Security Organization Office, NSO, along Awolowo Road, off Awolowo Road in Korea. I was surprised. I told my colleagues I was wanted to do something at the Nigerian Security Organization offices, and I couldn't know what they were after. And I thought I should tell them before leaving, and they said, well, they were going to tell the lawyer. So what I can say is that when I got there, it was no picnic. There was nothing I could do but to cooperate with them. And I was there for maybe 3 weeks detention before the decree itself was promulgated. And the person who reported it was detained along with me, because I wrote one of these reports, which I handed to him when I had to go to Edo State for my grandmother's burial in a place called Obola, on one West local government area of Edo State. He touched, as assistant news editor, he did some visitations, I think, to the British High Commission and one other place, and amended some of what I wrote, which caused some problems.
Interesting.
And when I was arrested and asked what happened, well, I said I wouldn't be able to answer the question they were asking me, that they will need to talk to Ndoka about, to whom I gave my manuscript before traveling. All right. So they brought him in to the prison, to the detention center. That one evening, the evening after the press conference was held. One press conference addressed by Mr. Ofodile, who was Attorney General or something. He was the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. They brought him in. But I made a request to the policemen, please put me on the corridor. Let me
ask you at this point, Mr. Thompson. Did you go through any form of trial at all? Did anybody ask you any questions before you were put away for the number of weeks that you mentioned?
No, they just put me there. In fact, it was an 8 by 12 room that could pass for an office. About 12 of us were kept there. It wasn't me alone in the office. Call it office in the cell. We just were kept there. There was no, I didn't see a lawyer. Nobody appeared.
And how were you finally released? What happened before you were finally released?
There was no release, my brother. Release. That was when both of us were now put in different cells. Okay, what I was trying to say was that I told them what they were asking me, the questions that were being put to me, and I said they wanted to know the sources of the information I had, and I refused to tell them in my statements, and he should make sure he did not tell them. And they said, you are talking there? No, I said, no, I'm just saying hello. Went to myself, and they took it to another place. Are you there?
Yeah.
So we were there for quite some time before they went to Chief Rotimi Williams' chambers to get his son, Laddie, who's now running the chambers as a senior partner, I think, to interview us in prison. Even when the lawyer was interviewing me at Kirikiri, the security man was audacious enough to stand there beside her. I said, no, protester, you are not supposed to be where my lawyer is talking to me.
Okay, so sir, let's fast forward a bit to you said there's no release, but apparently you are a free man. At what point did you leave that detention?
After the lawyer's representation, the visit, the next thing was to go to the tribunal. There was a tribunal set up on the decree number 4 to try Nduka, myself, our newspaper, The Guardian, and the trial, of course, led to imprisonment. 1 year in prison. And then the Guardian was fined 50,000 naira. That was a lot of money, even in dollars at that time, It's a penalty, corporate penalty for the involvement.
Interesting.
So, and then that was the beginning of 1 year detention.
I see.
1 year jail, imprisonment. And 1 year jail was 8 months in prison. That's it.
Okay, so what was the media atmosphere like? During the campaign season, people mentioned a lot about President-elect Buhari's record when it comes to press freedom. What was the atmosphere like?
The atmosphere at that time or now?
At that time.
Oh, at that time, the media. I've been the chairman of the Daily Times. I was chairman of the Daily Times chapel of the Daily Times, and I've been active in Nigerian Union of Journalists affairs. I can tell you that Nigerian press had always been vigilant and responsible. And I left the Daily Times for the Guardian because some of us who left felt that the Daily Times had become politically polluted. We went to the Guardian to start something different. When it became a daily, I became a member of staff. I was supposed to have gone to Harare, but I was instead posted to become senior diplomatic correspondent.
Sir,
the press had always been alert to its responsibilities and basic freedoms.
In terms of government's handling of press freedom, though, what was it like? For example, you were jailed because of something you wrote. Was this overboard? Was this across board?
Sources of information. Was he above board? Was that what you said?
Yes. Was there like a blanket jailing of journalists for what they wrote, or was your case a one-off incident?
It was a one-off incident. That was the beginning and that was the end. Because after the detention and the imprisonment, I tell you, public opinion was so heavily against the government that they didn't have the courage to continue with that decree, to continue trying journalists with that decree.
So let's fast forward even more. 31 years or so on, you are an avid supporter of this same man under whose watch you were jailed for what for your convictions. Why do you support General Buhari? Why do you support President-elect Buhari?
Thank you very much. I said I was a columnist earlier with the Daily Sun. It's because I've had some problem with arthritis in my right hand and feet. I've stopped the column for almost 2 years now. At the time that happened, that is the arrest and trial and detention and all that, and imprisonment, I was very, very much certain that the press needed to retain its freedom in terms of doing its duties without interference. But let me tell you, the order to arrest and detain Mr. Tunde Thompson was given not by Buhari, it was given by the state officials.
Sir, one would argue, excuse me, sir, one would argue that these officials are working under a structure supervised by the then General Buhari. Wouldn't you say so?
Excuse me, I don't think so. I don't think so. What I knew, the main reason, I'm not going to argue about all that. The main reason I decided to forgive General Buhari and said so when in an interview with the Daily Sun organization was that they were using, that is the opposition, the rivals, the PDP, were using, and other people were using the decree number 4 as an excuse to malign General Muhammadu Buhari, and saying all sorts of things about his person, about the decree number 4, some of which, the details of which they didn't know, like they probably were saying that we were arrested and jailed in February, taken away, and so on, which was not correct. It was only me who was taken from the Sun premises. What I considered important was that when I compared him to General, Dr. Ebele Jonathan, I felt that what's his name?
Buhari.
General Buhari would do a far better job as head of state. I know that his first outing as military head of state was promising, although there were some mistakes made, like kidnapping somebody from London, Alhaji Diko, who made so much money in Nigeria and ran away to Britain. And the new government decided that they had to deal with him. And he was, you know all the details, all right? It was drugged and put in a cage. I'm not going to defend that.
My time is running out. My time is running out, but I need to ask you maybe 1 or 2 more questions briefly. If you can push these 2 within a very short time, that would be great.
Okay, I'll make it.
First of all, I understand that you played a certain role. Not only are you just an avid supporter of General Buhari or President-elect Buhari, you in fact played a part in the campaign. What part did you play?
No, I did not. I did not play a part in the campaign other than talking to people who were maligning him about what I knew regarding decree number 4 and how people were saying things they didn't know about the decree, and that I myself had decided to forgive him because 31 years after that decree was long enough for people to stop trying to use an imprisonment to destroy a political career, a political future.
All right. Well, that's well said. My last question to you, sir. Certain people have said, pundits have said that no matter how bad, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan may have been as a head of state, there's one thing that he got right, which is press freedom. People say that today, the Nigeria of today has a lot more tolerance than it has probably ever enjoyed under the dispensation of democracy. Would you give President Jonathan at least that he at least did well?
Will I give him?
Would you give him credit for at least maintaining a fair level of media freedom?
As far as I'm concerned, that is not an issue on the table. When we are considering or comparing, we can do that. But I'm not interested in giving anybody any shall I say, praise for what is supposed to be normal.
Fair enough.
Are you there?
Fair enough.
For what is supposed to be normal.
Fair enough. That's fair enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Thompson. We really appreciate your time on Sahara TV today, sir.
Yes, and I commend you for your efforts. Many people talk about you, and I wish you God's protection all the way.
Same to you, sir. Thank you very much. Sahara TV, we bring it to you every time. Stay tuned.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Novalet Bulawayo. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, Sahara TV.
This is Nature. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Predegas, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
Someday I want to own my own business and run it.
Of course, that's the dream of any hardworking businessman. But how would that happen on your phone?
That's why I'm learning my business management courses and improving my skills. Like seriously? Oh. All right, bye, Mr. Bronson. Yes, with M Academy, I have become a better me.
What only you? Me too.
You can also meet like-minded friends from other parts of the world who are using the platform and add them as contacts for business or just learning. M Academy helps you to know about jobs that are available or to ask experts questions on educative topics.
Do you want to become a better you? Visit www.mylearningacademy.com.
Welcome to Sahara TV, to the transition segment of today's show. We're crossing over to Nigeria right now, Lagos to be precise, to speak with human rights lawyer and activist Mohammed Fawehinmi, I beg your pardon. Mohammed Fawehinmi, as I've already indicated, is a human rights lawyer, and we're going to speak to him on some of the fine details concerning the transition from a PDP government to an APC-led government. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Mr. or Barrister Mohammed Fawehinmi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. So let me start by asking you, sir, good luck Jonathan out and Muhammadu Buhari in. How did you receive the news?
With overwhelming joy and happiness and a lot of hope for the Nigerian people, because we know both of them, we've seen both of them perform, and if we were to measure the length of time both of them performed previously, Buhari is 100% better, regardless of his age.
So,
and we expect a lot from him.
Yep, definitely. So president-elect, though, seems to have some kind of baggage that he's finding it rather difficult to get rid of. During the campaign season, for instance, he was dealing with this issue of human rights abuse when he was a military head of state. Should Nigerians go to sleep, or should they get ready to be hitting the streets?
Well, Nigerians can rest now. He himself understands his position as a military man and now as a Democrat. As a military man, that was the best way he knew how to handle it. And in actual fact, regardless of the human rights abuses, he killed what we call corruption in this country. Before corruption was now resuscitated by Ben Babangida. And he built 2 refineries, he stabilized the economy, the currency was stabilized and was almost at par with the leading foreign currencies, which are the dollar and the pound. And this was a man who secured the country. There was no such thing as a Boko Haram or any terrorist group or any insurgency. So for those things, and he made sure that the politicians who stole were put in prison. After thorough scrutiny and evaluation of the facts before him, those who were found not to have stolen were released. So he actually stood for the interest of the Nigerian people. And he's the only head of state in Nigeria who never stole out of the national purse or the treasury.
It's interesting that you mentioned. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. He went back to his hometown, Daura. He inherited the cows which his father left him. They bought some more. Lived in the moderate bungalow. Even when the APC members went to see him for the first time, the story was very, very funny. That they got in there was no light, and they were waiting for the generator to be put on. But they said the generator came out to them with a lantern, and they asked the person with the lantern, please, they're looking for General Buhari. So I said, I'm the one. He said, General, but you've not put on a generator. How can we see you? And we have a lot of important things to discuss with you. He said, no, I cannot afford it. IBB has generators that can light up the whole town. So does every other ex-head of state, including Ambassador. So that is a shining example of a man who considers his country very special.
Yeah, I hear you. It's really interesting that you mention all this, because I'm actually going to ask you right now, how does the general manage the expectations of all there's so many Nigerians who expect him to jail some of the PDP members that they allege have stolen from the national kitty, for instance, in this dispensation where he's no longer a tribunal head of state, so to speak, but he has to pass through the legal framework of the law. What kind of challenges do you see him facing in trying to appease the Nigerian people who are clamoring for justice in terms of prosecuting people who are deemed to have stolen?
All he has to do is get a very good attorney general, and the attorney general will do his job. Now we're in the position of rule of law. The attorney general profiles the charges and prosecutes on behalf of the government. If they are found wanting, prosecute you. It's nothing difficult. And I believe he can still do that. So it's not an issue. And to show you that he's a man who is serious and people should not mess with. There are some leaders who will hear through snippets of information that some of the money they've stolen, they're returning gradually. The NNPC is regulating its own accounts, because while he was there, the NNPC had only one account. But with this and the Alisima, they have about 2-3 different accounts. which will allow them to steal money randomly, which even led to the mysterious $20 billion, which was found to be missing. So there's a lot. He's a man who knows what he's doing. He's been there before. He didn't need 6 years like Jonathan to do what he needed to do. In 2 years before he was toppled by Babangida, he did what Nigerians expected of him. The only thing they can hold against him is the human rights abuse. That's the only thing. But corruption, it's killed it.
Okay.
Stabilization of the economy, yes.
All right. So, but Nigeria, by virtue of its makeup, though, Nigeria being a federation, and each state having its own peculiar laws, and still having to deal with the overall laws of the federation, this seems to present constitutional bottlenecks for the incoming government. Can you identify any of these, and how would you suggest we deal with that?
Well, bottlenecks in what way? I don't see how there can be any bottlenecks. There is allocation from the federal to the states, and each state has its own internally generated revenue. So it is for each of the governors coming in to perform and fulfill their electoral promises. The only other bottlenecks I can see, which I think you're talking about, is the issue of power generation. And I don't think you have any problem with that. Because while he was there, with the refineries and the gas, which was put to good use, the amount of megawatts that they left is still what we're using today. There was no improvement from the time of Angela. There was a bit of improvement during Abacha's time. There was no improvement during the last one that took over, Absalom Baka. So no thing. Obasanjo came in, Billy Dali up and down. There was no improvement. Yadwa came in. There was no improvement. This man came in. He started spending bogus amount of money before we found out that the Minister for Power actually was using his own company to siphon the deals and the money. And then they brought another one, Nebo, Professor Nebo, who practically does not even know what he's talking about. Apart from the privatization, which I feel has not even really improved on the amount of megawatts. I was shocked yesterday when he was saying that the president-elect should not go back on privatization. He does not even know what the man has in mind. They are talking about the sham rubbish they put down, where Nigerians are paying through their noses for power, and they still cannot get the power. There's so many people who have protested and they are tired of protesting, and they want to see how they can live with it.
Okay, so let's bring it to the constitutional. I'm sorry, so let's bring it to the constitutional level, though. I'm trying to ask basically: is there anything that you anticipate the incoming government facing by way of the way government is structured in Nigeria right now? Let me re-ask this question by saying: are you comfortable with the way the Constitution of Nigeria is set right now?
No, well, we're not comfortable with it, but because for me, I think we should have a sovereign national conference. We have 464 tribes in Nigeria, and I believe that we should all be ably represented to agree on how to live together. We've lived together all these years, but it has come to a level where a particular tribe or a particular
ethnic group
is being favored. Ethnic group is being favored. For example, Yoruba land, the presidents have come from Ogun State. In Igbo land, most of them have come from Anambra. In outer land, it has mostly been Kanu or Kaduna. All the other minorities have been shortchanged. This is this dispensation which Goodluck Jonathan ran was the first time a minority was given a chance to come in, because Bayelsa State was always a state merged with Rivers prior to the separation. So there are so many ethnic groups which have not been given any chance at all. And my view is everybody should sit down. This is what I want, this is what you want. Let's sit down together and talk. When we talk, we agree on a proper way the country should be structured.
So, but we know, for instance, that President Jonathan organized a national conference. Now you're calling for a sovereign national conference. What is the basic difference, sir?
The basic difference is the people will be told and will be allowed to elect those who represent them. Jonathan just selected his own cronies and people he felt he could, buy over or win over, and give them some money and they drafted some laws. That's where I see what that conference was about. It wasn't about the interest of the Nigerian people, it was about their own personal interest. We have not seen anything that has been brought out from that conference, and I've not seen anything that has been even been implemented from that conference.
So, in other words, you don't think the national conference was a good idea?
No, you cannot select when you are representing the people. During these elections out, if you select someone and say, okay, this is the person you hear, every state, this is the person I'm selecting to the governor, you're going to cause a serious riot in that place. And a lot of the people will be disgruntled. So let them elect those who can represent them.
I see.
People who, because they have affiliations with government or with the political party in power.
I see.
Just put them there.
So let's talk about the transition. I'm sorry, sir. I keep interrupting you. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay. So I was basically asking about the transition itself. President Goodluck Jonathan is seen making appointments on his way out of office. These are appointments that the incoming government will have to deal with. Should the transition period be legislated on, for instance, limit how much an outgoing president should be able to do in terms of especially choosing the kind of people that the incoming government will have to work with?
Oh, yes. Well, it's, even if it's not legislated upon, which it should be a law stopping it. Because once you're on your way out, you don't have the power to start appointing people who you believe should be there for the incoming government. Are you trying to select people for them to work with? The incoming government will choose those who it believes would favor their own projects or plans. I think he's just he's been ahead of himself. He still does not believe that he's leaving that position. So, it's left to the Buhari government. When they come, they toss these people out and put in those who work with them. So
that would be legal. That would be that would not be.
It would be legal.
Okay.
It will be legal, 100% legal. It is for the incoming president to choose who is going to be the Inspector General of Police, who is going to let me see who else was appointed, who the ministers are going to be, who the head of the Securities and Exchange Commission is going to be, choosing the old governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, to be head of the chairman of the. It does not mean it cannot be removed. So all that is just
okay.
Just maybe a way to compensate themselves.
All right. Finally, sir, your father was a huge celebrity, human rights icon, much celebrated Nigerian icon, as I would say. If he were here today, what do you think he would be saying in terms of legal advice to the incoming government?
Oh God. It's a pity he's not here today. First and foremost, knowing who Buhari is, I know he would have listed about 4 issues for him to deal with. 1 is power. 2 is transportation. 3 is agriculture. And 4 is protection of the Nigerian people based on all this experiencing in Nigeria. And to make sure that everything, the overall policy will be centered around the poor masses of our country. Because it was for the poor masses and he died. He remained representing the poor masses, which I also profess. But he is a much more highly technical person in terms of government because he has seen so many governments and he has outlined so many problems which he has predicted and they've come to pass. And I believe he will have advised Buhari better. But now, I'm happy that his senior advocate is the vice president, who is a man we totally trust, is a man who has high grade credibility and full knowledge of the law. An expert in criminal law, UN acclaimed. So he's a man we're not really bothered with him. They would do a lot, and they will work towards this free education.
It sounds like a bright picture for Nigeria, and we're all hoping for the very best. Nothing but that for the good people of Nigeria. Thank you so much, Barrister Mohammed Fawehinmi, human rights lawyer and activist. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
SaharaTV, stay tuned. The conversation continues.
Hello, hi, my name is Andrew Josumo, the director of Mother of George. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Violet Bulawayo. You are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Daniel Ademinoka. I'm a film producer and director, and you are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. That's what it is, SaharaTV.
This is Nature. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
This is Dr. Melva Green, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Greetings, family. This is Donisha Fredegas, and you are watching Sahara TV. Everything Africa. Don't go nowhere.
There is a reason Africa is called the new frontier. What was once potential is now an opportunity ready to be seized. Once revered for our resources, today's wealth lies in our people. People who build the cities that shape the future. People who know an idea in one place means business in another. A generation for whom technology means there are no borders, no boundaries. We are the new lions in a brave new world. Kings of the urban jungle. And there's a bank that puts the world in our pocket and the future in our hands. UBA, Africa's global bank.
SaharaTV, you're welcome back. Still counting down to day 0 when Nigeria switches to an All Progressives Congress-led government, led, of course, by President-elect Muhammadu Buhari. In the run-up to the handover, many issues have gained relevance. The PDP in recovery mode seems to be taking stock of what made Nigerians reject them this time around, while the APC in get-set mode seems to be dealing with the reality of a never-ending litany of people's expectations, ranging from basic bread and butter issues to the more intricate matters bordering on legal and constitutional matters. We at Sahara TV are opening up a debate on several of these issues before day zero. And today we have invited Professor Itse Sagay to throw some light on some of these issues that we mentioned. Professor Sagay is a distinguished legal practitioner. He's a professor at law and a human rights activist. You're welcome to Sahara TV, Professor Sagay.
Thank you.
And thank you for your time, sir. First of all, Professor, do you see any legal bottlenecks in this transition going forward, switching from a government that has been in power for 16 years and a government that is just about to taste the first, first bite of power, if you will? Do you see any constitutional, legal problems?
No, I don't see any at all. The transfer date is 29th of May, and as long as the Chief Justice is there and swears in the President-elect that morning, maybe around midday, that's it. The changeover has occurred, and we have a new government in place. So there's no legal obstacle whatsoever that one can imagine right now.
I see. Let me backtrack a little and ask you, sir, how did you receive the news of a new government coming into power? Were you prepared for it?
Absolutely. I was one of those very, very much in favor of Buhari getting elected, because in fact, we saw a change of government as the only chance of survival for this country, which has just been going down in every way, in every sector, economically, in terms of corruption, in terms of power. In fact, what was happening was that we had a group of people who did not have any interest in the welfare of the people they were supposed to be governing. They were just there for themselves. And they didn't seem to see that the country from which they were benefiting was gradually disintegrating. So there was no option. The only way out is for a new party and a new government. And luckily, we have a man who has a record of integrity, a record of discipline, a record of morality and honor. Those are the main things we need. We need such types of principles and standards and values. And with that type of cover, the other people operating under him will have a proper guideline. So, yes, that's the only way out. And we're very happy that this change has come just in time.
I see. And I hear you, Professor. I hear you mentioning, a man who is principled and disciplined and all of that. You are a human rights activist. What is his human rights record, which so many have tried to fault him for? Like, do you think we're going to see a new Buhari in terms of the human rights subject, or should Nigerians go to sleep still looking over their shoulder?
No. Yes, he had a very atrocious human rights record in his first coming. There's no question about that. Although if you look at it, probably it was because he was so concerned, again, about the deterioration that had occurred under the Sagay regime, and he just went overboard in trying to right it. But everybody's aware of that. He himself is aware. He's regretted it. He has proclaimed himself, and I firmly believe he's sincere, that he's a newborn Democrat. He's a born-again Democrat, and he's going to be very democratic.
Okay.
In fact, my worry now is that he may go over completely to the other side, and in the process, some measures that may need to be taken
may be left uncorrected because of his fear that he will be regarded as being dictatorial. I worry more about that.
I see, and I think that's a legitimate concern for every Nigerian, especially in the light of people's expectations. People are expecting that President-elect Buhari would prosecute some members of the PDP for alleged corruption and other malpractices. He, on the other hand, is trying to work with a unified Nigeria where it doesn't seem like there's any form of witch hunting. Where does he draw the fine line, Professor?
Well, the way I see it is this. Once it comes to power and the state of the nation is thoroughly examined, anybody who is responsible for actions that undermine the viability of the state in terms of simply removing all the resources, of dealing with resources in an illegal way, state funds and things like that. I don't think really that they will have any other choice but to tell the anti-corruption agencies to investigate, and where a crime is suspected to have been committed, to charge such persons to a court, and also to attempt to recover what has been stolen.
He'll be working with the same. He'll be working with the same institutions. If I'm right, the same EFCC, the same all the other paralegals. How much difference does he really have room to make if it's the same people in these institutions?
Well, what I have found is that a lot of these Nigerians in various agencies look at the body. Well, what's the word now? The body sign or the attitude of the government in power, and they go in accordance with that attitude. It's a very, very unfortunate body language. That's the word I wanted to use. They look at the body language.
Yeah.
If they see there's a body language that is saying, let things be as they are, I'm quite comfortable, then they will relax. Or if it's a body language in which it's firmly saying crimes must be prosecuted in discipline, will not be tolerated, the country's resources have to be protected, then they will go ahead. The way Ribadu used to do, yes. That's the way I see it. It's an unfortunate thing because some of us wouldn't look at anybody. If we have any office, we are holding an office, we see the terms of reference, we just do our job. But most Nigerians look at the body language of the people in power. And so the body language of Buhari is very clear.
It's a zero tolerance for
corruption and indiscipline, yes.
Okay.
And so I think you will find those agencies, ICPC, EFCC, the fraud branch of the police. There's a fraud unit, special fraud unit of the police. They will swing into action.
I see. So let's shift gears a bit and talk about the Constitution, Nigeria's Constitution as it's presently set out. Is there anything you would consider changing, or is it working perfectly for this young democracy, which has, by the way, experienced several epochs of military military rule? It indeed is a very young democracy. Do you think the Constitution of Nigeria is working, or are there aspects that you would like to see tweaked?
Oh, the Constitution is a very, very faulty one. It has a lot of problems. There are so many things, but I think the most major is the issue of restructuring. That is, creating a restructured federation in which power and resources will be transferred from the federal to the federating units. As things stand, we have virtually only one government in the country, and that's the federal government. All the other governments really are like I don't really know what word to use. They are unviable. They are not viable. They are inchoate type of governments, and half of the time they are looking towards the federal government for funds. Every month, the commissioners of finance gravitate to Abuja to collect money and then go back and spend it. After 1 month, they all go back again. So we have a federation in name, but in effect, we have a unitary government. So there is need to restructure, to transfer resources and powers to the states, so that the federal government will be left leaner with some more specific, very common issues to look after. Things like defense, foreign affairs, currency, things like telecommunications, and so on. But I'll give you an example of what is happening. For example, the newly elected APC governors gathered in Abuja 3 days ago, informing the president-elect that they could not pay the salaries of their civil service operatives, and that the federal government should come to their aid. That itself is such an embarrassment. In any country that calls itself a federation, it never happens. So we need that restructuring. That's a major problem. That's a major problem we have.
I see. So still on the Constitution, though, the people are, for instance, decrying the lack of a federal. I mean, there's the federal police force, for instance, yes. But there are some who are calling for state-level police. What's your take on this?
Yes, not just only state police, even local government police, so that policing should be brought down to the community, and therefore will be familiar with the areas in which they are operating. We don't want somebody who is policing a street in Lagos today, and then a month later he's somewhere 700 kilometers away in the north, in a totally unfamiliar territory. So we need police at every level of governance, so that with the numbers, with familiarity, and with shared experience, they'll be able to cope with all the security requirements that we have. So that is one area. Definitely, we need
another area.
Diversification of police sources. Yes.
Yes, sir. Another area I would like you to examine with us is the area of appointing ministers and other government operatives. General Buhari, President-elect Buhari, seems to indicate that he wants to cut down the number of his appointments, but there are certain areas that he cannot transcend. How much room does he have to navigate in this area to try to trim the size of his government?
It's difficult to trim the size of the minister, the number of ministers. That's difficult because the Constitution stipulates that every state is entitled to one minister. So straight away, we are going to have 36 ministers at least. The only thing he can do is to reduce the number of ministries and make some of the ministers of state. So you reduce the number of ministries and therefore reduce administrative overheads and so on.
Okay. So
that means, yes.
All right. Some APC members have suggested that President Goodluck Jonathan should, I'm trying to quote here, go back to Otuoke with the National Conference report. There was a national conference. First of all, let me ask you, how useful was the national conference? And some APC members have said President Jonathan should take it away with him to Otuoke. What's your reaction?
No, I think that would be uncharitable. That would be uncharitable. The conference did some good things. They did some good things. I can't mention all of them, but I can mention one or two. For example, the conference agreed that local governments should now be created by the states and should not feature in the constitution, because as things stand, if you want an extra local government in your state, after all the processes within the state for approval, it still has to go to the National Assembly. It's so absurd. How can, for example, somebody representing Sokoto, why should he have a say in a local government that's going to be in Warri in the south? It doesn't make sense. So the National Conference agreed that local governments are purely internal state matters and should begin and end with the states. States will create. Again, states will also fund. Because right now, we have 744 local governments being funded by the federal government at the federal level, not federal government, by the federation, because there's a federation account. They share this money. That's no good. If the state wants 1,000 local governments, fine, have it and fund it yourself. But as it is now, there is a central bank, so to speak, from which funding of local governments is coming, funding of states is coming, funding of federal government is coming. That's a very wrong way to run a federation.
I see. Finally, sir, going forward, what does Nigeria look like? What does Nigeria look like in the next 4 years? What should we expect to see in the next 4 years, briefly?
Well, we, at least in spirit, we see that a new dawn has arrived. We know that the man who is in charge now and his immediate lieutenant, the vice president-elect, Professor Shimbajo, are two upright men of strong character who are determined to make sacrifice for the progress and benefit of this country. We have no doubt about that. And what I expect to see in the coming years, in the next few years, in fact, within a year, is one, a hugely improved economy, because a lot of the siphoning that is going on, the stealing, the looting, will be reduced considerably. Secondly, there will be a sense of purpose in government. There will be a goal and there will be vision, and there will be particular direction in which government is going, and once that leadership is given, the rest of the country will follow. Then, to go to specific issues of fuel. For example, as we speak now, there's no fuel in Nigeria. We are exporting crude oil all over the world, but we have no refined product to use in our own country. So in effect, we now re-import what we exported. That is a terribly wasteful and irresponsible practice, which only people who hate this country will allow to continue to plague us. So I expect this government within 2 years to work towards having all refining of petroleum products done in this country. In fact, we should be able to export refined products. I also expect the electricity situation to improve. They privatized so many companies, and contrary to the usual benefits of privatization, there is no improvement in the light electricity situation. In fact, it has worsened. It's crashed to about 2,000 kilowatts or megawatts a day, instead of over 4 that it used to be after full privatization. It shows you that there was something wrong in that privatization. Maybe the people who were allowed to take over this, to buy these generating stations and distribution companies were people who were either not qualified or not prepared to do it, because I can't understand a situation in which we have this sharp drop. So, and then in education and in medicine and so on, we expect to see a gradual advance, so that in 4 years, Nigeria will have achieved a standard more closely related to the level of income that the country is generating and the level of manpower which we have.
Thank you so much, Professor Itse Sagay. Such impeccable insights. We really appreciate your time and your contribution, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
You're welcome.
SaharaTV, stay tuned. More on this platform. Don't go away.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching SaharaTV.
I love SaharaTV. Everybody, SaharaTV, man. Go check it. To my body ass.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching SaharaTV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching SaharaTV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching SaharaTV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day. And you are watching SaharaTV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching SaharaTV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching SaharaTV.
And you know, say you don't steal my heart, girl. You be thief, and say you be thief. Oh boy, you get him out. But thing I'm sure about, you be thief. You be thief. In the studio, Friday, I forgot my lines, remembered your face. Oh, I am a mess, I can't concentrate. Oh, this can't be happening to me. They do me singing, oh yeah, you got me blazing. Boy, you make me feel every day like sitting on my body. I can't deny I'm feeling it. I wanna call you baby, butterflies. You give me butterflies. Hey, you be thief. I don't say you be thief. And you know, say you don't steal my heart, go. You be thief. I don't say you be thief. Oh boy, you get some out. One thing I'm sure about, you be thief. You won't try my love out. Oh, it be like saying a sugar. Oh, it be your passy water. I feel that you to be matter. See, I see they do me. The thing they do me,
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumentin, a.k.a. Mr. Naughty, and you're watching SaharaTV, everything Africa, and keep it locked. Ah.
I'm from Ekiti State.
Nini
Shout out to SaharaTV, our own massive TV reporter. Emma Kana, Emma Sheru, I want to share our work, you know, I cover, you know, MSN gang, a ratatata.
Hi, what's up, Africa? They call me Race, and you're watching SaharaTV. Keep it up, don't go nowhere.
I'm a king, I say no to defeat. Inspiration for the song, 100K for the beat. The first album dropped, didn't make it to the street because the markets got that fuck up, and I needed to fuck up. So I could fall like basketball and get my back up. But now I got it back up. Go, we sang up, everybody loves the single. They say this guy.
Hello viewers and welcome back to SaharaTV. My name is Fawehinmi and this is the Callback segment where, of course, we'd like to hear from you, the viewers, on our question of the day. The number to call is 917-284-9811. And of course, today I'm joined by the one and only indomitable Kwesi Bakun. Did I get it right?
You did, actually. No, there was my name really well.
Yeah, but isn't there a middle?
Son.
Son Bakun, yeah. And today we're not doing sports. We're actually just taking your callbacks. We'd like to hear from you guys. And so we put up 2 questions of the day on our Facebook site. Please go check it out. The first one today is Buhari has instructed his security detail to follow road rules when going around the country. And we want to know if you guys think this will encourage other politicians and government officials to do the same thing, as well as the citizens. Also, the fuel scarcity in Nigeria right now is affecting Lagos and Abuja, and we'd like to hear from you. We want to know what you guys think of it. But first of all, I'm going to ask Kwesi. Kwesi, what do you think about that? Excuse me, Buhari telling his security detail, to obey the road rules and everything.
Well, thank you very much, Humble Prince, for having me on this segment of the show.
Oh, this is our thing, man.
I need to mention though that I'm only sitting for Adola Fawehinmi for the first part of the callback segment, and she will take over from me when she comes back. To your question now.
Yes.
I'm not too sure if it's over exuberance, if it's a media gimmick, if it's populist. I'm not sure, but to say you're not going to have your convoy drive through red lights, for instance, you're going to have your, I don't know if they went to those details, but my understanding is that they actually made those, nitty-gritty details about, okay, the presidential convoy is not going to drive through red lights. It's going to observe like any other vehicle. I don't know if that works. First of all, for the security of the president, it's not safe to even do that. You have, imagine Lagos. I've been to Lagos several times. I know what Lagos traffic is like. Imagine the president's convoy stopping at the red light somewhere at Agege, or someplace like that.
Or like a very busy area.
Very busy area. What's it going? It's not real. It's not even real to suggest that. However, I should also mention that the intent, however, is very noble, because what I think the president is trying to say is this: I am not going to be above the law. And I expect my operatives, my officials, my ministers to also do the same. And that is supposed to have a trickle-down effect all the way down to the average Joe on the streets who is pushing the cart or who is doing whatever. If the president is not doing certain things, you will know that you don't have the leverage to do that. But that should be managed carefully. As it's couched right now, I think it sounds a bit too populist for my liking.
Yeah, exactly. So I think one thing he was just the agenda he's trying to push is that, nobody's above the law.
Basically.
If I can obey the rules, so should not just, my staff and my convoy, but everybody, the average citizen. And here's another thing, though. I've been to Lagos, man. My friends just drive through those red lights like it's nothing.
I'll tell you something. I wish I had a diagram to show you what I'm going to say to you that I saw in Lagos, right? So it's the dual carriageway. The traffic moving in this direction is like really thick, like stagnant. The traffic in this other direction, not so thick. People from this lane were crossing over to the other side of of this, and not even driving on the sidewalk. On the other side of the road.
In the same direction. So
imagine traffic like this, and the president getting caught up in that and actually stopping for how many ever minutes it takes to. With Boko Haram and all these other business going on, I don't think it's practicable.
Again, I think he's just trying to set a standard. Honestly, how realistic is it? I don't think it. I don't see it happen. So one thing I think he's also trying to do is to say, it's not just do as I say, but do as I do.
Totally, which is very honorable. And President-elect Buhari is getting a lot of acclaim from Nigerians, which is a beautiful thing.
Exactly.
Nigerians themselves are saying, "Oh, this is an upright man. This is somebody who has principles. This is somebody who is not corrupt. He's not corruptible. All of that." And I think that he's very eager to emphasize that point. And not just to do that, but to leave a legacy that will hopefully stay and then, transform the Nigerian society for the better.
So here's the thing. Let's look at it from a point of view here in the United States. Fine, the president has security detail and everything, but they're not above the law either. If they're caught speeding on the turnpike, somebody could say, you know what? You're not supposed to be doing that. So
that's arguable, Humble Prince, because the thing is that it's protocol. It's not even if the presidential convoy drives through red lights, it's not driving through red lights. It's protocol.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Before the president comes through, there's a whole lot of. President Obama was in my neighborhood just the other day.
And
I was and he was I was really impressed by the arrangements made for traffic. I wish the same level of arrangement had been made when he came to Ghana. because it was terrible. The traffic was terrible when he came to Ghana.
Right.
But I saw that like several blocks down in every direction, there were policemen controlling the situation. So that sucks up the traffic that would have gone in that area.
Right.
So first of all, that is reduced. But again, the presidential convoy, when it's coming, it does not regard red lights. It just drives through because that is protocol. Cars stop, the presidential convoy drives through. It's like an ambulance, or a police car or whatever. They just drive through. They're not really flouting any laws when they drive through because it's arranged.
Right.
But again, like we said, I think what he really said goes beyond the semantics of stopping at red lights and all of that.
So I think what he's trying to do is instill a culture of abiding by the law. So I don't think he's just going to do this with road rules. I think he's going to do this with other things. So do I like the move? I think I like it.
I like it too.
I think he's sending a message out there and everything. But to what you said though, like when the president, visits New York and they run through red lights and everything, they've made security accommodations as well as safety accommodations. So we understand that what this is. The president, this is protocol, he has to get to where he gets for security reasons. And to what you said, look at fire engines and look at ambulances. They run the red light when necessary. So I can definitely understand. But I think, what you and I are saying, and everybody's in agreement that he's trying to instill a culture of discipline. I think similar to what he did, back in the days, war against the discipline.
Without all the trappings of the military.
Exactly. So right now, I think the way he's presenting it, yes, I think the way he's presenting it is just, in a way that, everybody can embrace. Again, viewers would like to hear from you. Please, what do you guys think? 917-284-9811. In the meantime, let me go to our social media page, our Facebook page, and see what people are saying about this. I have Philip Edogun. He says, yes, they must all follow the rules. Nobody's above the law. We hope and pray that the incoming government we pray for the incoming government for success. Oh, sorry, I didn't get that. Let me see what else someone says. Awal Omar Wayere says, yes, it would definitely encourage the masses. Oh, but no, I can't read that comment. I'm sorry.
Something unprintable?
Yes, sorry. Please, when you comment on our Facebook page, guys, we're reading, impromptu and live, so please be nice, okay? I didn't get a chance to go through this before I read them, but so another person, from another perspective, it wouldn't be a smart security idea for the president's convoy to stop at certain points, and about other citizens, strict laws and sanctions can be imposed. So to what you were saying, it's not definitely not a...
And Humble Prince, I wish that whoever put out that statement, I'm not sure that the president-elect himself said that verbatim, but whoever said that statement, I wish he had used something like work ethics as an example rather than traffic, for instance, because I'll use Ghana as an example because I know that society much better than I do the Nigerian society. But I'm sure it's all...
It's similar. I could go ahead. I have a lot of examples in Nigeria, I tell you.
Because civil servants show up at work whenever, go for lunch at whenever, stay whenever, still get paid. Ghost names, Oga the top syndrome. These kind of things are what I really think that they should focus on because, seriously, I think that drives the very engine of progress in the society. If people are going to come to work when they're supposed to come to work, if they're going to work and not pretend to work, if the government is going to pay people and not pretend to pay people, these are the things that I think we should really look at rather than, little semantics like...
I'm going to try as much as possible to abide by the road rules and the laws, traffic laws and everything. This is putting the onus on the average citizen to do this because, like I said, when I go to Nigeria, man, my friends are running through the red lights and everything. And to what you said, I've seen it happen. We're going east On the Nigerian,
On the west route.
Okay, so say we're traveling east on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, and we encounter traffic. They cross over to the west
the other side and
still go east. I don't understand that. So
you know what one of my friends said when I was discussing this with him off air? He was like, does Nigeria have a traffic problem? Is there like a peculiar traffic problem why the president-elect will use traffic as an example, for instance, like?
Yeah, you know, other people have said that, you know, there are more important things to focus on than road rules, but we have to start somewhere. And I think, like I said, he's trying to implement and instill a culture of discipline, you know, and make sure everybody's law-abiding. So I think he's going to come out with other things that people should abide by, you know.
Totally.
And he's going to use himself as an example. Again, please would like to hear from you guys. The number to call is 917-284-9811. You know, what do you guys think about President Buhari saying that he's going to instruct his security detail to abide by the rules of the road and traffic and everything? So while we're on that, let's go to our second question of the day, the fuel scarcity that's going on in Lagos right now. And I mean, we're all of Nigeria, but it's really affected in what I would like to call the financial areas of Nigeria, Lagos and Abuja. You know, it's really, really affecting them. What do you think about that situation? Oh, sorry, before we take that, I think we have a caller. Caller, you're on Sahara TV. Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to thank Sahara TV for bringing up this discussion.
Thank you.
But one thing you should understand is this. Buhari saying this is because he has not been sworn in. I'm not doubting his credibility. But have it, now that he has not been sworn in, this is why he's now saying none of his traffic men or, security details should pass red lights or obey all traffic signs. But there's every tendency by the 29th of May, if he's sworn in, he is going to be on the protocol and the security department to handle that. You can't expect a country like Nigeria that the president is coming and the president will stay on the line to wait for traffic sign. It will never happen. So what he's only trying to do is to send the message across. If I, the president-elect, can do this now, I want all and sundry to follow such rules. So he's trying to set up that example. That's one thing you should have in mind. Buhari, we know he's a disciplined man. Because with what is going on in Nigeria, you find out that some people will just be on the line, and from nowhere a councillor, even not a councillor, some of these guys that have their money with mobile police, just beating the traffic, going left, right, and center. They don't care.
Right.
So these are the things I want to let you people know that come May 29th, security will take charge, and he has no other powers to say stop traffic light, which is not going to be possible. But we're only trying to send signal that what has been going on since those impunities should stop. Right. That's my own contribution. Thank you.
Kennedy, thank you so much for that contribution. I think he makes a very good point.
Yeah, totally.
Let's see what happens when he does
totally
take off.
And see this thing in connection with what he just said as well. Ghana, if I keep going back to Ghana,
we're brothers,
very understandable.
Neighboring countries. Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
Ghana and Nigeria have so much in common that I feel like everything that applies in Ghana necessarily applies in Nigeria.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but former President Kufuor, for instance, before he came to power, the party used to make a lot of noise about for instance, like the size of the former president's motorcade. Oh, too many cars. Oh, this and that and the next thing. When he came to power, he actually tried in the first few days to trim his motorcade. You would find, instead of maybe 30 cars, you would find maybe 10, 12, 15. As he stayed in power, the convoy began to swell. You know, and the excuse they gave was that, there are people who drive with the president. It's not part of the convoy per se, you know, but yeah.
I think we have another caller. Caller, thank you for calling Sahara TV. Go ahead.
Hey, brother Prince, how you doing?
How you doing, brother? Thank you for calling.
Good to find. I'm a big time fan. Following you guys. I mean, it's and regarding the question on the old guy on Buhari.
Young guy.
I really think it's kind of, I mean, considering the man is 72 years old, I mean, I don't know that some people are kind of impatient with him, and considering his military record, and people are saying all sort of things about him. But this old man is serious and is honest. He has integrity to pull Nigeria out of the mess it is in. I mean, if people will give him the chance, he can straighten out that country. Nigeria is really in a big mess. And he can pull the country out. And all people need to do is give him the chance. He is a honest man. He's a very clean man. He can pull the country out. What he is doing is the one thing it is, I am a critic by nature myself. I've done a lot of criticism. I've criticized. I'm a Pan-Africanist by nature. I mean, I contribute to your website. I criticize all over. But Buhari really has what it takes to move the country forward. So we should all give him our prayers and just roll behind him. He can move the country forward.
So thank you for calling. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
See, this is what I was talking about. Nigerians themselves have a lot of confidence in General Buhari. I kind of feel a bit nervous for him because the expectations are really high, Right. But it also behooves on Nigerians to give him time to settle in properly. For instance, I was asking about the first 100 days. There's this unspoken, agreement between the press and governments where in the first 100 days of a president taking over, they hardly say anything critical about him, and then after the 100 days, they take over. I'm informed that General Buhari is not going to enjoy that 100 days.
Yeah, neither did Obama.
So, but again, what I'm saying really is that I wish Nigerians would really be practical about the expectations of General Buhari.
And realistic.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to say though is that I hope he didn't set himself up for even more criticism, because the minute they see him in a security detail disobeying the laws, they were like, "Oh, didn't you say you were going to obey the laws and everything?"
Yeah,
but people have to, think critically, and understand that what he's saying he's going to obey the laws is not just like when he has like a function to go to anything and he has to get there.
But in every aspect.
Right, there's security. But I understand we have another caller. Caller, go ahead. Thank you for calling Sahara TV.
Yeah, good day. My name is Chris. I'm calling from Germany.
Thank you, Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I want to appreciate the good work you guys are doing. I really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. We all appreciate it. Sahara team. Thank you.
All right. My question or comment is this, regarding Buhari's traffic law or whatever he wants to do. I think that's a positive step. The last caller was a kind of a skeptic about that. We should be positive and give this man a chance.
Okay.
To implement whatever he wants to implement. People should by now accept that PDP has lost, and they should accept the defeat. So let us give this man a chance. Talking about his convoy, I don't know if you guys watched 2 days ago in UK when Tony Blair was going to see the Queen. It was only 2 vehicles and a police ride, 3 police rides. And people were standing on the road to wait for the convoy to go through.
Right.
So Buhari has trying to set a pace now. So we should give him chance and let him do that.
Good.
Not trying to find a way to condemn this thing he's trying to do now. That's my own take on that.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for calling. Thank you for the feedback.
Sorry.
Oh, no. I completely understand what you're saying. But, another thing is the politicians in Nigeria are notorious for when they're going somewhere, they need about 30 cars and stuff.
Sure.
Why? We don't...
Show of importance.
Exactly. Exactly. That's it. And also, I think because... And they are really, really notorious for breaking the laws, the road laws, and they have no regard for it. So I think what he's trying to do is set an example and instill in these people like, you know what, no more of that and everything. Yeah. So to what the caller said though, we really can't compare the West to Africa just yet because for security reasons, but
I disagree. I think
okay, go ahead.
Sometimes, see, I was going to give you this example.
Please.
I was in Perth, Western Australia, a couple of years ago, and I attended an event where the premier is like the governor in Nigeria because it's also a federal system.
Right.
And the premier came to the event. It was an art exhibition show. He came driving his own car. I didn't even see an armed cop or anything like that. Probably one of the nice gentlemen suited around, or maybe a few of them were security operatives. You wouldn't even see it.
Okay.
You know, he came driving his own car.
Yeah. For security purposes, though, do you think
Yeah, but I'm saying that I think these countries actually have more precarious security concerns than most African countries do. Ghana, for instance, what kind of security concern in terms of terrorism and all of that do we have to have like a 30-car convoy?
No. We have another caller. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Wale.
Wale, thank you for calling Sahara TV. Go ahead.
My pleasure. I wouldn't want us to look at the declaration by President-elect Buhari as ridiculous. We like us to appreciate this declaration, and I also like us to appreciate the patriotism in making such declaration. You know, looking at the Nigerian situation, the traffic situation in Nigeria, it looks as if it will not be practicable for a president in that situation. So I wouldn't be surprised when he is sworn in, and due to security reasons, that declaration may be override due to protocol.
Right.
But the fact remains that for him to declare at this stage shows the passion and the patriotism and the willing to lead by example. So I want us to look at it from that perspective, and at least it should be appreciated.
Thank you. Wale, thank you very much. Yeah, I like the callers today, man. They keep it nice and succinct and very concise and just straight to the point. Thank you, guys. We'd like to continue to hear from you. 917-284-9811. Thank you very much. Yeah. So to what you were saying, you know, I think it's a display of importance and everything, but I long for the day where I'll see a Nigerian politician just drive up to an event by himself.
President-elect Buhari is just about to show us.
Okay, hey, we'll see. You know, I understand, but for security purposes, though, you know, I don't think the security is really strong in Nigeria right now. I mean, we have armed robbers, even Boko Haram and stuff like that. Even though I think
it's not practicable, like we said right from the beginning. And I believe that, like the last caller said, once he takes office, the security department of his establishment would take over that aspect, and I'm not sure how much say he himself will even have in terms of stop the convoy or anything like that. I'm not sure.
There's going to be a security. There's definitely a security strategy. They just don't wake up and say.
I mean, there are things that people should understand, though, that yes, he's the president, but there are certain things that he still has to fall in line with. You know, he gives the orders, everything, everybody's at his beck and call, but there are certain things that he has advisors.
Exactly.
I don't think all the advisors are going to sit down and say, because the president says he wants to stop at the red light, let's do it. I'm sure people will draw his attention to some finer details of the whole.
Exactly. And here's another thing. I think he's also just trying to send a message that, look, the law is the law. Nobody's beyond reproach. Nobody's above the law. So, again, citizens need to know that, you know what?
Sit up.
You're being watched. The war against indiscipline is back. And we have another caller. Caller, go ahead.
Hello. Hi. How are you guys doing?
Thank you. Great. Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Good. Yes. I've been listening to you guys, and you're talking about the statement made by General Buhari about traffic. I think that statement is for this moment. Because obviously he's not been sworn in, and he's obviously moving around. I think he's basically talking about now that his aides need to observe, the protocols and obey traffic rules. I think the moment he's sworn in, I think obviously protocol and the security details and all that will counter that. And I don't know, I think there's been an earlier time that I actually called his family, and said to them that, listen, if you flout the law because of my new position now, you're on your own and you have to, meet the dictates of the law. So basically, I think it just shows, the intentions he has for Nigeria to set things straight. But I think that statement particularly is for this moment while he hasn't been sworn in. Obviously, when he's sworn in, no one will expect a presidential, motorcade to be stopping our traffic, that's what I think.
Yeah.
Succinctly put.
Yeah, thank you for calling and thank you for watching Sahara TV. Yeah, I definitely agree. He's going to have sirens and pilots ahead of him trying to clear the way for him. Yep. But he's the president now. Like you said, some people that have money try to do that too. That's no more for you guys, man. That's over.
In fact, and there was this story where some guy was arrested trying to join the convoy. The people started getting notorious for that. Like they see the presidential convoy moving, you have to park for them to pass. But as soon as they pass, then you have people like
trying to go.
So it's a tough terrain to handle. You really cannot have the presidential convoy flowing in the same pace of traffic with everybody
It's like
else.
here, when we see the cops, on the highway, there's traffic and the cops are. Their sirens are on, and as soon as the cop goes ahead of you, you try to go behind it and try to follow,
Straight, before the others get in.
It's like they blaze the trail for you, Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So, keep calling. Your calls are welcome on +1 917 284 9811, and I understand we have one right now. Hello, caller. You're welcome to Sahara TV. Hello, Ike from Michigan. You're welcome to the Talkback segment on Sahara TV.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
We're great, sir. How are you?
All right. Yes, I'm calling with regard to the election of President Buhari. We're excited at his election, but as far as it concerns, he's given orders at that time that his convoy should respect others. I mean, General Buhari himself may want to adhere to traffic rules, but the problem will be his ministers, his officials. He should instruct them. He should let them know his philosophies about office, his principles regarding public office. He should call them to order because he himself may not be the one. And I know this to be true, going against traffic rules, going against the laws of the country. But he should, especially when he has a lot of PDP guys in his government, people like Amechi will come with his people. So he should make sure that these people understand his ideologies as it relates to public office. Thank you.
Ike, thank you so much, man.
That is hilarious.
That is hilarious because a lot of PDP people have kind of defected to. But to what he said though, and my uncle's soul rest in peace. My uncle, who was a former king of Akure, our hometown, when we would land in Lagos and we had to go to Ondo states, he would send them, a police
pay for a
pilot.
motorcade?
Yeah, for us to get there because we had to get there in time. But another thing.
No, but you are royals. Right?
No. All that's about to end now, according to. But one thing though was for security purposes because the last time I was home, and big shout out to my cousin, we were driving down to Ondo State, and we almost got ambushed by armed robbers. I'm telling you, that was one of the scariest. I was so scared, but we had the security detail and everything, so things just worked out like that. But one thing I like to see is that he should enforce and improve security. So that
generally for everybody.
For everybody, yes, for all citizens. No man is greater than the other. So that won't really be a concern because God forbid if you get because we had a flat that night too, and we were fixing it on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Oh man, that's So guys, please still keep calling. We'd like to hear from you. 917-284-9811. So we're going to go to our second question of the day. Yes, and as you can understand, there's fuel scarcity going on in Nigeria right now, and we'd like to hear how the fuel scarcity has been affecting you guys. So please, we'd like to hear from you.
Before we do that, though,
yes,
I think we're going to try to go for a quick break sometime soon in the next maybe couple minutes, but after you speak.
Oh, no. Fuel scarcity, what do you think about that then?
That is a huge issue. Nigeria and fuel, there's a whole thesis of opinions banging all over the place on that subject. We'll get back to that in a few minutes after this break.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Keep watching Sahara TV. Thank you.
This is Adam Clayton Powell IV, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Amini Kajunju, President and CEO of the Africa America Institute. You are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
What's up, y'all? I'm TJ Allen, and I played the role as Trayvon Martin. We had the National Black Theater. What's up? Shouts out to Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, what's up? My name is Bright A.K. Basketball. You're watching Sahara TV. Keep it locked down. Everything is Africa right here.
Shout out Sahara TV. I'm going to respect to all the now. I'm going to
Hello, this is Dikeme Mutombo. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything in Africa.
Hey, my name is Benga Denga, the first. They call me the GCON, Grand Comedian of Nigeria. All you people watching out there, keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Jeffrey Wright, coming to you from New York City, just across the river from the Republic of Brooklyn. And you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
The people there, and I thank you for listening to Sahara TV. So I believe say all man get for listening and in a good watch and 5 and me I know they say but in a good watch.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and I am an entrepreneur, a poster child for the success story from zero to this. Yes, I'm the proud owner of this store, and over the years, I've been able to stay ahead of my peers by always thinking outside the box, like literally outside the box. I believe in innovation, and right now, the most innovative idea we've embarked on is expanding our store beyond the physical. Now, we can serve our customers all around the world, and we didn't have to pay anything at all. How did we do it? Voila!
On the GT Bank SME Market Hub, you can access millions of customers worldwide for free. Receive payments directly into your account. No middleman, no commission, no fees. Sign up today to expand your business opportunities. Visit www.smemarkethub.com to get started. The SME Market Hub. Buy, sell, list, connect.
Yes, welcome back, viewers, to the Callback segment. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. Again, we'd like to hear from you. The number to call is 917-284-9811. And of course, I'm joined with my man right here, Kwesi.
His son.
His son, Bakun. Yeah. It's fantastic,
yes,
man.
Indeed.
Yes, so Adela won't be joining us for this Callback segment, but, you know, Kwesi, you taking over the segment, man.
I hope I'm doing a good enough
You're
job.
doing a fantastic job. I hope I'm doing a good job. So I understand we have another caller. Caller, you there? Oh, okay, caller hung
I think the caller dropped. Please call back. We really appreciate your opinion. This segment is really for you, our callers.
Yes, definitely.
So we prefer you to do more of the talking whilst we just take it all in. So please call us. The number to call +1 917-284-9811.
Yes, because if they don't call in, I could talk the whole, I like
know
to
you.
talk.
I know you.
Yeah, but so one thing we were talking about was the fuel scarcity in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And I think, it's affecting the country on all levels. Economically, it's a lot of stress. One of my co-anchors that calls the radio show on Wednesday couldn't call this Wednesday because she said she was actually stuck in traffic. So I really think it's crippling the whole city, like not just with traffic, but it's also crippling airlines. Airlines can't fly.
Everything.
Everything.
It affects everything.
Yeah, do you know the economical effect this is having on the country? How much money people are losing daily? Yeah, I understand we have another caller. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
3 things. 1, I appreciate Buhari saying that he was going to follow traffic laws or traffic rules, but I'm afraid of the Dinkas of this world. They probably heard that, and they're planning, hopefully not. They're planning, so he's going to stop at a traffic light. Maybe I should just replan my, like I said, God forbid, someone doesn't do it. But I just think for security reasons, I would not be unhappy if the security team tells him, no, sir, you cannot stop at the traffic light because, some bad guys may be waiting there for you. That's 1. 2, okay. I'm wondering if Buhari can reverse or stop all the, appointments that Jonathan is rushing through at this last hour. And if he can abrogate or stop I don't know what contract, the oil importers or marketers or whatever, these guys that are supposed to supply fuel with the oil industry of Nigeria. I don't know if you can reverse that or fix that so that this nonsense that's going on in Nigeria now would never happen again. This is just ridiculous, And I just hope that he's coming in is sped up so that he can fix this stuff because Nigerian people are suffering. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you, and thank you, Sahara reporters, for all the great stuff you've done.
Nice
Bye.
one, David from California. That was so well put. Nice one. Now to the second question you just mentioned, I will just say, Professor Itse Sagay, who is a legal luminary, a Nigerian luminary. He's very well versed in law. We had an interview with him and he addressed that very question that you just asked. So what I'm going to say to you is, don't go anywhere, just stick right here. An interview is coming up with Professor Itse Sagay soon, and you'll get the full answers to that concerning what can be done about Dr. Jonathan's appointments that he's like effecting before he leaves office.
Yeah, we actually spoke about that on our callback segment yesterday, and last week. Should Buhari honor those appointees? And I was like, no. But I understand there's some legal ramifications around it and everything, Constitution. So, like Kwesi said.
Basically, I think it's a constitutional issue because the thing is that Goodluck Jonathan has not flouted any law by doing that.
Right.
He's still the president of Nigeria.
Right now,
So he has the authority to appoint anybody. It's up to President-elect Buhari to decide if he wants to keep these people in office.
Right.
Again, another angle to the story is that, are these civil appointments, are they appointments that the president has the power to repeal or to reject? We need to look at all those, before we...
But, we could talk about that because we spoke about it last weekend. So I don't know what Goodluck's intentions are. He had 6 years to appoint these people. Why are you appointing them at the last hour?
Maybe just for the heck of it. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe just for the heck of it.
Yeah, we have another caller. Yeah. Caller, go ahead.
Silva from France. Go ahead. You're live.
Hello.
Yes,
Silva, we can hear you, Silva. Go ahead.
Okay. My view on this Sahara program, I love it. Sahara to... Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. I really commend you people for this good job, like someone like Adeola, Rudolph, and Humble Prince.
Thank
you very much for doing this great job to Africa. We that is in an outside country here, we feel bad about our country, and we thank God today that we have found somebody like Buhari. As he said, if can restrict some certain things about Nigeria, like area of corruption, we should have good light, electricity, and health care. we will be glad. Not when they say all those things and later on they don't do it again. You see the whole year they wasted 1 year, 2 years, 4 years pass away, they contest again. They keep promising everybody. That seems to be that bring that country to a mess. So I really thank you people for doing this job. This is my comment.
Silva, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Silva. And don't forget, callers, that we have also brought in the second question of the day, so feel free to comment on that as well, which is the level to which the fuel scarcity is affecting you in Nigeria and how much you're paying for a liter of fuel. To answer the question you asked me before the caller came in about how much it's affecting, it's at the core of everything.
Everything.
But the farce here is that Nigeria is what, the 7th or the 4th? I'm not too sure.
I think it's the 7th in the world, number 1 in
biggest
Africa.
oil and number 1 in Africa. I'm even looking at the world because Africa doesn't really produce too much oil. So let's take it up a notch.
On the world scene.
On the world scale, Nigeria is a major producer of oil.
Yes.
So to have a fuel crisis in a country that produces oil, it's just laughable.
Yes.
We have a new caller. Let's take him and then I'll come back to, I'll definitely come back to this. Habib from Finland, you're welcome to SaharaTV.
Thank you, Kosi. I'm a Ghanaian. Thank you for the good work you are doing.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to contribute in Buhari's thing. I think it's a very good idea for the Africans to learn from Ghana to all the way to Nigeria. All the leaders we are suffering today because of we don't have good leaders. We are all European. In Europe here we see what is going on. We only hope for better Nigeria in future.
Habib, thank you. Habib,
That's it, Habib. Thank you very much, my countryman. Charlie. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Fantastic. Yeah, let me just read the question of the day again. So some parts of Nigeria are experiencing fuel shortage. How is the fuel shortage affecting you, and how much are you paying per liter? I've been getting reports that some people are normally supposed to be paying like maybe 87, 95 naira per liter. They're paying as much upwards to like 140, if not 150, if not more. And you know, on the black market and on the streets, they're paying actually way more than that.
In a country that produces oil, like I was saying before, what is stopping Nigerians from building a refining facility that other African countries can benefit from?
Yes.
What is stopping? Why do you export the crude only to go back and then buy back the same product that you just sent out? What kind of... See, this is one. That's why I'm saying that semantics like stopping at red lights and stuff like that need to be put on the back burner for now. Yeah. These are the issues that we really need President-elect Buhari to tackle head on.
Yes.
That is going to change not just the economy, but even the social life of Nigerians is going to improve tremendously once this thing is
not just
tackled.
Nigeria, Africa.
Totally.
Yeah. We have another caller.
Just be sure you don't have Ghanaians running back the way they did in that gay days. Okay? Johannes from Maryland, welcome to SaharaTV.
Yeah, thank you. I am calling today to make contribution to the second question on fuel scarcity
yes.
that is going on in Nigeria.
Go ahead.
I think the situation in the country presently is just it's just a way to, show that the incoming government may not be able to handle the situation. But I will only encourage my people in Nigeria that they need to just bear with whatever is going on now till when the new government will take over, because I think the reality is that the government coming in will have to put things in place. From the record, the incoming president was the one that, built 2 refineries, and he knows what it is and what he needs to do, definitely, because he knows what the present situation is. So it's just a way of telling the people that they should bear with whatever situation they are facing now, because we could all see from the report last week that the country is very, very broke. they borrowed. They have the Minister for Finance just to own up that they have been borrowing money to finance programs and different things. I even pay salary in the country, which is very bad. So from this, I believe that it's just that our people need to just bear it. Since we have been bearing for long, and we should just wait for the few days that remains for the new government to come in.
Let me ask you, Johannes. Sorry, Johannes, but let me ask you. You think Nigerians should give the incoming president some time to settle in, get a grasp of what's going on, or are you expecting President-elect Buhari to just come in and go bulldozing into all the areas?
You say, for any reasonable Nigeria that really know what it means, needs to know that in the government coming in needs to be given time to put things in place. You know, because the fact is that there are a lot of mess, a lot of shit has been done. And looking at it, we need to realize that things need to be put in place. Though the incoming government, we know that there are enormous things to do, and we have to prioritize the things, because you will definitely see that there are queues all over. Because I could see, when I was listening to Channels TV, I saw him leaving Maitama, his house in Maitama, to his private house, a defense house in Maitama to his private house. And there are a lot of filling stations along that way, which you will definitely see the queue. So he's going to, he will know that that's one of the priority of his government to face as soon as they come in. But I am very optimistic. I'm very positive about General Buhari that he is going to put everything in place.
Thank you so much, Johannes.
I am very sure that in less than 3 months or 4, Nigeria will not be importing refined gas again in Nigeria, because the present situation of refinery can still produce. And I'm sure that what they're producing will be insufficient for Nigeria each day to use.
Okay.
And for the turnaround that may take place in a refinery, will then increase the production capacity. So I'm optimistic that the situation people are facing now is just temporary. And we just need to bear with the government coming in. Give him maximum of 3 months, things will come back to normal in the oil, sector.
Thank you very much. Johannes, thank you very much. I like what he said, man.
Yeah.
He said he's being optimistic.
He's really optimistic, though.
How
3 to 4 months?
3 to 4 months?
Can you build a refinery in 3 to 4 months?
Well, I think we have some refineries that are just not functioning. So they need to just repair it. Yeah, so that's, but 3 to 4 months. But, you know, another thing is that some of the effects that it's having on people that I've been reading is like some people have actually just parked their cars at gas stations. And that's just ridiculous. And again, it's crippling the, I think it's crippling the cities, you know, especially Lagos and Abuja. And you compound on that, not even just in Abuja, but in Lagos, where they have power problems.
So that was what I was going to ask you, that do you have electricity at least? Because the people in Ghana are crying over basic electricity to iron my shirt to go to work.
No, but
basic electricity to do the simple things artisans do to earn a living. They don't have power. What are these people doing?
Know, it's unfortunate that electricity has been it's been around for over centuries, and we still don't have it, you know, steady electricity. It's basic, honestly. So that's just one of the things that have to work on. So, you know, with the full scarcity, man, I think it's just really a shame. I understand we have another caller. Caller, go ahead. You know, Sahara TV. Thank you for calling.
Yeah. I have to be very brief, like you rightly said. One thing you should understand is that this new man coming in has been a minister before. But the real problem did not just start with his time. The real problem started with the turnaround maintenance of NNPC. If you watch well, the builders of NNPC in those days, NNPC refinery, that of Warri, that's where I hail from, was Italian company. But, you know, just because of the corruptions in our government, instead of going back to these same people, they were going to Koreans that never had idea from what they did about that refinery. And that was where the problem of Nigeria refinery started from. How can we, a country that has all it takes with the crude we have, with such large refineries in Warri, Port Harcourt, we now take crudes to other countries and refined? These are parts of the corruption we are talking about. Instead of bringing the real builders of this refinery, people who knows the architectural design till the level the refinery was, and wherever there is a problem, they know where to go. They are bringing in Koreans. So with all this, these are areas whereby people within the NNPC, people within the government officials are making their kickback and kick front. So for us to have all this problem where we will not be having fierce scarcities in Nigeria, we need these same people that built this refinery to come back and do the real turnaround maintenance. And from there, we'll have the availability of these products everywhere. So nobody should deceive you. They know the right thing to do. But because of corruption, nobody wants to do the right thing. Yeah. Look at somebody like Professor Tam David West. Why was he sent to jail? A man with a clean record just because he was given a wristwatch. If we have people like Tam David West, they know the right thing to do. So we shouldn't be deceived. Anybody telling you sabotage from here, no. They themselves that are in the government, that the people sabotaging what we are experiencing. All the sabotage we are experiencing, they themselves in the government are the cause. Yeah. Give this thing back to people like Tam David West, who are ministers, who know the right thing to do. They will know the real thing to do. Invite the real companies who built these things and do the turnaround. Yeah. Through this turnaround maintenance, they themselves that are working in this NNPC and the rest, they bring their own small companies they've incorporated to be doing the maintenance, to be doing the supplies, to be doing everything. Yeah. Look at what happened in Warri the other time. When the turnaround maintenance they did within a few months, packed up. They now set up a committee. They discovered that the MD then had a company registered in his name, using other backdoors in having businesses from there. Wow. So how do you think these same people will be there to do the right thing? Exactly. So Kennedy, if this man is coming in now, he knows the real thing to do. And I'm sure Buhari is going to do the real thing. You cannot expect a Caterpillar to build a plant. Then you now expect another company like Komatus to come and do turnaround maintenance. It is Caterpillar that has built that plant, not the kind of parts they've used. Exactly. Bringing in Komatus is just because Komatus will give you, they will use Komatus to siphon money into their private pocket.
Okay, Kennedy, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have other callers on the line, but your point has been so well stated with such passion that I'm sure everybody has got the point exactly the way we here have got your point.
And I gotta say, man, I like when these callers call in and they get passionate, and callers, we appreciate the passion and everything, but please, we have other callers and we'd like to get to them. So please, if you could just keep your points concise and succinct, we will really, really appreciate it. But to what he said, though, Nigeria is arguably, well, let's just say let's say we're the largest producer of oil in Africa, but we're also arguably the largest importer of refined crude oil we're the largest importer, right?
That's
and we import mainly from Europe and the United States. That makes absolutely no sense. Honestly, why do we have to send the oil out just to bring it back in when we can do it in our own home?
We have a new caller, Yemi from Texas. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you for taking my call. I'm calling from Houston, Texas.
All right, Yemi, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to first comment to our reporter for the good work you do. In fact, you really enlighten us and make us to know what is really going on in Nigeria. But, my contribution really is I'm surprised because some years ago they said if some subsidies are removed, that things are going to get better. But to now see that things are getting worse and nobody's irresponsible, I don't know the kind of leadership we have in Nigeria, where they promise that, okay, when some subsidies are removed and the price of oil is increased, that things are going to get better. But instead of getting better, it's getting worse. And we have leaders that are not accountable. Yes. We have people that are not holding people responsible on what is going on in Nigeria. I went to Nigeria November 2012. I got there. The price they put there was not the price they were selling the oil. And I was like, what's going on here? This is the price that was placed on there, but they're not selling it for that price. They're telling me if you don't want to buy it, then you can go. And I'm saying there's no order here. When the top is corrupt from the top, then everything is always corrupt. And that's why we are thanking God that we have a new leader now who we are believing that God is going to empower to do the right thing for Nigeria.
Yemi, thank you so much for calling. Thank you so much. Wow. I ain't great. Callers, we really appreciate when you call, man. I could just feel the passion and, the anger in these people's voices. And so
and that's the essence of what we do, Humble Prince. We really want to get the people involved in national discourse. It's no more the terrain of politicians.
No.
To just sit and make rules and just ram it down the throats of the... We want to, all of us want to actively get involved with the governance of our countries, totally.
Right, and that's why we have this platform with Sahara Reporters, and there's no Sahara Reporters without you guys. So we want to hear from you guys. We like what you, on social media. We want to hear what you guys are saying. We want to hear your voices, your ideas, and everything. So we definitely commend you guys for that. So thank you.
Let me say also, before that though, I hear we have a new caller. I have a point to make that, but I'll make it after this caller.
Yes.
You're welcome to SaharaTV, caller.
Yeah, Amechi.
Amechi from Michigan, go ahead.
Good afternoon, SaharaTV.
Good afternoon.
I want to commend you guys for the good job, the great job you guys are doing.
Thank you very much.
My prayer is that we should have more Sahara everywhere in Africa.
Amen to that.
We need that.
Yeah, it's gonna help Africa in the long run.
Yes.
The problem of Nigeria is people so much love their interests. If every Nigerian can have Nigerian interests first, having Nigerian interests first may not benefit you today, but along the line, in future, it's going to benefit your children, your grandchildren.
Yes.
So the problem we're having in Nigeria is that people love themselves so much, people cannot even do something for their country.
Wow.
And we all live in America. We enjoy what American forefathers have fight for, the freedom, the liberty, just name it, so on and so forth, But Nigeria, the religion, the tribe, it's like, even though SaharaTV, like me, I'm an Igbo guy, I find it difficult to convince some of my fellow Igbo that Sahara is not about Yoruba or about Hausa. He's doing a great job. He's helping Nigerians. He's telling the truth. He's exposing the corruption. I know how it's difficult for me to explain to them, So if we can leave tribe, religion, all those things alone, Nigeria will be the powerhouse of Africa,
Thank you very much,
It's so
Amici.
unfortunate that some people are benefiting, like this fuel crisis. Some people are benefiting from it.
Exactly.
Some people are benefiting from it. So we have to put a stop to this.
Yeah. Amici, thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling. Thank you for listening. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the point I was really going to make is that, okay, we're looking at it from this angle, but there's also a bigger picture that we probably want to probe a bit, which is the question of world economics and then, terms and conditions of trade agreements, etc.
Okay.
Africa never really fully broke away from the shackles of the world domineering powers which control the world economics.
Okay.
Yes, we gained, political freedom, all of that, but how much did that, trickle down into our everyday lives? We have countries where the national budgets are drawn in Switzerland, for instance, and practically given to you. We have countries where 4 years after striking oil, you go bowl in hand begging the IMF. The IMF comes with conditions.
Oh, yeah.
For all you know, and I'm saying this with an asterisk on it because I'm not sure that's the situation in Nigeria, but sometimes you have trade agreements which come with all kinds of funny, funny stipulations where, for instance, you cannot pay your workers a certain wage because it's going to affect certain things. You have to do this, you have to do that. You have to, for instance, for all you know, there's a clause somewhere that says, okay, we give us this oil to refine as part of another agreement that may be going on. We have a caller, Shola. Shola, you're welcome to SaharaTV.
Yes, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm doing fine.
Awesome.
Well, I just want to make a comment about that country, Nigeria. I'm an old school generation. I left the country in 1981. Okay? When I left Nigeria, a dollar was 65 kobo. It's not just the government. It's all starts from the people. These generations of Nigerians, they believe in three things. Me, myself, and I. Today. Pocket. No. Let's be honest. It's all about me, myself, and I. Today and my pocket. They don't look at the big picture.
Yeah. I agree.
They don't see that what I do. You got to invest in the society, invest in education, invest in the power structure, invest in the infrastructure of the country. They're talking about unemployment. How can you have employment when all your industries are done?
Thank you very much.
You want to start a business in Nigeria, operating cost kills you before anything.
Yeah, good point. Shola, thank you very much.
Your operating cost is already driving your profit away. So how can you, everybody's in business to make money.
Yep. Shola, thank you very much for that point. To what he said and to what the other caller said, it's true. I think the mindset of the average Nigerian and our politicians needs to change. Yes, we have to make the country better for now, but we have to make the country better for future generations. I mean, look at America, for instance. I'm not saying America is perfect or anything, but the forefathers and the founding fathers of this country made a lot of sacrifice for us to enjoy what we're enjoying today. Yes, they made some mistakes. I'm not going to go into that right now because that just opened up a can of worms. But, let's just say even people like Martin Luther King, he wasn't marching just for himself so he could have the right to vote. He was marching so that people, his siblings and the generations to come
I'll tell you something.
Yes.
I'm sorry for butting like that. It's a very valid point to what you just said.
Yes, please.
There was this senator, I think, who was on TV, on CNN the other day, and they were asking, because he was contemporaries with Martin Luther King.
Right.
And he's now a congressman. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Not a congressman. So
what's his name? The bald head guy.
Yeah. And then they asked him, and he said, they asked him, if you had told Martin Luther King that you were going to be a congressman someday, would he have believed you? He said, you know what? He actually, that question came up, and then Martin Luther King actually laughed it off. They thought it was an exotic dream of some sort, But today, it's reality. And just to buttress the point that you're making, that people invest in the future generation.
That's it.
He got killed. He got assassinated.
Yep.
But we today are reaping the benefits of the struggle that he started.
Yes, definitely.
New caller?
Yeah, I think we have a new caller.
We have a new caller. Caller, welcome.
Hello.
Taiwo from Texas, you're welcome.
Yes, sir.
Texas is very active on the show today. That's beautiful. What do you have to say?
Well, actually, it's a very good thing that we are actually experiencing some new developmental issues in Nigeria now, political system per se. We in the diaspora, when we read stuff on the news line or wherever every time, we get so, anxious and so nervous about how the country is really going, where it's actually plunging into. I believe strongly Buhari may actually not be the Messiah that we actually desire, but most definitely there are going to be some changes, positive changes.
Amen.
Personally, I'm very optimistic of Buhari's administration. Not minding the fact that we still have some bad eggs in APC and stuff like that. That is just in Nigeria, stuff, quote and unquote, politically. So we can't actually eradicate that. But the fact remains that even when you see the body languages of most Nigerians now and the political system and the political corridors of powers now, you see things are changing gradually.
Yeah.
People are being cautious what they do and how they are. Like Diziani and Nene, they've been issues of probably she's fleeing the country or stuff like that and other political class. It tells you Buhari, the fear of Buhari is the beginning of wisdom to most people in Nigeria and especially the political class. So technically, I'm not really going to say 100% there's going to be some drastic changes, but more than before, we are not going to have a corruptible president. We're not going to be having like a clueless government that we had in the past. There are going to be some changes.
Taiwo, thank you so much for calling. Thank you so much for calling. Thank you for listening, watching. We appreciate it. In the heart of this, right, is definitely corruption. I know Buhari made a statement to the BBC, or I read somewhere where he said corruption is even uglier than what Boko Haram is doing to Nigeria. I agree. So I think at the heart of this fuel scarcity, some people are benefiting. Of course. Definitely. They don't want the refineries to work.
Yep.
You know, people are benefiting from the chaos. So he has a tall order, and, you know, he has a lot to deliver.
He does.
You know? And, you know, one thing I've been hearing a lot of callers say today is that they're being optimistic. You know, let's be realistic too, but, you know, they're holding him to a very high standard, and he has to deliver.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Please
one
go
thing
ahead.
I also want to say is that President-elect Buhari needs a really strong legal team to back his government.
Nice.
Because he's coming from a military past where he ruled by decree, where he says, let's do this, and it was gospel. Now he's going to have to go through a really, you know, murky arena of all kinds of legal trappings.
Right.
He needs to have a really strong legal advisory team to help him do what he needs to do, because if he's going to prosecute people, if he's going to put people on their toes, he's not going to be able to do it as a dictator anymore. He needs to do it within the ambit of the Constitution, and he really needs a legal team that can back all the things that he wants to do.
I understand we have our last caller. Caller, go ahead. You're on SaharaTV. Adebanjo, thank you for calling.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, please turn down your computer or however you're listening to us, please, because we can hear the feedback and it's interfering with the call.
Okay. So I just maybe came through maybe some discussions on maybe Sahara Reporter.
Yes.
I feel I can contribute maybe positively to what is going on.
Please go ahead.
We have a new government now. Yes, we thank God for that. And I want to contribute that, you know, we need to do a lot of maybe cleanup or cleaning up, whichever, or cleansing, whatever maybe name we can call it. So, because I know for sure that if our institutions maybe are properly powered or empowered or institutionalized, yes, a lot of things will happen. You know, corruption is the bane of our country at present. And how do we maybe tackle corruption? So, number one, so we should not let go those who are already maybe caught with corruption. So no matter wherever, no matter how small, we just need to investigate them and make sure that those of them found guilty are punished. And we also maybe need to empower the police or the policing maybe system of the country, because you see, the police is as corrupt as maybe even the people in governance. Right. So I know for sure that if the police maybe could do their work, a lot of things will have been
thank you.
Place.
Adebanjo, thank you so much for calling. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Anything in closing? I think that was a fun segment, but to your point that you said that he needs to have a strong legal team. Well, Simbajo, you know, was a SAN, and he's also known as a lawyer. Very, very smart guy.
Fantastic.
Yes,
Fantastic.
you know, we had the pleasure of interviewing him.
Yeah,
the guy is the guy is very, very astute, and you know, he's very intelligent. Honestly, so I think Buhari has a good team.
Fantastic.
So
I just wanted to say in passing that one of the callers said made a point that I wanted to react to, but I didn't want to interrupt him. So I just want to reiterate that he says it starts with Nigerians. It's not just the government. True. It starts with the people.
Right. So can I say something to what you just said? It started with the people, and one of the things that we've started is to show that our vote counts with that with the last election.
Yeah.
You're right. So you're right. Please go on, proceed.
Yeah, totally. So after the voting, though, the voting is just a means to an end.
Okay.
So now, going forward, the people of Nigeria need to back General Buhari, President-elect Buhari, with all the goodwill at their you know, that they can master. They really need to support Buhari, not in word, but in deed. Let's make sure that the corruption is not just government officials who are corrupt. Mind you, it's ordinary citizens who go to become government officials. Yeah. Okay, so they carry the corruption over from wherever they are operating from and take it over there. If the government is not corrupt, but you have a corrupt civil service, you have a corrupt police service, you have a corrupt everyday people, if someone is selling you a bottle of water and it costs $1 and they're selling it to you for $5 instead, these are the things that we all need to check together to build a better society. Buhari doesn't have a magic wand. he does have good intentions, and I believe a strategy to bring these good intentions to pass. But it behoves on the Nigerian people themselves to back the president-elect to achieve a better Nigeria.
Yeah, and I like what you said, that everybody has to support it. Even those that didn't vote for him, please support.
Of course, you're Nigerians.
Yes, exactly. You're Nigerian first. This is what the people wanted. We put in a president, so please let's all work together to make sure we have a better Nigeria. Not, so just don't support Buhari. Support Nigeria. We want a better Nigeria.
Last point, Humble Prince.
Yes, please go ahead.
4 Nigerians and 3 Ghanaians have been elected to office in the UK.
That's fantastic, man. I think that's worthy of an applause. Yes.
4 Nigerians and 3 Ghanaians. We'll be exploring that topic more. Hopefully, we'll get to speak with them sometime.
Oh yes, we'll definitely. They're going to want to speak to us.
Maybe on Live with the Humble Prince.
Yes, hey, they could talk on the radio
Wednesday.
Yes.
Am I welcome on your show next Wednesday?
You're welcome anytime, man.
I'm on your show next Wednesday.
Hey, let's do it.
I'll find something to talk about.
Please. Well, so guys, that has been the callback segment. Thank you guys for calling in. We really, really appreciate it. Like Quasi just said, we continue the callback segment every Wednesday on Live with the Humble Prince, which is the radio show on Sahara FM radio. So please, we'd like to hear from you. But please stick around. Don't go anywhere. We still have a lot of fantastic shows coming up. A lot of good interviews right here on Sahara TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yes, indeed, it's Itse. How? That's how we do it. Red Star, representing. I watch SaharaTV. Don't go anywhere. Africa. Oh shit. Let's go.
I am like you more, and I like you when I invite you to my party. Because I like you and energize you and advertise you to my party. I'm a jumping papa and I want to know you. Yo, what up? This is your boy YQ, and you're watching SaharaTV. It's all about Africa. It's all about the continent. And it's all about one people. And this is Africa.
What up, my people? What's going on? It's your favorite boy, Whiskey, repping Itse. Guess what? You're watching SaharaTV Africa. Keep watching because we just say so. Yeah.
Yo, what's up? It's chilling with my crew. That's it. Emanara. You're watching SaharaTV. Everything like Africa. Proud. Alright?
This is Bim Fernandez, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Where you are, in Africa, Europe, America, I remain the success, don't mind my voice. Finance, don't mind my voice. Most handsome, don't mind my voice. I'm a man number 1. Fine boy. Alright, be a good boy, be a good girl, be a good woman, be a good woman. Love your husband, love your wife. No fighting in Africa, one nation, one world, one love. Keep watching. Sahara Reporter, I remain the success.
Yeah, I'll be your head guy. What is going on here? Head guy! Head guy! Head guy! I'll be your head guy.
I see they hot, the matter don't they boil. Be like say your head na casing cause the brain matter don't spoil. The sense they find direction, take left, they reach junction, crossroad, they stand for go slow, come down for Polo bus stop, Bros come, I beg bros come, you don't need craze. What my shield, you they use Sunday play yo. You tell me say you trying to find my way to your house, and my way to your house, bros, what's that about? You run a bad guy, pay your head gone, no need visa, you no need ID. I say you run a bad guy, feel your brain on the overseas, you don't need bad.
How about you? Happy holiday.
I had always wanted to attend the university and make something of myself. Thank you, thank you. I became someone that gained admission to the nation's top university by revising for my WAEC and JAM on the M Academy. And today, I have become a better me. On this M Academy platform, there is learning for everyone, primary or secondary school, just looking to learn coding or Microsoft Office application.
Do you want to become a better you? Visit www.mylearningacademy.com.
Hi viewers, welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Adeola Fayong. Right now, there's a series on Netflix called Orange is the New Black. It's very, very popular right now. And the writer of the book that later became a series on Netflix, Piper Kamen, talked about a federal case here in the U.S. dating back to 1994 about her involvement in drug smuggling and money laundering. And most of the 14 defendants arrested were convicted long ago, except for the ringleader who is known by the mission. Now, there has been speculations that this ringleader, Alhaji, is actually a Nigerian politician by the name Prince Buruji Kashamu. Now, on his part, Mr. Kashamu, who is a PDP leader in Southwest, as well as a newly elected senator, has denied being the drug lord, saying that it was his brother by the name Alhaji who is now late. Now, today on Sahara TV, we have the privilege of hearing from Mr. Kashamu himself what he has to say about this case. Mr. Kashamu, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Looks like you wanted to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. But I must start by saying that Sahara Reporters has not been clear to me.
Okay.
In its reportage of issue concerning me. I have often wondered what has happened to the journalism tenet of fairness and objectivity. However, I decided to honor this interview request out of my respect for the media as the voice of the oppressed and the fact that I have got nothing to hide. Now, as the issue that you've raised, my problem is very simple. I do not know, I am not aware of any Orange book, or if there's any book that has been written in respect of Orange book. The only thing that I can tell you on the issue of the U.S., I've done a lot of things to clear my name. I spent 4 years in detention at the behest of the U.S. authority to prove my innocence before I was eventually exonerated. This was also in the presence of the U.S. prosecutors and other agencies of various governments like Nigeria, Benin Republic. It was after a rigorous trial with oral and documentary evidence that I was discharged. I'm a Nigerian. I am not running for my fatherland. If anyone thinks he has a case against me, let him follow due process and we will take it up from there. I am not under any obligation to go to the U.S. to answer the same charges after the two judgments of the British court exonerated me of the same allegation. Asking me to take the next available flight to the U.S. so as to clear my name is like asking me to jump into a fire that the Almighty Allah rescued me from. If the U.S. prosecutor could hide important evidence that later exonerated me in the U.K. court, only God knows what they will do in their own country.
I see.
I can tell you, I'm coming, please. I can tell you in a very simple way. I have never in my life put my foot into the United States. I have never demanded for their visa. I've been a businessman right from 18 years when I was 18 years old. Up to today, I continue doing my business. My last submission to you, I knew nothing about whatever they are saying over there. They brought the case to London, and I've won the case in London. I've cleared my name, cleared myself in London. My own side, I believe that's the end of the matter. If anybody believes that they have any other case against me, let them come through the due process. I am ready to challenge. I'm ready to face it without any problem. That's the end of the response.
Thank you so much, by the way, and I really appreciate you clearing the air, because that's one of the reasons why we have you on the program today, is to give you the opportunity, you know, to clear the air, to hear from your side of the story. And I appreciate the fact that you've already talked to us a little bit. And just for more clarification, especially for our viewers, you've said it several times that it was not you, that it was your brother Alhaji. Do you mind telling us a little bit about your brother Alhaji?
What I can tell you, I've told you my view. The American case, I believe that they themselves, they are well aware of all what they have done, and they are well aware of the person that's involved in the case. The reason why I'm saying this, in the first judgment, which was delivered in 2000, the first judgment that was delivered in 2000, if I could remember, the judgment was clear enough. And that judgment, the first is the English High Court of Justice, King Bench Division. It is in its judgment of January 2000, in which it said the U.S. prosecutor actually knew that I am an innocent when they suppressed evidence of an identification parade in which the ringleader of the gang that allegedly confessed that they had a West African league called Alhaji said that I was not, the person said that I was not the man involved with them.
I'm not sure you heard my question, sir. I was asking about your brother.
I'm coming. If the person can clearly state that this is not the person that they are looking for, the only person that I know that, yes, involved in many things that was in America was my brother, which, of course, Buruji Kashamu Alhaji. The Interpol, they were aware of this. The NDLA in Nigeria, they were aware of this. They went to his office that was using in Lagos. The office belonged to Remi Adiku. They sealed everything up. They were well aware of all this, and that is why the Interpol went up to London and give evidence, and the NDLA went up to London and give evidence. So far, that has been clear. And in a report of Interpol issue, the Interpol that investigated this matter around 2008, it was clear that the report, there's a clause of that Interpol that it went on saying, clause SGI of the report, that all our letter written to Interpol in London, Lyon, Washington, and Cotonou relating to inquiry on criminal drug conviction records of the suspects were returned negative.
I see.
I do not have nothing to do with this. If they are looking for my brother, they know where to look for my brother. They know how to get my brother. The proof, the telephone number they are talking about in question was the telephone of my brother, which they have the record. The account, while I was in prison, my brother continued to do transaction, and they were transferring money into my brother's account, over $2 million, which the Interpol took all these accounts, all these documents from Cotonou and used it in London, in British court, as an evidence.
I see. So, once again, you didn't really answer my question, sir. I was asking if you can tell us about your brother and especially how he died.
My brother did not die. My brother is still alive. My brother did not die. He didn't die. They prove it in the judgment. If you have the two judgments in your hand, go through the judgment, and you will see that the last judgment did declare that my brother did not die. My brother is alive. I don't say him, but he's alive. My brother did not die.
And where is he right now?
How would I know when I don't have nothing?
Has anyone ever met this? Has anyone ever met this brother of yours?
Everybody knows him. Who does not know him? They know him very well. He was living in Cotonou. He was moving around.
I see. All right, let's move on to my next question, sir. Do you right now have any case, any pending case with the U.S.? Are you wanted in the U.S. or not?
No, you see, that kind of question you are asking me, it is unfair. Let me tell you, if I won a case in London and extradition, I won it twice in London, the U.S. government did not appeal. Since 2003 up to now, that's about almost 11, 12 years. My sister, it is normal if the U.S. government decided to not drop the case in the U.S. Because I could remember that after I won the case in London, there's some certain amount that was paid to me. I then moved on. I instructed a lawyer to sue the U.S. government in the U.S. As soon as they did that, they started the litigation. Then they came out. We discovered that the case in the U.S., they did not drop that case. And that is why maybe after some years, I instructed a U.S. lawyer to attack the indictment that so far the case has been won in Britain and the warrant in question has been cancelled. Then there's no reason the indictment will still be there. And that is what brought me to instruct. I instructed the lawyer, and the lawyer attacked the indictment over there.
So the U.S. has dropped the case. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I attacked the case in order for them to drop the case, to cancel the indictment, because my name did not show on the indictment. I'm not allergy they're talking about. I don't have nothing to do with Mecca. I've never gone to Mecca before in my life. So my name is Prince. I don't bear any allergy. So there's no way they will link allergy with my name.
I see.
And can I tell you something, my sister? I do not even know the kind of language that they think that I can be speaking, because the truth of the matter, I do not understand the accent or the way the U.S. people speak. If they're talking from now till tomorrow now, I can never understand. Anybody who wants to have a relationship or who wants to have a business with somebody must know what the person wants to discuss about. I've been a businessman since 18.5 years old. Up to today, I still continue to run my business. This is what I believe on.
I see.
I have never in my life involved in any nonsense business. I've never involved myself in any business that is not covered by rule of law.
So I just wanted to be clear on that the U.S. has cleared you. That's what you're saying, right? I just wanted that to be clear. You are not wanted in the U.S. You've been cleared.
If you yourself you have all the processes. If you yourself you have all the documents of all what has transpired in Britain, you don't need anybody to tell you before you yourself.
I understand that, sir, but can you just please clarify that? I just want you to clarify the fact that you are not wanted in the U.S., that you're clear. I just wanted to get that from you.
Right from the time that I won, the fact that I won the case twice, that the case was declared in British court that it is mistaking of identity. The case that took me 4 years, I went to court over 77 times. The fact that I won the case and they clear me over there, I'm not a wanted person and I'm not a fugitive.
I see.
The U.S. judge in the first judgment also make it clear that I've never been in the U.S. in my life. I've never set my foot in U.S. that I'm not a fugitive. What many people does not understand, Anybody that you want to request for, you want to ask for their extradition has to be a fugitive. I am not a fugitive. I've been arrested in London. They have tried me in London, and they have discharged me in London. I'm not a fugitive.
I see. Thank you for clarifying the fact that you said that you're not wanted in the U.S. And the reason I wanted you to clarify that is because I personally contacted the U.S. Department of Justice in Illinois in January of last year, just to make sure that you are indeed cleared. However, after speaking with a lawyer by the name Randall Sambon, who is the public information officer for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago, he told me that there is still a warrant for your arrest in the U.S. and that the case remains pending. So it looks like you believe you are cleared, but the U.S. Department of State is telling me something different. They are saying that you are wanted, not your brother, but you. What do you have to say to that?
I cannot, there's no way they can say that I'm wanted. You are the one that...
But they did. I have it in written as well as audio.
They can say whatever they want to say. If you send me your email, I will scan some documents, especially a letter from the German embassy, where they themselves, they confirm that the U.S. police has dropped the international warrant. I will send you the copy today. So if they are saying that they still have a case pending in the U.S., I've told you earlier that they can do whatever they want. For example, if somebody or they find somebody, maybe for example, they suspect somebody and they carry the person to court here in Nigeria. If the person is not in Nigeria, if they are in another country, Nigerian police, and they can decide on their own to keep the case until the person will be there. If they are the one that brought a case to British court and arrested me and prosecuted me for good 4 years, then I won the case. If they decided to not drop the case in their country, what am I going to do? Which power do I have? Which power do I have?
I see. So why would the U.S. be after you, though? Why would the U.S., I mean, you're not the only Nigerian. Why would the U.S. Single-handedly pick you out? And because the way you're talking now, you're saying that they're just coming after you, trying to destroy you, sort of a thing. Why would they pick you out and just come after you?
Please. You've seen a lot of people, many people whom they have arrested by mistaking of identity. You've seen a lot of people who are involved in many things that they arrest them, but at the end of the day, they will find out that they knew nothing about this matter. British court is one of the best courts in the whole world. If they arrested me, they issue a warrant, and I fought this case for good 4 years. What test do you want me to do after they have exonerated me? Am I the one to go and tell the America, yes, drop your case over there, don't drop your case over there? I don't know what you're asking me. If you're asking me a question that whereby I was arrested, I did not run, I stood for good 4 years to fight the case, and I was exonerated. What else do you want me to do? Now, people are now saying, if the U.S. government is having a case, my dear, there's a due process in Nigeria. I am not running away. I'm a public figure in Nigeria. If they are sure that they are having a case, there's a due process to follow. I am not running. That's only what I want to tell you. I've never involved in any dirty business in my life. I've always been a businessman, and I've cleared myself all over and all over. If anybody believes that he's having a case against me, let them come through the due process. I'm not running away. We will battle it and fight it. I do not have nothing to do in the U.S., and there's no way somebody will tell me that yes, buy ticket and go to the U.S. To go and do what in the U.S.? If anybody is having a case that they are sure that they are having a case, let them come through the due process.
So I just wanted to be clear on the fact that you not coming to the U.S. for a very long time. You're actually saying you've never been to the U.S. You're saying it has nothing to do with the case that is going on. It's just that you don't like coming to the U.S. despite the fact that you're well-traveled. You go to so many parts of the world.
If you yourself, let me tell you this now. Let's say, for example, God forbid, you are pregnant and you have a lot of complications, and at the end of the day, God save you from that complication, okay, which you are not expecting to have. Can you tell your God to return that complication back to you? That is what you should use it to judge yourself. If you can tell your God that saved you from a death that you knew nothing, if you can tell your God to return you back to that complication, that would be my answer to you.
I see. My last question is that, having said that you are not wanted and all that, it looks like you're making a lot of effort because you've continued to hire lawyers to tell the U.S. To drop this case. Even as of last year, there was another hearing. Is there any reason if you're not guilty and it wasn't you that you've spent so much money on hiring lawyers to tell the U.S. to drop this case?
I think that your question is unfair to me, and I will answer you in this way again. When I got this problem in England, it wasn't by the instruction of the England British authority. It was by the instruction of U.S. government. And the U.S. government appointed a prosecutor. For 4 years, I cleared my name. I was discharged by 2 different courts. Now, I came back to Nigeria. The U.S. government did not appeal for good 11 years. They've never, since that 11 years, they never asked for my own, they never asked for another extradition because they've already exhausted all their rights in Britain. Now, I enter into politics, and the people, I was the one that carried the documents of this case. I wrote a report I gave to many people about what has happened to me in the past. If my opponents, they are using that against me, my sister, since 2003, I won this case. American government, they know me, they know that I'm in Nigeria, they know that I'm a public figure, they know that I have Benin nationality, they know that my wife is from Cotonou, they know everything about me. I'm a public figure. It is normal. If the U.S. government did not drop the case in America, it is normal for me to appoint a lawyer, which of course I did, to go and fight the case for me in order for me to be able to clear my name.
I see.
To be able to clear my name over there. I've cleared it in London. There's no reason. So far, I've obtained that true judgment. There's no reason for them to keep that case there. I do not have nothing to do with their indictment. It is normal for me to fight. Tomorrow, I will fight. Next tomorrow, I will fight. I will continue to fight it until the justice will be done.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Kashamu, for taking time out for us to hear your side of the story.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, that has been Prince Buruji Kashamu giving us his side of the story in this ongoing case. And stay tuned, we have much more to come.
Zombie. Hi, bonjour. Je m'appelle Museba. My name is Museba. Keep watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumentin, a.k.a. Mr. Naughty, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa, and keep it locked.
Hey, she's baddest. UK, she's here, and you guys are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
I go by the name of Jesse James, repping Chocolate City. That's what it is. Right? Shout out to SaharaTV. I'm the biggest fan of SaharaTV. We need to talk. Yeah.
My name is Femi Anikula Kokuti, and you are watching SaharaTV. Don't stop watching. Arararara. Stop.
You need to check your account balance, transfer money, pay for your bills, and a million other things. So, you leave your job, walk to the station, get on a bus, a minibus, a taxi, or even jump on an Okada just to get in front of the bank. But when you get there, it's already past 4 p.m. and your bank is closed. What a pain. There must be an easier way. And now there is with U Mobile. It's a secure application for your phone that lets you do your banking from anywhere at any time. First, download the U Mobile app or SMS DU Mobile to 20220 to get a link. Then, register with your UBA debit or prepaid card and voila! Start accessing your account in a flash of a second. Using your own PIN code, you can now check your balance, transfer money to beneficiaries in other banks, pay all your bills, or even top up your family members' phones all in one place. U Mobile lets you carry your bank with you 24/7, whether you're working at the office or having a great time at home. Download U Mobile today. It's all gain with no pain. U Mobile, your bank on your mobile.
This is Ivani Dahosa, Founder, Executive Director of Pathfinders Justice Initiative, and you're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Dimitri Wale. You're watching SaharaTV. Don't touch the dial. SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
My name is Prof, the CEO of Corporation of Lagos, Nigeria. Keep watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Kibon Nfi. I'm a fashion designer. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Hi everyone, it's Nkechinyere Urum Eke Jumbo, or I Tweet Niger, and you are watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa. Yeah!
My name is Joy Ikedema Jacob, the director for Miss Nigeria USA pageant. You're watching SaharaTV, Everything Africa.
Titilayo. Yes. So Titilayo, you see, things change, and we have to go. We have to go.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, I know. Yeah. And I want to thank you on behalf of me, good luck, Jonathan, and my wife, and everybody inside Asorok. We want to thank you for your service.
Thank you.
If we have dedicated people like you, we will be staying here for another 4 years.
Yeah, well,
but it's okay. It's okay. We want to give you this so that you take care of your family.
Thank you.
And find something for your family.
Useless man. Take care of what?
She helped us.
What?
For 5 years.
Ordinary to win election, you don't fit to win.
She was cleaning your
You don't
house.
concede. You give Baba.
Madam, no bet.
Shut up, make I hear what.
Is this your mouth that caused us to lose election?
No.
You keep talking, upsetting.
Where you know the talk. You win election.
I want to thank you for what
you said they give her money, you collect.
Madam, this one on my own.
Madam, leave me alone.
You don't befriend them.
All the money they give you.
You don't clean them.
All the governors
you don't
give you money.
Them.
Eh?
You don't collect them.
Yeah.
Madam.
You are a useless man.
You don't do, madam. Not be one dollar.
There is God, oh.
Yeah. You never chop enough, eh? Not be our money,
exactly.
Not be Nigerian people's money. I beg.
So,
time don't change, oh.
Jonah, I go beat you today.
See, ordinary house help knows what to do. You keep talking.
We
big
don't
mouth.
get new boss.
Yeah, big mouth.
Yes.
Go back to Africa. Don't even come to
You go drink today. You go peace for body.
Madam,
You never
leave her alone now. I gave money to Ruben Abati, Femi Fanika, all of them. Chop the money. These are people. These are people who actually work for the government. The people that work for the government.
They go carry you go lagoon. Both of you.
Now you go lagoon. Now you don't get interest for this house.
You can go to Africa. Go to Africa. I don't even want you in Otoke.
Where are my people?
I don't want you in Otoke. Go and get me my drink. Go and get me my drink.
Hey! Your time don't pass. Oh, God bless you.
Yeah, thank you.
God bless you.
Titi liar.
Your time.
Let me warn you.
What do you go do?
The Nobel Prize.
Titi liar.
What do you go do?
I know where your mama and papa dey.
Your time don't pass. Make you work.
There is God.
Patience. Let me warn you.
I sing song.
Patience.
God open the gate for Villa for Jonathan.
Patience.
God close the gate on top of his head.
Patience, listen. I won't forgive you if I don't get this Nobel Prize.
Yeah,
let me tell you, I won't forgive you if I don't get the Nobel Peace Prize. If your mouth prevents me from getting the Nobel Peace,
you not go get anything again.
You are not coming to.
You not they get anything
Otoke
again
anymore. No more Otoke. Thank you very much for your time.
Because of the thing where you do for you. Titi liar go leave you. Titi liar go leave you. Take drink.
Yes.
Drink for body.
Thank you.
Drink and fish for body.
2019.
Useless man. You don't fit.
Did you even vote for me?
You steal all the money. They still don't like you.
Did you vote for me?
Useless man.
Did you vote for me?
I go River State.
Drink.
I know they drink.
You fit run again. I go vote for you. I go vote for you. Fit run again.
I go catch you.
Madam.
In this Nigeria.
Do anything.
That is not
Your
correct.
time don't pass.
That is not
useless man.
Make you
Thank
work.
you, thank you,
God bless you.
Thank
God
you.
bless you.
I'm on the rock, and then I take a stop. I had to run like a fugitive.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
Oh, the people. Sahara love the masses.
Welcome back to SaharaTV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. This is a special callback segment. We want to give you the chance to respond to our interview with Senator-elect Kashamu, which I hope you watched. And we are going to have that conversation for 30 minutes, and then we'll go to a Skype call segment. Joining me to do this talkback segment is your own humble prince. Welcome.
When I'm on SaharaTV, let's do
Olufale. Okay.
Yeah.
So the interview that our Nadiola did was wonderful. I mean, the fact that we had this man come on the show to explain himself, right. And you know, a lot of things came out of this interview. One of them was he's saying that he's not under any obligation to come to the United States to clear his name, right, about the case he has here. Yeah. But he has lawyers who are trying to. What do you think about the whole interview? I mean, do you believe the man?
No, unfortunately. Okay. Unfortunately, because and Adela definitely asked some very important questions, and you know, one being like, you know what, if you're not wanted in the United States and you travel all over the world, why can't you just visit the United States, you know, to clear your name? And, you know, I don't think he answered that question properly, but I did, you know, just to give some people a backdrop how this whole thing came about anyway. He was featured on an episode of Orange is the New Black. I think that's a show on Netflix, and, you know, he was, let's just say allegedly convicted by the U.S. government on drug charges. So, like you said, I saw the interview, and to be honest with you, I wasn't really convinced.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we have to hear from our viewers. I think there are a lot of questions that he's still yet to answer.
Yes.
He talked about his brother. I wasn't impressed when he was saying that he doesn't know where his brother is. That his brother is the person that the people are looking for, but he doesn't know where his brother is. Which is very interesting.
Well, does the brother even exist?
Oh, well, he said there is, but he doesn't know where his brother is.
Exactly. I think he said the brother was in Cotonou somewhere.
Yeah, that. Right. So, and the issue is now that this is more complicated because one is that this man is going to be sworn in on the 29th as a senator for the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yes.
So it has implications for the country, the image. Let's hear from our callers.
Yes, caller, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Hello, Felix?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to SaharaTV.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. What comment do you have for us?
Well, I'm watching you, and first of all, I have to commend SaharaTV on the new trend in Nigeria. I've been watching you guys for more than 2 years now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I commend the role you have played, especially with the APC and their platform of corruption. But now that the election has come and gone, I wonder what role you guys going to play with regards to these tribunals that are going on in River State, Akwa Ibom, Abia States, because I think this is the time that the coming administration has to use to really correct what Jiga has already started, because if Buhari doesn't do anything in regards to rigging malpractice in our election process, I don't think that in 2019, when Buhari will be running for re-election, that he will have a very good legitimacy to correct these malpractices that is what is killing our democracy. I think he really needs to use this particular past election to make sure that those who get into the Senate, governors, that they cannot stay there illegally. He has to really address this particular election by correcting what INEC didn't do right.
All right.
Because if he waits till 2019, I don't think it will look at as a kind of he's doing it because he wants to win election.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Felix. I wanted to know, Felix, if you have any comment on the interview with Kashamu.
I've seen PDP crying what made them lose the election. To be honest with you, that is the second point I really want to get into because
Felix, sorry,
corruption has really eaten our system, which APC identified. They used it and they won.
Okay, thank you so much, Felix.
Corruption, I'm trying to know which way Buhari is really going, because our law enforcement, those who really needs to enforce this thing, he needs to clean them up first.
Okay.
From the
Felix, we have to go. Sorry about that, okay? Thank you so much. We appreciate your comments.
Yes.
We hope that people will, for this segment, actually talk about the interview with Kashamu, which is why we are doing this.
Exactly.
But we appreciate what he was saying about the election and the tribunals. The fact is that the judicial system should work the way it's supposed to work, and it's not the presidency that should direct the judiciary. So
that's a good point.
Okay, so back to what we were talking about. You know, you were talking about what you think about the man, whether he was credible or what.
Yeah, I don't think, I honestly didn't think he was that credible. I mean, I commend him for trying to come and defend himself, but each point he brought up, Adela was, asking very poignant questions that he just really couldn't answer. Like when he said, he's not wanting the United States, Adela said, well, I called so-and-so, and, I have it here in writing and saying there's actually a warrant out for your arrest. And he kept saying that it wasn't him, that was his brother that we don't know really exists. So I really don't think that's credible. And like you said, this does have some implications because he's actually going to be sworn in as a senator for Ogun State. And,
yes.
Go ahead.
And I was saying that during the election, I mean, the day after the election, the media across the world, there actually was a lead story that someone who is wanted in the United States won an election in Nigeria, and it's not just wanted for drug-related offenses. And so
he's labeled as a drug baron, actually.
So that is something that should concern everyone. Yes. And what if he ends up in the Foreign Affairs Committee or something like that? He can't come here.
He can't.
He can't go to many places because he will be afraid that he might be picked up. So there are wider implications of that.
That's a very good point, Rudolph. You're right. I didn't think.
All right. So. Okay.
Yeah, I understand we have another call.
We'll have another call. Okay, go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, me once again, Chris from Germany.
Chris, welcome. Go ahead.
I listened to the Prince, to Mr.
Buruji
interview.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the man, to my own observation, is not credible at all. Again, you don't need to be in U.S. to be a drug kingpin. You can be in your village and be manipulating the whole affair. So I think that man has a case to answer. He has a case. I can't stop laughing here because of what he was saying.
Yeah.
So he dodged so many questions. He doesn't know his brother, he doesn't know where he is. I don't believe him.
All right.
And he has never been to U.S. Yeah, he's not been to U.S., but he can be in your village to be a drug kingpin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. That's a good point because he thinks the way he was sounding, he was thinking that by saying that he has never been to the U.S., that means how can he be the one that they're looking for? But Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's didn't that happen to Noriega?
Noriega, yeah.
Exactly.
Noriega,
right. Yeah. But I wanted to ask you those. Maybe we should also ask, what are some of the implications? So if it's definitely confirmed now that, okay, there is a warrant out for his arrest, do you think he should still go ahead and...
Well, the question is, the law is, there are a lot of people in Nigeria who either they were once wanted here, they were arrested here, they went to jail, even in Nigeria. But I don't think the system in Nigeria is good enough to pinpoint those things, and people are not punished for that.
Right.
So for instance, someone like James Ibori, before he became governor, he had cases in England and in Nigeria too, and some files disappeared. So let's get the callers and hear what they want to say. Yeah. Hello, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you. I think on the interview held with Prince Kashamu,
yes,
I listened to him, and I want to point something out that most of the questions asked from him were not answered. Then two, the issue of he has not been in the United States, fine. But when one is doing drug trafficking, it's not necessarily you be in the United States before you can do that. You know, you may be in Nigeria and be doing it, and the thing is linked to you. But I believe that if sincerely he is innocent of it, since he could exonerate himself in London, go to London and defend himself, I don't see anything bad in him coming to the United States to defend himself as well. If sincerely he knows that he is innocent. So since he could surrender himself to the United Kingdom, then he should as well honorably do that to surrender himself to the United States as well for prosecution. And he will be exonerated and get back to the country. You know, I think the only problem is that there has been a penalty that has been going on since, but now the penalty is over. And now that the reality is coming upon them. He said he doesn't know where his brother is, that his brother is alive. He that knows that his brother is alive definitely must have known where he is. So he cannot claim that his brother is alive, but he doesn't know where he is. So there must be communication for him, for him to say his brother is alive. Because if I have a brother whom I've never heard from, I cannot categorically say he's alive. It's when I heard from him that I was going to say, okay, nobody will tell me my brother is dead. My brother is alive. So these are the contradictions which I saw or I listened to while he was discussing with Adiola. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, it's not even about. I mean, there's a case in Massachusetts where someone was they didn't know where the brother was, but the brother was on the run, running away from the law. But the issue is also that he agrees that the brother was involved in some things in America.
Yes.
So he knew some things, but he just decided that not to know anything else about where.
How convenient. I think the consensus is out. You know, it's not definitely credible. But again, so what impact do you think, though, this might have as far as him being a senator in Nigeria?
I don't think it's going to have a lot of impact. There are a lot of people in Nigerian House, Senate and House who have cases, like I said before, and it doesn't stop them from moving around.
You definitely said that. I was just looking at more from like a credibility and integrity point of view.
Well, the Senate is a body. I mean, even the United States, the House, the Congress are full of people who have criminal cases. So it's not nothing. It's not. You don't want that. You know, it's left for the voters to decide. But if they decide to vote for someone who has questionable past, you can't stop them from being sworn into the Senate. So
I completely agree. Yeah, good point.
But we once again, the number to call if you want to join this conversation is 917-284-9811.
Yes.
We have a new call. Okay, let's hear. Yemi, go ahead.
Yeah, Rudolph. It's very nice to hear your voice direct.
Thank you.
I've been enjoying your Dr. Damages. That's very, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I want to contribute to this Prince Buruji of a thing.
Yeah.
I think he has a constant talking point. He has talked to that talking point, like saying he's been exonerated from England. And I feel he should come to the United States. We have a very good legal system in the United States. If he actually has not done what he said he is alleged to have done, he needs to come over to the United States and clear his own name, you know. And he should know that they will not just be accusing him wrongly. He needs to come here and defend himself, you know. And I don't even know why, if the former president of Nigeria is sticking to it that, oh, this man actually is a drug pusher, you know. He must have something that he knows that, you know, why he's been accused of that, you know. And for him now to not wanting to answer the question directly, trying to just stick to one talking point, I still feel that he has something that is hiding. He needs to come straight. He needs to come and be clean.
Thank you so much, Jamie. That's a very good point. Yes. There are some people who have some comments on our Facebook so let's hear some of them.
Yeah, let me read it. This is Mamoudou Khaled, and he said, and who elects an ex-convicted person as our senator? Which is some of the things I was talking about. Hey, but you know, I guess everybody deserves a second chance. What do you think about that?
No, I don't think so. If you're convicted, I mean, it depends on what the crime was. But the thing is that the voters in Nigeria, they are not yet at that level where they are prepared, where they are talked about, where they understand that the past has something to do with the future, and you have to be aware of the people you are electing into offices.
Definitely.
It's not a big issue in Nigeria, especially if whatever happened abroad. Exactly. People don't tend to have...
okay, but you know, another thing, somebody said, Oluwatosin Peculiar says, our moral standard is gone. Yes. Asuko James says, why Sahara reporters and Premium Times let him be? For crying out loud, this man was sitting in the National Assembly to make laws for you and I. If he claims he's innocent, let him take the bull by the horn and travel to exonerate himself. If you're not tired, I'm tired of perceived criminals making rules for me.
That's a good point.
So, you know, to what I was just saying, you know, people are kind of concerned.
I would like to know, like, most of these commentators may be people who live abroad, not people in Nigeria. Okay. So that's another factor. That's a good point. Let's hear our caller. Hello. Kennedy, welcome to Sahara TV.
Rudolph.
Yeah, hi, Kennedy.
I'm fine, Rudolph.
Okay.
Anyway, first and foremost, let me say something.
Yeah.
29th May is no longer far. I heard the senator talking, and without even having a knowledge of as a legal man, without having the knowledge of anything about legal, let me use the word legal ideas, but as a common man into the legal matter, with the way he was talking, we know that this man is only dancing around the bush. Because Adiola was asking real vital points, which he was just beating around the bush. Why I said 29th is not far? We've had a similar case like this. And the case was the former governor of Delta State. Just because we had a corrupt Attorney General then, in person of Adoaka, who was covering him right, left, right, and center, up and down. But finally, when the real hurricane wind blew, when Adoaka was moved, the man was extradited. He was moved, he was caught up, and he was tried in London. And the same man who said he had no idea of anything pleaded plea bargain. So in the case of this senator-elect now, it's a very simple thing. Once Buhari comes into power, there's every tendency, he knows the people he is going to appoint as Attorney General of the Federation, Minister for Justice, and with his track record of not going to hide any past or hide any wrongdoings, he is definitely going to give these people free hand. So if United States now write and say, please, one of your senators in the Hollow Red Chambers has a case to answer, are you telling me that the Buhari administration will not release him and say, go and face your charges in the United States? So there is no point, though it's a good thing you are bringing the topic up for people like us to make our comment. But how long? Just give yourself 3 weeks. Whether it's in the ministry or whether it's even placed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or anything. No, there is every tendency he will be brought to book because the disgrace he's not avoiding now, he's pushing it forward. Just like James Ibori, who was saying Ribadu should come from US, where he is in Nigeria. Why is Ribadu running from his place? But when the table turned around, what happened? It is the same Ibori who said he had no thing against him in London that is currently in jail. So let me assure you, a few days ago, we all read what happened with what the current Chief Justice of Nigeria said. He said those past governors that were having cases in EFCC and the rest, that their matter should be trashed by the end of this year, December. That tells you that let Senator Kashamu or whatever he calls himself, let him be arguing or let him be defending himself. When that time comes, when U.S. will now write and say, please, Attorney General of Nigeria, we need this man to come and clear his name. will he say he's going to use a court order to stop it? No, he will definitely go.
Kennedy, thank you very much.
Kennedy, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
No, this is a good point, and I want to say that this man, if you go back and look at what happened in this election, he's actually, if the PDP people want to be honest with themselves, he's responsible for what happened in PDP, because it was because of him that Obasanjo refused to be part of the PDP.
Kashamu, right?
Yeah, part of the PDP campaign. Yeah. So in a way, he's the center of what happened to the PDP in this election.
Let me continue. But to what he said, though, so if the U.S. now reaches out to Buhari and says, you have to send this guy back, what do you think is going to happen? Yeah,
because part of what I'm saying now is that the present government is protecting him. Right. They're actually behind him. Yeah. To the fact that they kicked Obasanjo to the side because they wanted him to remain as part of their team.
I agree, but do you think Buhari is going to give him up?
Of course, I think he will. I think he will. And if he doesn't, we will know. We will also put pressure on him.
Interesting to see. Yeah. So Ajamu Abayomi Lawrence says, prove your innocence beyond reasonable doubt. Tender the necessary documents to back up your claims. Go there and clear yourself, unless your goats have eaten forbidden yam. Just keep it in the comments. Victoria Judala says, please, when you get to assembly, pass a bill to legalize hard drugs. That's your first assignment. Yeah, right. Abiodun Isaac Taiwo says, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. Why are you afraid to go to the USA if you know you have no case to answer? USA judicial system is not like Nigeria's, where you won't be granted a fair hearing. So
yeah, I mean, like my concern with all these comments is that I always try to classify Nigerians. There are people who, because they've been abroad, they live there and they've seen how things are done, they have a different way they approach things. Yes. I want to see if it's possible to hear from voters in Ogun State who voted for him. I want to know why. How did they vote for him? What did they think about this case? Or maybe they didn't know about it.
Probably didn't know about it.
Because we don't know what the papers in Nigeria are reporting about the man. Probably they are not giving this kind of detailed coverage to the issue.
I have to say that's a very good point, and that's how to think critically. You know, these comments are probably from people in the diaspora or people that have lived in the diaspora, and you know their mindset is different. You know, and their views. I don't want to say not as myopic, so they have a broader sense of views that's going on. So it'll be interesting to see what people in Nigeria think.
Especially most people think about what's the implication. What does that have to do with me? I mean, there's a mindset that some people have. Not that it doesn't matter, it matters, but it's also from the perspective of where they are.
Yeah, but the presidential convoy includes, when he's traveling, includes senators, correct?
No, it depends on where he's going to and why. You know, if there's need for a senator to go with him.
Okay, there's a need for a senator to come with him. So if there's a need for him to come to the United States, what's going to happen?
Oh no, I don't think he will. that would not happen.
Well, no, I don't think based on what restraints, though.
Yeah, I don't think that will happen.
Yeah. So let me just read a few more. I have Blessed Emmanuel. Oga, don't mind them. Let them come and charge you here. This is your country. Okay, well, that might happen.
Yeah,
the event, Buhari takes
it has happened before.
Yes, and SMA Badamosi says, leave this man, Kashamu, alone. Is it a sin to win an election in Nigeria? No, I don't think it's a sin.
No, that's not what people are saying. People are not saying that he won an election. People are saying that he has a case in a court in America and that he should answer to that case. He should clear his name. Nobody's saying that he didn't win an election.
Yes, and I just want to say that he was given a chance to clear his name, but he just mumble-jumbled all over the place. So there's no case. My brother, but yet Adila asked him, and I like this question Adila asked him, that if there's no case against you in the United States, why are you paying lawyers to defend you? What are they defending you against?
Yeah. We're still going to follow this story.
Yes,
this is not the end of it. So we will keep you guys posted on this.
Yep.
But in the meantime, we have to take a break. When we come back, we are going to take our Skype calls. And the main topic we are talking about today is the scandal, the Obasanjo Foundation scandal. And before we do that, I'm going to bring the publisher of Sahara Reporters will be here to talk about the process and the story, how it's developing, what is new, and what is new about that. And then we take a Skype call, so stand by, we will talk to you.
You don't want to miss this, guys. Yeah. This is going to be fun.
All right.
Doro World Traveler.
That's me, babe.
How is your Miami vacation going?
Fine, babe. I'll be back next week, and I've bought you a lot of things.
A lot of things. Well, I hope the designer bag you promised is included, though. No excuse this time.
That $1,000 bag? Babe, that skipped my mind again. And unfortunately, I have left Miami. I am now in Malaysia. You remember my car didn't work here on my last trip.
Have you forgotten you traveled with your UBA card this time? UBA cards work from Moscow to Malaysia, from Malaysia to Miami. Bros, you can't escape this time.
Babe, are you there? I can't hear you again, oh. Your line is breaking. Hello? Hello? Wherever you travel in the world, don't go without your UBA cards.
UBA, Africa's global bank.
Hey guys, I'm me.
And I'm Ike.
And together we are... So let's get into it. Before we start, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to say that I've been suffering with a cold this past couple days, past almost 2 weeks now. 2 weeks makes Monday. But this is the best I've felt all week, and I'm glad to be back here on the Nia and Ike Show.
We like your voice,
And
whichever way it is, nasal or not.
It's a little raspy, but
love it.
I hope that you guys can bear with me today. But yes, so firstly, let's get into the Nia and Ike update. So Lauryn Hill releases a video to fans, a video singing with her daughters and I guess some other girls in the video, apologizing to fans for not being able to make her May Day live event.
As if that was the first time that Lauryn has, failed to show up at the show and perform. Lauryn, you are not fooling us by having your daughter surround you and singing lullabies that you have sang in the 90s. Please, if you are going to do that, can you please bring in new songs at least? You know, songs that will sound soothing to our ears. That okay, maybe she's
she did something special for the Nigerians. No. I mean, and she looked beautiful and gracious doing it.
Of course, that's the first time my makeup was looking on points in 9 years.
She's called off many shows before, but this is the first time she's actually released a video to fans. So, Lauren, I'm not mad. But make sure that you make it up.
I mean, you have beautiful daughters, but I'm mad. Okay, you don't do that. Moving on to the next update.
As we all know, the Met Gala was covered this weekend.
Yes, it was, and there were beautiful people there, as usual. Celebrities showing us the best that they have to offer. And Beyonce.
Yeah, let's just dig right into Beyonce. So I believe that Beyonce, she has a great body, and we all know it. However, I was a little bit like...
It was a little bit too much chicken boning.
Yeah, it was a little too much skin. I mean, Beyonce, you got it. We all know. But I was just like, damn, Beyonce, we gonna give it out like that? Just like that?
Taking it back, a little flashback.
You know, I mean,
like a transparent chandelier.
Good, but I don't know. A lot of Beyonce Bay High fans might come at me for this, but I mean, she looks great, no doubt about it. But I just thought it was a little too scary.
Even Jay was looking a little skeptical back there. You know, he stepped back a little bit, like, it's P's idea. You know, so I was like,
And Kim, I don't care what anyone says. I mean, Kim released a photo on Instagram saying that her inspiration, not instagration. That should be like a new word.
That could be a word. High five. Yes, you did that.
Even though she said that her inspiration was Cher, I believe that it was Beyonce. She just like she just had a white dress version of Beyonce's outfit.
She's never gonna admit it, because Kanye thinks she's the best woman ever graced the earth.
Kanye wants Kim to be Beyonce so bad.
So he wants to run up on stage and say she deserves the best dress.
And my girl Solange was looking glamorous. I mean, everyone thinks that she looked like some CD or
Personally, she was like a plastic plate.
I loved her look. I thought it was...
She's like a plastic plate, a solar system, what color? A tissue paper, a used cup. I thought
she looked great. She looked wonderful. I mean, I loved her outfit. It was very artistic. And at least she kind of followed the trend.
Artistic in the sense I could see that. I could see where she recycled plastic. That's very artistic.
She followed the theme event for that night, which was China.
It was, yeah. China plates.
Okay. Zendaya also looked great by following the theme, but Rihanna...
She was beautiful.
Rihanna had
my one and only. Over Easy Eggs. Riri, you did it.
Over Easy Eggs. A lot of people have been coming at her.
She came...
His longtime girlfriend,
and what they do at 3 a.m. basically.
Clearly Really? So he recently went on the Ellen Show and explained that although he casted other females to be featured in this ad, it didn't feel as natural.
Yeah,
as
of course it won't feel natural, you know? Of course it won't feel natural. You have to do it with the, you know, that you are used to. Didi.
All I have is one word though, scandalous.
Scandalous.
Scandadidi. Very sexy.
Scandadidi.
Scandadidi.
Spontididi.
Scandadidi. Inside out with that. So apparently department stores have censored it because it's a little too sexy and scandalous for...
You think? So, Forbes list of the top 5 hip-hop millionaires, actually billionaires, let's correct that, because billion, we're almost getting to billion, almost.
Diddy is at number 1 with how much?
735 million, ladies and gentlemen, that's money.
You know what, to be honest with you guys, I don't know how Diddy got to the top. Diddy has found a way to remain on top after years.
He was pushing that revolt like it was a rebellion.
But I feel like he lost a lot of money from revolt.
He did.
Because it wasn't as big as he wanted it to be. It's not as big as MTV or
if you think about it, think about how much effort he put into revolt, and think about if he put that much effort in every single one of his other ventures. Do you know how much money he would have made? Exactly. So this is stuff that we don't know. This is boardroom shit.
And at number 2 came Dr. Dre with...
Dr. Dre with 700 million.
Okay.
That's my man.
He was this close to being a billionaire with his beats.
But he had to split the check, and you know how those corporate things go.
But he's doing very well.
We got Jay-Z with $550 million.
And you know what? I was saying how, you know, when you get married, you get lazy. But at the end of the day, Beyonce is a millionaire as well. And combined, they're
Listen, it's the family thing, all right? He knew he was going to get married to Beyonce. He was going to raise his worth. That's my man. Jay-Z thinking like a really Igbo man. Tactics. You marry for the benefits. For the what? For the better. Get out of here. Moving on. And number 4 is my man, the one and only 50 Cent with 155 million. How he's managed to stay at the top for so long, we don't know. But he's been doing it.
Might have been the vitamin water ads, like
the vitamin water. Yeah, he still got that money. He got the Power TV show. He got
how much?
And he's he's my least favorite. But $150 million.
$150 million. I mean, it's reasonable.
It's all right. I think he's losing young money anyways. He's gonna lose more.
I have said it, so people are ready to be arguing with me, telling me that this girl is not using lip liner to apply for the rest of the lip that she just made.
I don't understand how somebody can be having bouncing baby balloons on the lips all of a sudden.
I say it's natural. Have you seen the old pictures? Show the old pictures now.
Show them.
And now the new pictures. And this girl has never done lip filler or botox or anything.
The lies.
My God is alive. Shut up.
My lips are real. You people did not put my lips on the headline. My lips are real, and this girl has been lying.
She said it. I have had temporary lip fillers. It's just something that I wanted to do. It's just an insecurity of mine. I did want to admit to the lips, but people are so quick to judge me on everything, so I might have tiptoed around the truth, but I didn't lie. It's a lie! This girl even appeared on an interview and said it's just her lip liner that she puts on her lips and it's natural. You have lied. You have not tiptoed around it. And last but not least, Chris Brown and his crazy female fan.
Creeping! Oh my God. So I woke up, right, and I see this, this little, Instagram post by Chris Brown. I hit up Nee, right, and I'm like, is this girl real? She looks like she's a part of the natural hair community. She laughs and says she looks like somebody I know. And I'm I
feel like she looks like someone that anyone could know. Like she looks very...
I just didn't understand.
I feel so bad for many girls who look like her because she has like, I don't know. I feel like I've seen her somewhere, but it's crazy. And Chris Brown basically found this girl in her house. Perhaps she's mentally challenged, who knows, but she wrote I love you all over his cars. She burned his baby's clothes. So Chris Brown comes along and he says that I get home and find this crazy individual in my house. Now I like the way he said individual. He didn't really use any derogatory terms. And he goes along to say she had broken the hinges off my doors. Firstly, Chris, do you not have security in your home? Like, do you not have, in our own country, we call them gatesman. How can the gatesman, how can this girl enter through the gatesman? How much are you paying these people, Chris, not to have proper security in your home? That's 1. 2, she found time to cook her several meals. Where's the chef? You don't have chef waiting at home for you, Chris. How can another woman now enter into your own home and begin to cook for herself? Chris, you have messed up twice now. She wrote I love you on the walls. You don't have alarm security? Chris, are you thinking? I bet after now you begin to think about how you will secure your home in the right manner. Anyway, let me go on. She threw out my daughter's clothing as well as my dog stuff. The dog stuff, is it that important, Chris, that you have to mention it here? Who cares about the dog stuff? Anyway, let me keep going. Then had all these crazy voodoo things around my crib. Chris, so you better call your local preacher and have him anoint the whole house. Spread holy water on the whole house, because this voodoo thing will eat you up. The next day you won't find yourself alive. Oh, Chris, you better pray tonight. And she painted her name on my cars. I love my fans, but this on some real crazy shit. I pray she will get help. We pray for you as well, Chris. Why didn't you have a house secured in the first place? Why didn't you have a gate man? Why didn't you have an alarm system in your home? Why didn't you have a chef? And why was it so important to mention your dog stuff? Who cares?
I guess this is an Ike part where Ike does it a little exclusive too. But this is a little exclusive we're able to get. Somebody anonymously tips off somebody else who posts a picture about the girl that Chris Brown posted. And this anonymous person sends a message to the person who posted the picture about Chris Brown and says this. Hello, I know it seems awkward, but the individual's picture that you just post is my little sister. She is very unstable and have run away from the house a few months ago. We had no news from her since then. Please, if you can, I will ask you to remove the picture on Instagram. She's mentally ill and my family wouldn't like her to be exposed like that through the media.
Too late! Chris Brown has gone and posted the thing. Ask Chris Brown to take it down.
Now, my sympathy goes out to you. I really do feel bad. I do not want to be part of media and manipulate your life or your sister's life or anybody to make news. But damn.
And ladies and gentlemen, that just about wraps up another update from your favorites, The Nia and Ike Show. Watch us more on theandikeshow.com and get more familiar with our past episodes if you have not watched it yet.
You know how this goes. Social media is going to be right here. Instagram, Facebook,
yes. Keep up
all
with
of
us.
that.
Keep up with us and we will keep up with you. And we will see you guys next week. Bye.
We are going to play a song called Maororo, and Nora Balaban is going to join me.
Someday I want to own my own business and run it.
Of course, that's the dream of any hardworking businessman. But how would that happen on your phone?
That's why I'm learning my business management courses and improving my skills. Like seriously? Oh. All right, bye, Mr. Bronson. Yes, with M Academy, I have become a better me.
What only you? Me too.
You can also meet like-minded friends from other parts of the world who are using the platform and add them as contacts for business or just learning. M Academy helps you to know about jobs that are available or to ask experts questions on educative topics.
Do you want to become a better you? Visit www.mylearningacademy.com.
Hey, beautiful SaharaTV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching SaharaTV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching SaharaTV. Everything Africa.
And SaharaTV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank SaharaReporter.tv for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again, we love you. I love you forever. Rent is too damn high.
This your boy Smokey Suarez. I'm at the Gramercy Theater. We on SaharaTV. Make sure y'all keep supporting it. SaharaTV, the #1 station in the nation. Holla at your boy Smokey Suarez. Peace.
You're watching SaharaTV.
Everything Africa.
Everything Africa.
Welcome back to SaharaTV. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. This is the Skype call segment when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the stories we've been covering today. One of our major stories is the interview we had with Senator-elect from Ogun State, Senator Kashamu. We want to know what you think about that. You can join us via Skype. We are also going to talk about the scandal surrounding the Obasanjo Foundation, former President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria. Sahara Reporters broke a story on that, and it's a developing story. There are many angles to that story. And also, we're going to talk about INEC, the reader's card. Accidentally, we now know that the cards are now setting up for what will be a battle in court or in tribunal over the elections in states like Akwa Ibom and River State. So we're going to talk about all this. We want to hear you and your opinion on what is going on. We will first of all have a discussion with the publisher of Sahara Reporters, Omoyele Sowore, who has been the one coming up with these stories, and Sahara Reporters is on the front line getting these stories exclusively and publishing them. So we're going to talk to him about where these stories are going, what they mean. But before we do that, we want to leave you, before we get him here to talk about that, we want to let you watch a video of his encounter with the Nigerian police during his recent trip to Nigeria. Watch that, and we'll come back with Omoyele Sowore, publisher of Sahara Reporters. Thank you.
So you look like Fulani herdsmen.
He doesn't have a family. I don't see a man. You have told me. Say Johnny. What is it?
Are you filming that?
Yeah.
They're fighting that man.
See this your daughter. No, it's good now for New Year.
I said they will turn out. When they call me, that's why I give them to write the number down.
That's the thing now. If I had that today here now, we would enjoy now.
You get the number down there. Come on for what now?
You don't give me.
I'm not going to give.
This man who said the journalist who is dressed like a Fulani man, Fulani headsman. If I carry and go court, let me to DJ now.
Yes, now, if George even see me, say, when he sees you all over
You just take things easy. You think your life is easy? It's not easy, but even to give you my belly, you go do work. Why you they do like this? You have been disturbing me, and then to court. Why you they do like this? You know what Bring them. No. Let me bring them before you. No, bring them first. The money for us.
I will trust you.
Put them. I don't want to.
Let me see them first. I will see.
Give me that paper. It's our brothers. If I call the house, I'm not going to chop.
Come down first. Take them easy now.
You're a rich man now to spend money.
The last one we did.
If you woman, I'm going to fuck you. Yes? What is happening here now?
You are a man too long.
Welcome back to Sahara TV, and now joining me to explain what we just saw on this TV video is Omoyele Showore, publisher of Sahara Reporters. Showore, welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you.
So what happened there?
We just ran into a police checkpoint on our way to Ondo State, and I mean, the IG of police had said there are no police checkpoints anymore. So the moment we saw them, I was driving. They arrested me quickly and asked for my papers, and I brought out the papers, all the papers complete. They didn't even look at it. Of course, we know they wanted to collect bribes, so we put our camera in place to so we went through this motion of how they attack drivers. So you saw them dragging somebody out, how one of them almost got killed. It was in Ogun State, and some of them are like plainclothes. That's the Detective Falabi is his name. They were just calling him Falabi, and the others but you could see how these guys operate on the highway, and the intention was to capture them on tape without them suspecting. That's why I waited around, and eventually the guy asked me for money and put his hand in my pocket. Before he shoots me, I bring out some money and show it on the camera so that he collected, so that he doesn't deny in the future, because this is just to show how terrible the Nigerian police is on our roads. And these are reasons why they kill people sometimes, yeah.
And this is supposed to be illegal roadblock?
I mean, there's no legal roadblocks in Nigeria, so completely it's illegal.
Wow.
Yes.
All right. We're going to go to the topics of today, which is why you're here. We want to start with Prince Kashamu, the senator-elect from Ogun State. You watched the interview that Adiola did. What is your take on that?
Well, I was the one that actually got in contact with him. It's somehow strange. I was working on a story, and the person who was the subject of that story was next to him. And the guy said he was shocked that we call people when we're working on stories to hear the other side of the story. And then he called me back a few minutes later and said, oh, I have someone here with me. It's my brother. His name is, I said, who's that? He said, Buruji Kashamu. And the moment Buruji got on the phone, he was just whining about Sahara reporters being unfair to him. So long and short of it was that I said, well, if you really feel that we haven't been fair, how about we bring you on our show? And he agreed. So that's how that happened. That is obvious that he was just playing semantics. I've seen the court documents, and some of the claims he made was actually that because the case had been too long, he made all kinds of claims and defended himself in different ways and lost at all levels. So the U.S. court made it very clear, or the U.S. attorney made it clear that he's very influential within the Nigerian political system, so it's difficult to get him. And I think Kashamu is reaching a point where it's becoming obvious that he might become another James Ibori, who will be bundled and taken to jail in the U.S. If he's so convinced about his innocence, he could have just gotten on a plane and come here and prove his innocence.
In the interview, he said something about being a dual citizenship, or having a dual citizenship. I think, do you know about that? And how what impact would that have? So, for instance, it appears as if he goes to England and could come back. Could he be picked up in England or anywhere else other than Nigeria?
I'm not sure that he goes to England. I've never asked him, and I don't know. I have no information about that. But I know he goes to Benin Republic a lot because he has businesses over there. So I have no information about his...
One of our callers during the last segment talked about Buhari coming in, and if there is a request by the U.S. for extradition, will the Nigerian side grant that? What do you think with that?
I don't know, but I think I would imagine they will, because I think the U.S. would love to have this guy on their soil. And then it's obvious that it's the reason Kashamu is scared that an extradition request is going to come directly. But how it happens is that I don't imagine the U.S. will kidnap him. That's not going to happen without the knowledge of Nigerian officials, and I don't think that will be acceptable even here. But there's been cases where they claim that people were just kidnapped from the streets of Lagos or Nigeria and brought to the U.S. I have no information as to the details, but I think they will serve him an extradition. They'll serve Nigeria an extradition request, and that will have to go through some legal process. So he's preempting all that by going to court. And by the way, it was Kashamu Buruji who came to the U.S., hired a lawyer, and said he wanted them to drop the indictment. He initially made the claim that he was not the person, and later he made several other claims. I've been following this case for a while, so Nigeria is some kind of a Jurassic Park. People just sit down there and do whatever they like, and I think if people like him can be appropriately judicially taken care of, it will serve as a lesson to others who think they can get away with the kind of crimes he's committed, if any.
What about this idea of his brother? Do we know anything about his brother? Is there anybody like that, and where is he?
The best we had in terms of opportunities today for him to actually tell us who his brother is. But you could tell that he was avoiding that question. I mean, if the U.S. wants his brother and the brother is still alive as he claimed, if I was the one, I'd take my brother to the embassy or wherever he's needed. But he claims that he hasn't even seen his brother in a long time.
But haven't we had that before? Do you remember during Ibori's time, there was a case of James Ibori in Nigeria, and he claimed that it was his brother,
yeah,
not
of course. It's a repetition of that. And he claimed, no, James Ibori claims it wasn't, that there was another person. Until, of course, they understand the workings and nuances of the Nigerian judicial process, and you can get through when you have money, a lot of money. I mean, just for the sake of the allegations against, he ought not to have even been allowed to run for office. You know, for him to become a senator in Nigeria is one of the most disturbing things that's happened. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say, what are the implications? You know, having a Buhari government and you have senators who are facing cases in other parts of the world. What does that say? Would that not be embarrassing to?
I'm sure it will be. But the truth is that. There was a senator from Niger State, Nuhu Aliyu, I think his name. He used to be a top police officer, and he said at the Senate that most of the guys in the Senate are people he had arrested for armed robbery and all kinds of crimes. This is public knowledge. Nigeria hasn't gone that far. I mean, all these governors that are retiring to become senators, people like Akpabio, and others, they are common criminals. And I say with a due sense of responsibility, they've stolen their states blind. And it's part of the reason why someone like Ibori will be regretting the fact that he even tried to run to Dubai. If he stayed back in Nigeria, he would have become maybe a senator by now, or even a VP.
Now, okay, let's go to another major story, the Obasanjo Foundation. So for our viewers who are not aware of where the story stands today, briefly, can you explain what you found out and what is happening now?
I mean, we obtained this video of the executive director of Obasanjo Foundation in London, lady named Anne Chigozie Welsh. Her last name is actually Olie. She's originally from Anambra State, and married.
She's originally from Anambra State?
Yes, correct. Her last name is Olie, O-L-I-E. We found out. Who sat in a meeting with people who were posing as Lebanese businessmen who wanted to donate $2 million to the Obasanjo Foundation. But they said very clearly in that meeting that we have 4.9 million and we want to launder the 2.9. So, and she was there negotiating with them to take 30% of that, which is $900,000, and bragging to high heaven, including claiming that Obasanjo had trained her for a year on how to be secretive and discreet about money laundering. And she said, this is not the first time I did it before. So in doing that, of course, we reached out to her. She confirmed that she was the person in the video. We reached out to Obasanjo's people, and they said, initially they said they weren't aware, that they would look into it. But they confirmed that she was their CEO. Next day, we read in Premium Times that she had been fired. But in digging into it, we found out that there's another consultancy company known as Arise Consult that she claimed that's the consultancy company that she uses for the underhand deals. And guess who is the co-director on that consultancy is President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I think when some of their dealings became a little bit shady, the Charity Commission in the UK started to investigate them last June. So what they did was that Obasanjo resigns from the consultancy, and Anne also kind of resigns from Obasanjo Foundation. But as you can see from photographs that are available on her website and on her own site and Obasanjo, they did not divorce themselves. They kept going everywhere. They went to see Buhari. She went to see Buhari when Buhari was in London. She went with Obasanjo to see Buhari. In fact, there's a check that they were presenting in Liberia, I think, as of March. So all this noise about firing her or handing her to the police and all that is just the way Obasanjo is. Obasanjo likes deniability. He doesn't like, he's always using people to do his deals for him. Hopefully we'll get somewhere with this, but I doubt that much will come out of it beyond firing the lady And maybe by now, Obasanjo will be thinking about winding down the so-called foundation in London, where I think what all of them are doing is to try to become like the Clintons of this world, to create a foundation. But you look at it, a man that could not construct a road from Lagos to Abeokuta wants to go and save the world with a foundation that's based in London. That's where you start to think about intent when it comes to the likes of Obasanjo. But we're still looking for more information, if anybody has, regarding where the bodies are buried.
Now, one of the investigations you did that came up with the story was that in the United Kingdom, the foundation is under investigation for conflict of interest.
Yes.
What is it?
That's what I just mentioned. That I think they have another organization that's called Arise Consult, and Arise Consult is like the main consultant of Obasanjo Foundation. I think when they get money, Arise Consult takes its own court, or they are the ones who do the consultants, and it's Anne and Obasanjo are the co-directors. There are only two directors on that. For the foundation, Obasanjo is a director. I think Anne's husband, Welsh, Mr. Welsh, is a director. And there's a lady that we're looking for named Temilade, who is also a high-flying society lady who is also a member of the trustees. One of Obasanjo's kids, Anita Obasanjo, is on the... But all of those people have also resigned from the foundation. So only Obasanjo is left in the foundation, at least in the official records that we are seeing in the back end right now. So the other investigation, I think because they found out that they were using a Rice Consort to, whereas they're board members of Obasanjo Foundation, they're also board members of a Rice Consort. And I would think the Obasanjo Foundation is paying a Rice Consort, and they see that to conflict with the way charities run. Yes.
Now, in the video, she talked about some guy who needed money, and Obasanjo appealed to Jonathan to provide money for that guy. How did we arrive at the point that who is that guy?
Well, we look at the lifespan of the Obasanjo Foundation, then we look at Ghana, and we look at Jonathan. Of course, the natural conclusion goes to Mahama, John Mahama. He's the one within that period in Ghana who would have needed their money when they were running out of money to run for election. And we know that Nigeria has a lot of monetary influence in Ghanaian politics. Right now, Ghana is having elections next year. You could tell that the opposition to Mahama people are going to the APC people. We've seen them. And Mahama is also cozying with Buhari, so it'll be interesting how that comes out, because I think whatever Jonathan has left now, he will want to take care of himself with, not doing charity with it from whatever they must have stolen. Yeah.
Now, last week, Obi Ezekwesili, the former minister, was asked on Al Jazeera if Obasanjo was corrupt, and she had a tough time trying to answer that question. Let me ask you the same question. Is Obasanjo corrupt?
I've spent a lot of time reporting on Obasanjo, right from his farm and his manners of operation. And I can say conclusively that I believe, based on my knowledge of his operations, with the guy that had $25,000 when he came out of jail in 1999 or so, or 98, and became one of the richest human beings living in Nigeria, with a network of people who can provide him jets and whatever he wants, built a mansion in Abeokuta, his hometown. I have no doubt that Obasanjo is very corrupt. But here is Obasanjo's way of operation, and that's what I mentioned before. He does every corruption with a greater degree of deniability. You can see, I mean, you hear about the Halliburton scandal. His, domestic affairs person was involved. We covered that. You heard about Andy Oba bringing money on a presidential jet to the U.S. to buy Mercedes-Benz for one of his girlfriends. We reported that. There's no way I would know all of this network of shenanigans, and I found myself in Obi Ezekwesili's position. But you would imagine that Obi is just trying to be as generous and respectful of a former benefactor as possible. It's a tough place to be, so I don't really, I don't envy her. Yeah, but now we're in the direction of another corruption. So except you want to separate corruption from stealing, yeah.
All right. We are going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about the new findings about INEC card readers and the implications on the elections in Rivers State and Akwa Ibom. And then we are going to take your Skype calls. So please call our Skype number and get involved in the conversation. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Julius the Genius Agu. You know what this is? In case you don't know, you're watching Sahara TV.
I love Sahara TV. Everybody, Sahara TV, man. Go check it.
Hi, I'm Mariama Keita, and keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Funke Akindele Oloyede, a.k.a. Jennifer. Keep watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial.
My name is K1 the Ultimate, the king of Fiji music, also known as Kwam1. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
My name is Tiwa Savage, a.k.a. Miss Oh My God, Maven all day, every day, and you are watching Sahara TV all the way from New York City. Everything Africa.
My name is Tony Abulu, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Uchi Jumbo. Keep watching Sahara TV.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and I am an entrepreneur, a poster child for the success story from zero to this. Yes, I'm the proud owner of this store, and over the years, I've been able to stay ahead of my peers by always thinking outside the box, like literally outside the box. I believe in innovation, and right now, the most innovative idea we've embarked on is expanding our store beyond the physical. Now, we can serve our customers all around the world, and we didn't have to pay anything at all. How did we do it? Voila!
On the GT Bank SME Market Hub, you can access millions of customers worldwide for free. Receive payments directly into your account. No middleman, no commission, no fees. Sign up today to expand your business opportunities. Visit www.smemarkethub.com to get started. The SME Market Hub. Buy, sell, list, connect.
Hi, I'm Azania, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Annika from Moshu. Hi, I'm Christina, and I'm modeling here today. And you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
I'm one This is Isaac Catalai, straight from the DRC. You know, giving shout out to Sahara TV, where everything Africa.
Hi, this is Martha Slay. Keep watching Sahara TV. Woo! Everything Africa.
Hi, I'm Aliyah Muhammad, president of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Epsilon Tau chapter, and you're watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
Hey, beautiful Sahara TV. Yo, man, my name is DTM. Now you're watching Sahara TV. Big up.
My name is Dak Joby. You are watching Sahara TV, everything Africa.
And Sahara TV came here to give me an opportunity to say hello to all my fans and to say that I love you. But on the behalf of Rent is Too Damn High Party, and I thank Sahara Reporter.TV for giving me the opportunity to be myself. Once again.
welcome back to Sahara TV. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. You're watching this Skype segment when we give you the chance to talk to us. And with me here is still Omoyele Showore, the publisher of Sahara Reporters. Showore, welcome back. And we are going to talk to our Skype callers. I know we have some people waiting. We will introduce them, and then we'll have the chance to join our conversation with Showore. Shadrach in Spain. Shadrach, welcome to Sahara TV. Hello, Shadrach. Okay, I can hear Shadrach. Emmanuel in Spain.
Hello, this is Shadrach.
Hello. Emmanuel, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, hi. Welcome to Sahara TV. Okay, we have a problem with the Skype callers. I will ask you guys to stand by. Our technical people will talk to you, but before then, let me talk to you, Showore. There's this news story about INEC cards and what the documents from INEC is showing about the elections in Rivers State and Akwa Ibom. What do we know about that? What's going on?
Well, since we obtained results of election from Akwa Ibom, I mean INEC card reader downloads from INEC, not from INEC, but our usual sources, and there are some of the documents that are headed for the tribunal, and we started publishing since yesterday. In the case of Rivers, only 292,000 people or thereabout voted, but the winner of the election won by 1,029,000 or so. And in the case of Akwa Ibom, the card readers captured 434,000 thereabout. But the winner won by a margin of 900,000. I've also seen the case of Delta, not as egregious, but I think Delta had about 700,000 card readers captured, and the winner won by 700 and something thousand or thereabout. So we've been releasing them based on as we get them.
Yeah, but didn't they say at one point that they were allowing people to vote even though the card readers were not?
Yes, that's true. But anybody who's voting has to have there's what they call an incident card, where the right, if you don't have a card reader working, they have to fill out an incident card. So these numbers that we've come up with or that we received are in addition to
the incident
card. So,
wow.
As you know, when the gubernatorial elections took place, there were not a lot of people
that went out to vote.
Yeah. And because of the incidents of violence in Rivers, I think it was severely affected by those. So to now have, in places like Rivers, almost 87 to 90% of people come out to vote under those circumstances. And the same thing with Akwa Ibom State. Of course, some of the issues being raised on social media, as you normally know, is that nobody is asserting these facts, but they're saying, oh, we are not the only riggers. Go and bring us Kano, bring us Kaduna. And we say, of course, we will bring them when we get them. But, if you look at number of voters in Kano, registered voters, Kano has almost 5 million registered voters. But the number of voters that came out to vote are like 1.9 million or thereabout. So those, in my view, are not egregious. But I'm not in any way saying that there are no electoral malpractices. But it's just like very obvious.
Now, one of the things, I saw a lot of videos of people printing cards, the ballots.
Yes.
INEC or whoever is in the tribunal, can they check the fingerprints of people? Is that not part of, I don't know how this process is?
It's just very expensive process. But I'm sure some candidates will do that.
Yeah.
They'll bring in thumbprint experts. And what happened in 2011 in places where they did it, not only did they use their thumbs to print on those things, they used palm kernels, to thumbprint. So the fingerprints, of course, got those pretty easily. So some of the candidates who have money. The sad part is that it's now incumbent on the candidates to prove frauds by spending their own money, and they don't have a lot of time. Of course, the tribunal members will just become billionaires because they'll get a lot of money from bribery. But maybe with the fact that the central government is not especially, specifically going to be overlooking some of those things. Some of the judges might sit tight and we might find different results. I hope wherever fraud happened, that it could be proven that nobody gets to keep the process of loot.
Okay, let's try the Skype callers again and see if they are ready and if we can talk to them. Shadrach in Spain. Shadrach, welcome to Sahara TV. Emmanuel in Russia. Emmanuel,
thank you, Rodolphe.
Okay, Emmanuel in Russia. Emmanuel, welcome to Sahara TV. I think we have a delay. Ezenwa in France. Ezenwa, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, welcome to you.
Okay. Olusegun, am I saying that right? In South Africa. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So you guys, we have a Shore here. I hope you watched the first segment of our conversation. I will want you to, if you have any question for Shore, you can ask him. And I will start with you, Shadrach. What do you think about the topics we are talking about? We talked about Kashamu and the interview we had with him, Obasanjo Foundation, and now the elections in Akwa Ibom and River State and the card reader. So go ahead. What is your take? That's for you, Shadrach.
First of all, I'd like to, I would like to appreciate Sahara TV, first of all. And I would like to really talk about the card reader of things. I've been going, I always follow Sahara TV, especially the forums where most people talk, because I like to look at what people are saying. And I just want to make a correction here, because when I try to realize everything, they are trying to put it between PDP and APC. But this is not the problem of PDP or APC. This is the problem of the system. People are sabotaging the system. The system supposed to make everybody to play a fair game. But in as much as even our public leaders, the governor of Akwa Ibom State himself, which is directly involved in things like this, I think the tribunal itself right now, I think they should be empowered to even go for sanctions against all these governors and all these people that are trying to sabotage the system, because now the system is getting sabotaged. Okay. And when the system is sabotaged, then the citizens, they don't have any trust again for the system.
All right.
That's just what I want to say in regards to the card reader.
Shadrach, thank you so much. And he's saying that it's a system that is wrong and not the individual.
I agree with him, and I hope that not only do the tribunals do their job, that we'll have standing criminal charges or trial happen to people who are directly involved in this massive scale of electoral fraud. That's very important. People need to be taught lessons.
All right. Ezenwa in France. Ezenwa, welcome to Sahara TV. What is your take on these three topics?
Yeah, I mean, first I have to thank Sahara TV for their good work and the entire Nigerians. They did us proud in the last election way. In fact, I'm very proud. I'm as the leader of Nigeria's Against Corruption group here in France. We appreciate. On the incident of the issue in Port Harcourt, Akwa Ibom and the card reader, I must confess to you that the INEC system should have something to do with improvement very, very soon, because I've been following the program all through the election. There was no election in River State on Akwa Ibom. We saw a lot of incidents, a lot of evidence, but INEC said there's nothing they can do. And I read so many reports from INEC that during the governorship poll, every state, all should be done with card reader, nothing like manual accreditation. So I find a situation where the vote in River State was a complete mess. There was no election. And if you look at that of Akwa Ibom State, in all the southern states. But what I'm advising is that the INEC and the tribunal this time should do something. One problem in Nigeria is that the system, the electoral laws put some limitations in those things, and I should advise the Nigerian system to make sure that there's a lot of improvement, especially in the electoral act.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to stop you there. Thank you so much. We will come back to you on other topics. Let me go to South Africa and speak to Olusoga. Is that the, how do you pronounce her name? Sorry.
Oluwasegun.
Oh, God. Okay, that's good. Oluwasegun. Go ahead. What is your take on, did you watch the interview with Kashamu or the Obasanjo Foundation story or the INEC issue?
Actually, I have been following this for the Sahara online. I read a lot of the news. But one question I want to ask is, who got the contract to supply this card reader? That's the first thing. Number two, were this card reader tested appropriately before it was dispatched? Yes, I heard that there are lots of pilot studies. Because why is it that things work well in every other country, but when it gets to Nigeria, that's when you have problem?
Okay, that's a good point. Do we know who got the contracts and why is it that things work in a place like Niger, Republic, Benin, all these other countries?
The guy who got the contract was actually arrested by the SSS towards the end of the election. So it's a well-known fact. But what I think happened was that perhaps INEC didn't do a good job of training staff, the ad hoc staff, on how to manage his kids. I remember when we were in Lagos during the first presidential election, something as simple as peeling off the cellophane that ought to be on the fingerprint portion was not done. Probably then it delayed until INEC people came, and in some cases, a deliberate sabotage of the card readers. The electoral officers were working directly with whichever party paid the highest amount of money to them. And that happened a lot in Imo, where the card reader was abandoned and people were just done printing. So what these guys do with election, and I've seen that in our coverage of elections, is that in places like Akwa Ibom, where the governor is a well-known character when it comes to just bulldozing his way through. Talking about Governor Godswill Akpabio, or in Rivers, where the wife of the president, Patience Jonathan, said we must win election, and they deployed arms and election riggers. It's that they say, look, just allocate the numbers, and we're going to take care of ourselves at the tribunal. That's, yeah. So they do this deliberately. It's just like thumbing their nose at the Nigerian people. And like I mentioned, it would not be in Rivers and in Akwa Ibom that this is happening. We've seen also Delta. And I'm sure if we dig further, you will find that there are discrepancies in places like Lagos and up north. But the most egregious, because Nigerian people also have followed some of these cases before the election, are the ones that we're saying. I won't even say the most egregious. For example, somebody doesn't go to court to challenge, even if we find out that the card readers had less, it will make no difference because there are no cases. Don't forget that so many of these things we are getting are coming from tribunals, lawyers or the candidates who have gone to INEC to request officially and legally for the card readers to be downloaded so that they can use them to prosecute or engage in election petition.
Now, I know you want to go, but I can't leave you to leave here before you talk about some things that are in the news too. There is this issue with the cable Nigeria and the online media, and the report they filed about Wole Soyinka's speech at Harvard. What do you know? They have apologized. They said that it's not true. Yeah. Do you know more about that? Do you know?
No, I think it's part of the problem that comes with reporting online, that a lot of people don't understand that it requires a lot more work than just sitting down and writing reports. So what happened is that cable wasn't the original source of the story. I think another website known as Huhu Online was the original source of that story. But cable, wanting to play smart, went and copied Huhu Online story and claim it to be their own without acknowledging, which helps a lot. If you don't acknowledge others, then you're responsible for whatever stories you pick.
Wow.
So when eventually this thing blew up in their faces, they could not claim that they got it from Who Online. And what I knew in the back end was that it then got to a point where they were looking for the tape from Who Online, who promised they had the tape, and who couldn't give them the tape because perhaps it doesn't have the tape. I don't know what happened in between. So, but it happens to us frequently where Nigerian newspapers will pick your stories and rewrite them completely, and sometimes they will even put in your language. They will plagiarize you, but they'll say damn it, we're here, that we've heard the story. So, of course, on our side, we don't care much. We're there for our stories to be used. But when we use other people's stories on our platform, we give them credit. You'll see on the headline, or when you look at the bottom, or when you click the story, you know where it's coming. We use stories a lot from Punch, Premium Times, and PM News in Nigeria, and sometimes we use other newspapers. So I think where the problem came from, I would imagine that when you're doing that kind of a story and you have Soyinka as your subject, you will have strong evidence. I do not have information completely about what Soyinka said. We've requested, like every other person, including through Soyinka himself directly, for a full tape to be released. And Soyinka wrote me back and said, and copied someone from Harvard, saying, please make this thing available to these guys. And we contacted Harvard. Harvard said they would provide the tape, but they haven't done so. But they said they won't provide the transcript.
Yeah.
But that's where we're at. But I'm just telling you what happened
behind the scene. Yeah. Well, my fear is that whatever comment Soyinka made was made as part of a question and answer segment.
Yes.
And from past experiences dealing with Harvard, they will give you the keynote, the speech he made, but they won't give you the question and answer section because they need to get permission from the people in the audience to be able to give you their picture or their image. So that may not happen. But that's very interesting because a lot of people have been commenting on that.
But if I was there and I'm going to write something that Soyinka said, I'll get my... If the evidence was there and then it makes it is... I don't, like you said, and I don't imagine that Harvard would release the question and the Q&A. But they'll probably give us
the keynotes. They'll give you that. That's easy. Now the other thing is PDP. People are saying that it's imploding. What is going on within the PDP? For the first part of this week, we had people in the PDP, the executive and the presidency, fighting over what happened to the money. What happened?
The PDP is like a party of very interesting character. It's a combination of all kinds of people. You can't call it a party. It's a marketplace of where people just haggle, hustle, and sell stuff and make money. It's just what it is. And the moment the main commodity that binds that market together, it's just like you go to a marketplace. You go from morning to evening. When everybody is either tired or exhausted and there's no more money to spend, the market ends, right? Or it gets dark, So otherwise, I've been to places in Nigeria where the market goes on until, like they just keep going if there's more goods and services. But PDP's commodity is money. This time around, it looks like either President Jonathan put it in the wrong hands and those guys did not release it. And the market ended pretty early in the game, and that's why he lost. And what you're saying is just people saying, look, you are responsible for it, you stole this. We published vouchers of PDP leaders who went and took care of themselves when they saw that the party was falling apart. And when those vouchers apparently came from Jonathan's people, President Jonathan's men, and that got the PDP leadership upset, and they came out and said, look, you're responsible for your loss in the election. You had a wife that was uncontrollable. You had, a crazy man who was your spokesperson referring to Fani Kayode. So the blames to go around. But I think, some people will remain in PDP because, you see, this is actually a good time to be in the opposition because there's just so much expectations. And but I don't think Buhari will be able to meet the expectations so fast for the opposition to come in and start capitalizing on it. And whoever is able to have some kind of credibility we'll start getting patronage again. You know, and the patronage might actually come from the APC guys. So some of the guys who are grandstanding today in PDP are looking to position themselves to be attracted to the APC. Yeah.
Okay, I know you have to go, and I know also that Sahara reporters and Sahara TV will cover the inauguration. Can you talk a little bit about that?
We haven't finished the planning yet, but we're hoping to be able to bring the inauguration to our viewers live, and try to do some other things that, you know, we increase transparency and talk more about the political players within the new government to see. But we don't have anything set yet, nothing cast in stone as to what to expect. But, you know, it's the same way we kind of played down the expectation during the election. You say, look, we'll try to bring you our best. And it turned out that it wasn't bad at all. And I must always use this opportunity when I come on the shows to thank just regular people who are there supporting us every time, providing information and posting stories. You know, our distribution network is pretty tight, and I respect and continue to hope that you guys just draw more people. I remember saying something in 2011 that by the next election, we want to have more likes on Facebook than President Jonathan. I don't think we reached that, but we're maybe 200,000 people shy of that. Yeah.
All right. You have to go, otherwise I will ask the callers to ask you a question.
Well, maybe one more question.
One more question. Okay.
Yes,
Akin, I understand you just joined us. Welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rudo.
Okay, so I have Shore here. If you have any question for him, you can ask him, or you have a comment on what we've been talking about, we will take it from you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not. What I want to say is that the problem in PDP, I'm not surprised, like what he said, that it's like it's like a market. But what baffles me is the reaction of the people when they get reply from Fire Chief, for example. You know, it's for me, it's a big disappointment to the Kitty people. And when they get reaction from Meitu himself, and the thing goes back and forth like a basketball, I feel it's a shame to Nigeria. I'll say this because by now we should be talking about how do we pick up the pieces of the country, what can be done, and what can Buhari do to salvage the situation. And they now should be waiting for Buhari to start off, for APC to kickstart their own side of a new Nigeria. And now they can key in criticizing, in bringing, better options that what Buhari is doing. I think that should be better. Then secondly, they should not be, taking their dirty laundry out and cleaning it in the public. It should be a private thing that they should be able to just settle within themselves and start to build a bulwark to be a formidable opposition for the new government.
Yeah, thank you, Akin. I have to say that we want them to wash their laundry outside. We want to see. We love that. We love that. We want to see. We want to hear about that.
And just forget it happens in every party. You remember there was even APC when Tommy Kimmy was leaving to go to PDP. I mean, he tore Tinubu apart. Saying he said all kinds of things. And it's very important to also mention this is a global phenomenon. Politicians everywhere are almost the same, except that Nigerian politicians make more money than politicians elsewhere. But even in the US, you have some of the egregious characters. They say things that you can't believe anybody with any modicum of decency would say. But that's politics for you. People will say whatever they do because people are pandering to their own different constituencies. The PDP chairman was accused of selling out, and he accuses Fire Chief of saying, well, provide the evidence that I sold that, but I hope it's not the kind of evidence you had about Buhari's health. That shows to you what was going on internally in those times that we thought they were all together. Yeah.
All right, we have to take a break. We want to thank you, Shore, for joining us. When we come back, we are going to talk about the election in Britain, where David Cameron won re-election, and a lot of Nigerians also won election, and all the other topics we've been touching now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I say roll it, shake it, African mama roll it. Oh yeah, wine to the left and wine to the right. Dance like you be zombie. Hi, bonjour. Je m'appelle Museba. My name is Museba. Keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Yo, it's your boy, Mr. Lumaintain, aka Mr. Naughty, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa, and keep it locked.
Hey, she's baddest. UK, she's here, and you guys are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
I go by the name of Jesse Jazz, rapping Chocolate City. That's what it is, right? Shout out to Sahara TV. I'm the biggest fan of Sahara TV. We need to talk, yeah.
My name is Femi Anikula Kokuti, and you are watching Sahara TV. Don't stop watching. Stop.
You need to check your account balance, transfer money, pay for your bills, and a million other things. So, you leave your job, walk to the station, get on a bus, a minibus, a taxi, or even jump on an Okada just to get in front of the bank. But when you get there, it's already past 4 p.m. and your bank is closed. What a pain. There must be an easier way. And now there is with U Mobile. It's a secure application for your phone that lets you do your banking from anywhere at any time. First, download the U Mobile app or SMS DU Mobile to 20220 to get a link. Then, register with your UBA debit or prepaid card and voila! Start accessing your account in a flash of a second. Using your own PIN code, you can now check your balance, transfer money to beneficiaries in other banks, pay all your bills, or even top up your family members' phones all in one place. U Mobile lets you carry your bank with you 24/7, whether you're working at the office or having a great time at home. Download U Mobile today. It's all gain with no pain. U Mobile, your bank on your mobile.
Trust Sahara to give you all the scoop. Stay tuned. It's Niniola.
organizers, my family.
This is Yvonne Idahosa, founder, executive director of Pathfinders Justice Initiative, and you're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Dimitri Wale. You're watching Sahara TV. Don't touch the dial. Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
My name is Bosu Tijani, the CEO of Corporation of Lagos, Nigeria. Keep watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi, my name is Kibon Enfi. I'm a fashion designer. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Hi everyone, it's Nkechi Nyer, Urum Eke Jumbo, or I Tweet Niger, and you are watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa. Yeah! My name is Joy Ikedima Jacob, the director for Miss Nigeria USA pageant. You're watching Sahara TV, Everything Africa.
Welcome back to the second segment, final segment of our Skype segment, which is when we give you the chance to give us feedback on some of the topics we've been discussing today. We've talked about several issues. We talked about interview with Senator-elect Kashamu of Ogun State. We talked about INEC card readers and what they are telling us about elections in Akwa Ibom and River State. We also talked about something very big and developing, which is the story of the Obasanjo Foundation, the scandal surrounding the foundation. Right now, we are going to change the topic a little bit and talk a little bit about what happened in Britain yesterday, or no, this week, yeah, 2 days ago, where the election in Britain, where the Conservative Party won re-election, the Prime Minister, but also a lot of people with African heritage also won election into Parliament. There are 4 people who are of Nigerian descent who won. We also have Cameroonian, I think, Ghanaians. So we want to talk about that. What does that election mean for Nigerians who live in Britain? I used to live there. It would be good to have someone in Britain tell us whether they voted or not. Joining me in this segment is our own Kwesi Bako. Kwesi, welcome to our Skype segment.
Thank you, Rudolph. You never called me Kweku again.
Yeah, I mean, they are the same, Kwesi, Kweku.
There's a notorious journalist in Ghana called Kweku Bako, so please don't have have anybody following me.
All right. But let's start with our Skype callers and see what their take is, and I'll come back to you.
Sure.
Okay, Ezenwa in France. Ezenwa, welcome back to Sahara TV.
You're welcome.
Okay, so did you watch the elections in Britain, and what do you think about the outcome?
Yes, it's a very good hope for Africa. That shows Africans we are growing. That shows we have a future hope. That shows we can develop. But no matter every situation in Africa, for Nigerians, they did us proud, and it's a good stepping stone for we Africans. We use that we can do it anywhere we are. So we are proud of them, and it's a good lesson for every individual, even the big wings in Nigeria, to know that one can become useful even in the youthful age, not in a situation in Nigeria where the same people, and because fatalism is leading. You look at somebody of not up to 30 years being living such a nation, being awesome. So I wish Nigeria in particular, we can learn from this. I believe a lot of things will be done, especially in the lawmaking system, because with the new ideas, technology, and otherwise from different over the world, can improve the system. Unlike what is happening in the Nigerian Senate and the House of Assembly, we have the amount of stooge. They don't have time to make about the idea of. But if young people can be there, you look at it. Will make useful laws that will develop our century, and a lot of things to be good for Africa. So we are proud of them. We are proud of Nigerians all over the world. especially those in diaspora, Europe, America, and whatsoever. So we are very proud.
Okay, thank you, Ezenwa. Thank you so much. Shadrach in Spain, I want to know, how did the newspapers and TV and the media in Spain report that, and what is your feeling about how the election went in Britain?
My feeling is very good, and I don't want to get it wrong. I don't want to look at it in perspective that, especially we Nigerians are looking at it, because most people are just trying to focus on the message that a lot of Nigerians, of a native Nigerian, are being elected. But we are not really looking at the other side, that this election does not cost any lives. It does not cost any lives, and whosoever is angry or who is not satisfied can just go to court and put down his own case. But we Nigerians, we are not getting the right message. We are still getting the wrong message by praising, oh, this is a Nigerian. But the right message I think we should really be focusing on here is, this is a peaceful election, and the election, everybody's voice was being heard. And whosoever who is angry about it can just see each other in court.
Now, Shadrach, let me ask you, because the conservative, no, not even the conservative, the far-right party, UK Independent Party, which is anti-immigration, they didn't win any seats in Parliament. How is the situation in Spain with far-right parties that are all over Europe? Are they strong in Spain? Does that mean that what happened in Britain is the hope that this will not continue to spread across European countries? What is the situation in Spain?
The situation is that I think everybody is just like, how could I put this? It's just like when you really compare the same thing with that of Greece. You can't really, everybody individually puts up his own case, and it's about whosoever buys what you're trying to sell. So I think the people of England really buy that, and they are doing it to their own best interest. It's not quite the same thing. I know that cannot really happen here in Spain. That cannot really happen because they have the problem of immigrants, but they can't do without the immigrants themselves. Okay. So the people's view are quite different over here.
Okay, let's go to Germany and talk to Okasime. Okasime, welcome to Sahara TV.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, we're discussing the elections in the UK, the outcome. What is your take on the outcome in the UK?
Yeah, I actually followed the election very well, and I'm actually very happy that we have some Nigerians now elected in the British Parliament. And yeah, and another thing is that I was also very happy that the UKIP, it could not, perform to expectation. Yeah, because, before the election, they were whipping up sentiments across UK, so that UK voters will vote for them, and if they were voted for, that could have been very bad for the immigrants in UK. So I was very happy, yeah. But point of correction, they actually won one seat.
Oh, they won a seat? Okay.
Yeah, they won a seat. Yeah, they won a seat. But I was very happy that their leader, Nigel Farage,
lost.
Yeah, he lost his seat. So I was really, really very happy.
But let me ask you, in Germany also you have the extreme right too. How are they playing in the politics in Germany? Are they strong?
Yeah, I'm not actually strong, but Germany's case is very peculiar. When it comes to Germany, because of the antecedent of the Second World War, the Nazi regime, so they've been trying to be careful not to be seen as being anti-racist country or anti-immigrant country. So they've been very careful, when it comes to migrant and immigration issues. Yeah, but that is not to say that there are no fascist movements in Germany. Just recently, around 4 or 5 months ago, a group called Pegida from eastern part of Germany, started protesting against immigrants that are coming from Asia, Middle East, and all of that. So that is not to say that there are no far-right group in Germany, but the German case is very peculiar, but they don't come out publicly compared to the likes of the UKIP and the other far-right politics or political party in Spain and in France and all of that.
Okay, thank you so much. Akin, we are going to come to you to talk about Senator Kashamu, but let me go back to France and ask Ezenwa, because I know this week there were this split within the far-right group in France. Ezenwa, what is the situation? What is actually going on there?
Yeah, the situation is being so not encouraging, but we hope that we hope the new government will try to make it possible. There's something that is happening in all over Europe about immigrants and whatsoever, but we hope they cannot do without immigrants, so they have to have a look at it and make it work.
How is it that immigrants are saying that the host countries cannot do without them, but people in the countries are saying that they don't want immigrants? Why is that disconnect?
Yeah, definitely they will say they are not doing without the immigrants, but if you look at it, most of the people that put most of their energy, most of their resources and the whatever to put up to the woman and even to own the source power to the development of that country are immigrants. If you look at most of the nationalities, they don't work hard. They find it easy because the government provides everything for them. Most of them can relax in their house. When immigrants put up all they have to make sure that the economy is being developed, things works hard for the country. So they cannot do without immigrants.
All right, thank you so much, Kwesi. So we have in Britain one guy named Chuka Umunna.
Yep.
He's
the next Obama.
He's been tipped as the next Obama and the next Prime Minister. What do you think? Do you think he's overblown?
I'll tell you what I think, Rudolph. I think their ears actually look similar. They have similar looking ears, if that's anything to go by. But beyond that, I think we've come a long way, Rudolph. We've come a really long way from a period where we were spat on and refused basic, access to social amenities, to the point where we actually have a candidate who's likely to become the head of state or the prime minister, all of that. We have come a long way. That said, though, I don't know if we should focus too much on him being the next Obama, or we should focus on the policies of the party that he's leading. What kind of policies do they have? Is it immigrant friendly? Is it friendly to not just immigrants, but even to Africans? Let's narrow it down even further. We have certain countries where Africans are like nothing. They do all the menial work, get no benefits and all of that. So for me, the fight really is to look closely at what he represents rather than the mere fact that he's Nigerian or he's black.
Okay, but in terms of the whole election in Britain, you have a Conservative Party which is not really friendly to some of the things that most immigrants will care about. Yeah. They won. They are re-elected for another 5 years. But we're right. You're right in terms of we're focusing on the people with connections to Africa that got elected. But the fact is that the government in power is still a continuation of the Conservative government.
Basically, apart from the fact, of course, that this seems to be a broader coalition, of different ideologies.
No, this time they won. They don't need another party to form a government. They have majority on their own. Yeah. So that's something that will be different this time, unlike the last election where they had to come together with a different party, liberals, to form a government. Now they can form a government on their own.
Again, I'm going to ask you, Rudolph, how much do we care as Africans about the UK's elections?
Well, it's important because they have influence across Africa, the United Kingdom, what happens in Africa, on the policies and issues.
Totally.
Yeah. Of course, you see the process in Nigeria where Buhari had to go to UK, make that speech, which was a turning point in the campaign. And there's no doubt that they influence things.
I would want to live to see the day when that becomes history. Because I don't know why our politics have to be determined by any other forces apart from our own, Why didn't Buhari go to Accra? Why didn't he go to Johannesburg? Why didn't he go to
Can he come back from Johannesburg if he goes? Now let's not forget our Skype callers. I will come back to you. We'll talk about this. I want to talk to Akim. Akim, you are in Ogun State, Nigeria. I want you to talk about Kashamu. Did you vote in the election? Did you vote for him? How do you feel about him representing you in the Senate?
Unfortunately, I couldn't vote for. What I want to say is that guy is just a big joke. He's another big joke, like Fawehinmi. You know, he's like now in the recent political landscape of Nigeria. You know, now we have weed. When you have your lawn and you have weed coming up, so we have those weeds in the political lawn of Nigeria. So coming up like Fawehinmi, like Kashamu,
yeah.
You know, so they're just there maybe to just give a comic relief, you know.
Yeah, but let me, Akim, let me ask you: were you aware, even if you didn't vote, are people around you, are they aware that he's facing charges here in the United States? Is that a common knowledge?
Yes. People who are aware that he's got a criminal ongoing investigation as well in the U.S. and he fled to Nigeria. But the problem.
Okay, I think Akim froze, his computer froze on us. But when we get him back, we are going to talk about that because I want to know what people are thinking now, what they were thinking when they were voting for him and what they are thinking now, because this is a distraction from the job he said he's going to do at the Senate.
I think, though, that an alleged drug baron that they say he is, I'm not saying anything at all to that effect, but if that were to be the case, then I would assume that he would have lots of money to...
Oh, there's no doubt whether he has money or not.
And you and I know that in our part of the world, money is a major indicator in who wins the elections.
Yeah.
So
you're saying that it's part of a stomach infrastructure.
Partially.
Yeah, but the issue is also the people. Do you say that you're okay with this if, as long as he's giving money out to people, to you will ignore the fact that he has cases across the world, essentially, was detained for 4 years, according to him, in Britain, and it didn't matter to you. So that's something that we want to know, how people process these things. Because
see, I'm kind of getting tired from making references to Ghana. But again, I'm going to have to make another reference to Ghana. There was this MP who was arrested here in the States on drug charges, a member of parliament. He was docked for 4 years or so. When he was released, his constituents came to the airport with brass band, dressed in white, to receive him. This was somebody who had pleaded guilty to drug charges, had served his term. Apparently, this guy was some kind of a benevolent person. He used his drug money properly, so to speak. He had people that he was looking after in school, stuff like that. So when he came, they didn't care about what he has done. They just were happy to see their MP back. He's no more the MP, but they were just happy to see him back. Okay. So I don't know how much premium we put on the fact that this guy could be a drug baron or could be a convicted, criminal or whatever. I think we look at other issues.
Okay. All right, let's go back to our Skype callers one more time to hear their viewpoint on how the transition is going. We are monitoring the transition as part of our program here every Saturday, and we are going to have a big show on the inauguration week. So we want to know, Ezenwa, I'm coming back to you in France. How is Buhari performing so far in this period? How are you monitoring what is going on? Are there indications to you that this is a government that probably will take Nigeria to a different level?
Yes, we are very happy and we are praying and putting down all we can to see the Buhari government move very well. From the look of things at this moment, we've seen some of the strategies and especially the things you talk about on those that are going to be ministers, how they are going to show their income or whatever they have, the assets or whatever. being indicated that he will take technocrats in the post of the ministers, and so many other laws will try to do. No, then the Nigerian Sagay corruption group, we are trying to put up our own memoranda to let him know some of the areas he should take care of, and we believe being a very big disciplinarian, and that's why we uncalled for him, because we look at him as somebody that can relieve the situation, the corruption situation in Nigeria at this moment.
All right,
so
all right.
I believe he will do better.
All right, Ezenwa, thank you so much. Shadrach, what is your take on Buhari's performance so far? We've not started counting down the first 100 days, but we want to know, based on the signals that you're hearing, things you're reading about his utterances and meetings and decisions, are you impressed? Shadrach, are you there?
I would like to speak on two things. First, on Buhari.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
First, on Buhari, I have 100% confidence about Buhari, about what he's going to do and what he's going to even do after. Because this morning he took a shuttle bus straight to the airport. That's to tell you somebody who is really serious about doing anything. And I'm sorry, if you ask Jonathan what he was doing this morning, Jonathan, I think the only thing he only cares about now is about going to 2K. And now he's going to pack his loads. He doesn't care about 150 million Nigerians. So that's just about Buhari. I don't have much to say about him because I already know what he's going to do. He's a general, he's an ex-general, and he's going to act like a general. And that's what we Nigerians really need at this time. And about Kashamu, I think Kashamu, I'm sorry for taking your time. Kashamu is just another joke. It's just another joke on the people of Ogun State. And the joke is really on the Ogun State people themselves. It's not only on Ogun State, but even on the whole Nigerian. I think we once had this kind of thing about Alamesia. I think this is a repeating of it. It's coming back again. If something is not done before June, once the Senate is being inaugurated, there's nothing anybody can do about it. And I can bet it with you, once Kashamu is in the Senate, is going to, whatever amount is going to cost him to buy the next coming election, is ready to pay for it. And I'm sorry to say this, but the dummy Ogun States voting for him, they are still going to vote for him just because of maybe probably 100 naira that is going to distribute for them or a bag of rice. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to Germany. Okasime, what is your take on the transition so far?
Yeah, Rudolph, first and foremost, before I speak on the transition, let me throw a little light on the Kashamu story. Because I follow Nigerian issues and stories, very well. Yeah, your guests in the studio, captured it succinctly, about the way we do things in Africa. Unfortunately, we come from a region, the part of the world where we celebrate mediocrity. Somebody like Kashamu, I'm sure most people in Ogun State knew that that he was facing drug charges in the US. But unfortunately, because of the societies we come from, people don't care. He has money. He paid his way through. He won the election. Bribed his way. Paid people money and all of that, and he won. Yeah, and also, I'm not sure. Even if he gets to even if he's sworn in, as an elected Senate, a senator-elect, I'm not sure he will be able, the Nigerian government will be able to extradite him back to the United States, even if the United States government requests for his extradition. Yeah, but unfortunately, because the Senate, the Senate always says that when you are in the Senate, you are covered with immunity and all of that. You can remember the case of the likes of the former governors in Nigeria that are now senators. So yeah, maybe after he finishes his term, and then the American government can request, for his extradition. But as a senator, I'm not sure. Because the Senate will tell you that the red chamber, the immunity in the red chamber covers him.
No, I don't think there's any law that says that, but I know they make claims like that. But anyway,
exactly, There's no law that says so, but they can, they can say something like that, because I'm just preempting what could happen, so that we will not be surprised when such thing plays out later in the future. Yeah. Then coming back to the Buhari issue, yeah. Buhari is somebody that is that is forthright and very principled. But my fear is the people he's going to surround himself with. That's my fear. But if he's able to get the right people and put the right people in the right places, in the right positions, and I'm very sure that he's going to perform very well. But I mean, it depends on the kind of people he puts in place.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so
Hello,
much.
Doc.
Yeah.
Can you see my video properly now?
No, I can't see you where I am, so sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can hear you very well. Is that who is speaking? Akim?
That's Akim.
Okay. Yeah, Akim. So I want to talk about the transition. You're in Nigeria. So far, what is your impression?
Yes, I think right now, Nigerians are just feeling the impact of a terrible economical orchestration orchestrated by Okojo and Co. Because everything is so tight now because of the devaluation of naira. So common people are just feeling, the pressure. So people are not really looking at whether the transition, maybe Jonathan's group, they are trying to play games, and APC are trying to force something on them. So people are just itching that, they want to see the end of May so that Buhari can start on his new slate and, probably make Naira stronger so that they can now, buy things in the market. Those who are importers can import things and they'll buy in the cheaper rate. Honestly, that is exactly what people are looking at. And also today I had a conversation with a couple of friends and while we were in the car, but they are also apprehensive about the issue of Tinubu, who solely sponsored Buhari, like you can say, so that how will he fare under?
Okay, Akin is frozen again. His video. Let's you have something to say about the situation in Ghana. And when I come back to our Skype callers, I'll ask them what's keeping them up at night, and we round up. But there's a situation in Ghana about some Americans that were killed. What is going on with that?
Yeah, that. So the two African elderly women. One of them was like late 60s, the other one was like early 70s, went missing. These are people who have repatriated to Africa. They are African Americans who have taken the journey of, they're like, okay, we were taken forcibly from the continent of Africa through slavery and we want to go back to our homeland. So they've gone back to Ghana to live. And they went missing. So after a police search, their bodies were found about 300 yards from where they live, buried in a shallow grave. Now, there are all types of, thoughts going on why that happened. Apparently, there was an issue in which they were involved, which had to do with chieftaincy. But the chief of the area has promptly come out to say that what happened had nothing to do with the chieftaincy dispute. Apparently, they were holding themselves up as chiefs, and the minister for chieftaincy had the occasion to caution them, actually, file a suit against them not to hold themselves up as chiefs. There is some kind of a confusion around that whole thing. These people came, they have their own community, which is called Fihankra, I think. Fihankra is like a community of African American or repatriated African American and Caribbean people. I have personally have some not too pleasant, situations with some of, these people who would like hold meetings and say, we don't want any Ghanaians in this meeting. They have their own community, stuff like that. I'm not saying that's what led to that, but that is a red flag right away. If you live in a community where you seem to put yourself above the people, the indigents, that can bring problems. I'm not by any means saying that is the issue, though. I'm rather saying that whole idea of, okay, we've repatriated, we're back, but we're going to live in our own community, we're going to have our own chief, stuff like that, needs to be looked at However, this has not been proved to have anything to do with their murder whatsoever.
Okay.
That is a very unfortunate
situation. I think we will come back to this issue maybe next Saturday and address it, because I'm interested in knowing how this community lives within. And maybe we can talk to somebody from that community.
Well, I've actually been working on trying to get someone. But Rudolph, the other big story in Ghana is that some celebrities were trying to do hold a vigil for the power crisis, against the power crisis that's going on in Ghana right now. And they don't even seem to have a venue to start from. Like every step of the way, they have problems. Total Ghana, which I think has this franchise called On the Run, where they wanted to start the demonstration from, refused to allow them. University of Ghana refused to allow them. The police refused to allow them. Eventually, they had their way, and the police had no choice than to say, okay, you can go ahead with your protest, only for the Ga chiefs, the chiefs in the Accra area, who are observing a period of silence. There's a festival called the Homowo Festival, where prior to the festival, there's like a period of silence, absolute silence. So there's no drumming, there's no loud, events, anything like that. They said, this is going to interfere with our thing, so you can't do it. And the people are saying, you know what, we're just marching. We're not even making noise. It's just but they don't want to have anything to do. My question is, are Ghanaians adamant to their own problems? This is just a protest. People just want to say that, listen, and seriously, I have seen some of it, living in a situation where anytime you blink, your light is gone. You can't iron your shirt, you can't cook, you can't work. It's stifling. And I'm surprised that anybody would even oppose that to start with. That said, however, I think that the organizers also need a lesson or two in organizing protests. You don't organize protests just by getting up and saying whatever. They need lessons from people like Omoyele Shore. I'm sure they will benefit a lot.
I was surprised that you have power in Ghana. In Nigeria, we don't have power, and we don't. We're okay with that. Anyway, let's go back to Skype callers, and I'll end this show with, I want to know what's keeping them up at night. Ezenwa in France, what's keeping you up at night?
You say?
What's keeping you up at night?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
What's keeping you up at night, Ezenwa? Or nothing? When you think about Nigeria and the situation in Nigeria, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, I'm sober because that is where I have my bed. That's where I stay. I only do some work with the United Nations here in Europe, and most of my people are there. That's one of my focus, and it gives me restless of mind, and that my people should see good, and they should eat the dividends of democracy, and we should get good leaders. So that, especially the unemployment situation and the poverty rate, I've been talking to donors all over the world to assist Nigeria so that can be reduced.
Okay.
You look at the story of Obasanjo Foundation. If we have a better government, we shouldn't be sourcing for all these foundation issues and be messing ourselves with all these wrong moves.
Okay, so, all right. Ezenwa, thank you so much. We are really out of time. Shadrach, what's keeping you up at night?
What's keeping me up at night is I just wish Nigerians can grow up and love each other, and we can treat each other respectfully, and we that we are outside can stop being aliens in another man's land, and we can be happy to go back home and unite with our families and not being scared that we are going to kill each other one day or we are going to be enemies of each other. That's just the really thing that has been keeping me up at night.
Oh, thank you so much. Most people will agree with you. Okasime in Germany, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah, Rudolph. Yeah, the things keeping up that keep me up at night. I mean, or that worries me a lot. Of course, Nigerian issue, the developmental challenges in Nigeria. Especially unemployment rate. Because I have so many friends back in Nigeria that are, roaming around the streets without working. There are no work, and I mean, these guys are well qualified, people, but unfortunately, there is nothing to do. in Nigeria. Yeah, and also I want to respond to the issue about Ghana, the electricity in Ghana. Yeah, because I have so many Ghanaian friends here in Germany. We studied together. I mean, I was surprised when they said, that there's supposed to be a protest in Ghana, and because they told me the story that your guest, said, in your studio. They told me the story yesterday, but I was surprised. I mean, in Nigeria, I told them that in Nigeria, electricity is normal not to have. I mean,
exactly. That's the default position.
Yeah, I mean, it's a normal thing.
When you have it, you celebrate. You don't protest when you don't have electricity.
Yeah, when you don't have it.
These Ghanaians are enjoying.
I told them they are enjoying.
Yeah.
I mean, and also the hotel that your guest mentioned that refused them, permission, and the university. It's just pure politics. You can imagine the political elite in Ghana will not want such protests to happen. So they will kind of influence such, especially the University of Ghana and the hotel and all of that. So it's pure politics and all of that.
Okay.
But what they need to do is to look for organizations and maybe public buildings and all of that that also have the same ideology on how to develop the power situation in Ghana, so that they should not depend on the government-owned institutions for protest and all of that. It's not be possible. Yeah.
All right, Okasemi, thank you so much. Akin, what's keeping you up at night?
Yeah. First, good of my name is Akin.
Akin, okay.
A-K-I-N. Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I have here. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Akin.
Akin,
yeah. Now,
okay.
Yes, the level of for me now, I'm sorry to say this, we have about 100 million ignoramos in Nigeria. People who are highly ignorant of the power they have, people who are not well educated about what is going on in their environment. So it gives me concern. We don't know how bad the economy is. We don't know how bad Jonathan has killed the economy of Nigeria and is killing us. So some people are still drumming that he should win. They should give him a national honor. He should win maybe Nobel Peace Prize. So people are not aware of how helpless our situation, is in the country. And honestly, I'm always afraid of this. That how long shall we continue to live in darkness, as it were, not knowing that, look, this country has been, raped by these so-called leaders. And when is it that people now will, stand up and say, look, enough is enough. We have to get things done correctly. People are highly ignorant, my brother. People have been molested by the police, by the...
No, you're right.
Road safety when I was on the road today, and nothing is done. Those are my fears. Light doesn't come at all. Every month they bring about 5,000 to my apartment. I don't even stay there, because of my, I don't stay there, but every month they kept bringing 5,000, and people who share the same building with me will tell me that twice in the month the light will come. Towards the end of the month they will bring the light for like 2 days, and the third day they are having bills like 5,000 naira, and nobody is doing anything about it. Those are the things that is giving me serious, sometimes migraine.
Wow. Thank you so much, Aki. Thank you so much for joining us. That's a lot of concerns. What's keeping you up at night?
My 2-year-old baby boy.
Okay, that's...
But on a more serious note, Rudolph, there are a lot of things that are keeping me up at night. I get reports from Ghana all the time about the power situation, which is affecting everything. I get a lot of reports about how my president, John Mahama, is doing. Fine gentleman. I like him. He was in the same hall that I was in the University of Ghana, so we have a certain, brotherhood kind of thing. But it hurts me when I hear the reports coming out of Ghana. Like, people are really, really, really complaining. And I would wish to say to my president, please break away from all the hallelujah singing and listen to the people who are telling you the problems they are facing. The energy crisis is not new. It's not something that came with a Mahama government. We've had that for a while. But at this point, 4 years after hitting oil, we do not expect to see things going the other way. I think that he has a chance to redeem himself before the next election. And I don't even think it's about election. I think that he swore to make the lives of Ghanaians better, and he should try to do that. In Nigeria, I will make a comment. It's not something that's keeping me up at night, but I would say that President-elect Buhari has signaled that he's going to have like a zero tolerance for corruption. That's a great thing. But we want to see that in action. It's not enough to just signal and then leave it. One of our guests just said that he took a shuttle bus.
Yeah, to the airport.
It's easy to take a shuttle bus if you're not yet the president. If you become the president, taking the shuttle bus is another whole ball game altogether. But all I'm trying to say is that all these signals of goodwill must translate into the actual governance that he brings on, from May into 29. June when
okay, we'll be watching. We'll be watching that. I want to thank all our guests, all our Skype callers. Ezenwa in France. Ezenwa, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thanks for the good work.
Okay. Ake in Gunstead. Ake, thank you so much for joining us. Shedrack in Spain.
Thank you very much, Rudolph.
Thank you. Shedrack in Spain. Shedrack, thank you so much for joining us. And okay, and Oka Semi in Germany, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, you're welcome, Rudolph, and you guys should keep up the great work, eh?
All right,
you guys
thanks.
are really making us proud, yeah.
Thank you. And Kwesi, thank you so much for being here. And on behalf of everyone here at Sahara TV, I want to thank you for watching. We'll be right back at the same time on Saturday next week. And keep watching. You can also watch our live stream, which will be up on the website at any time for all the interviews and shows that you missed. And stay tuned.
Wapio Miami sweko tangao Ulinguna ngayo ke ye Anyako yembelanga nzembo ya bolingo Wapio Kosuka wapio ngaye ayo ngaye mama Miami swekutanga ulingona ngayo ake ye nani yako imbelanga nzembo ya bolingo wapio Manani yako linganga soki yote o Olingo nanga ye Olingo nanga yo Sikoti kinganani yako linganga soki yote Wa yo Pio Mwana komi moto Ako kumba likolo Tokola ndeke Yo mopotio Pesa enguya nana Nanguya ya nzambe